350, 400 ewe commercial operation in north central Nebraska. Commercial whiteface was what we ran. So we did fine wool as well as commercial lamb to finish. So that's where most of my sheep background comes from. And you've all probably heard the rumors or had your own veterinarians tell you you don't get anything in vet school for small ruminants, or at least not when I went through. And in fact, they would tell you that when you got out, if you're going to practice food animal medicine, you'd probably see very few small ruminants, so we don't have to worry about it. That has changed almost seismically, I would say, in the almost 15 years since I graduated. When I started practice, I practiced in Lexington, Nebraska, and the amount of goats that I saw in practice just exploded about that time. Saw lots of goats, and then moved to Western Nebraska and actually saw a fair number of sheep out there as well. So that's my background. I also have a teaching appointment, so we see senior vet students come through on clinical rotations. So they're at the point in their educational career where they want to touch things, and they need to be doing that because they're anywhere from 12 to 3 months from being full-fledged doctors. So we've got 2 small ruminant rotations that we run. We run a weaning rotation, which is a lot of fun because that's not something you'll see in a lot of places. And then we also run several lambing rotations that give them some good hands-on experience as far as how a commercial operation is going to work through their lambing season. We don't get to have goats on center. I know Mark appreciates that. So we don't get to do that goat work, but we do try and weave that into those rotations, even though we probably don't get to touch any goats. We kind of look at the similar differences. Have a question that we can talk through just a little bit. Who would consider them veteran producers, maybe 10 years or longer in the room? Okay. Who's in that 5-year producer category? Who's brand new, like maybe a couple years or newer? Okay. Just to get an idea of skill level and what we're seeing. The other thing I'll put, it sounds like we have a fair number of new folks. If you don't have this book, it would be a good investment. This is the newer edition. I just got it a couple of years ago. I think it's 2015. But this has been really our operations Bible since the early 1980s. So it's a great book. If you need a reference to have on hand, it covers everything from health to management to facility design to breeding season management, things like that. So I do see that there is a goat handbook that's really similar.
I have both at my office.
Yeah,
so if you're ever interested,
look at those.
Yeah, I didn't bring it, but I have it.
Yeah, and I need to get those on order because I see there.
And they've got a new goat one that's hardbound like that. I just haven't really.
The other thing, just because I thought it was fun, I'm a collector of old books, and this is a 1953 vet school textbook. So just to prove that at some point they did care about sheep, there's a whole book on sheep. So the other thing I want to put on your radar, and I know there's some plans in the works to get more detailed, is that the secure sheep and wool plan, our plans are starting to circulate. So that might be something to look at for your operation as far as biosecurity. And what those are is that is our game plan if we should have a foreign animal disease in this country. So the one that we worry about most for the sheep and goat industry is foot and mouth disease. It would essentially be catastrophic for all of our cloven hoofed livestock, right? So like I said, I know there'll be more follow-up coming, but just put that on your radar. There is a great website for that through Iowa State. It's the Center for Food Security website. And it has all the plans, especially you guys that maybe do mixed species, if you have cattle and sheep, or you have some hogs. There's a plan for all those species, or you can design a plan for all those species. So something to think about. What all questions do you guys have for me? What's your biggest challenge for managing your flock or herd health coming up on lambing or kiding? What are we challenged with?
The weather.
The weather, I can't help you with that. But we can't actually
Neither does
do,
the weather.
yeah, weatherman doesn't either. But that's a good place to think about why maybe you're lambing or kidding where you're lambing or kidding. If you don't need to be in that February, you know, if your market timing doesn't require you to be in that February period and you fight the weather then, might be something to think about. We can, you know, I know personally, Dad, we've moved our lambing period anywhere from January 1 to April 1. And everywhere in between different years, just depending on what our production goals are. That's the beauty of small ruminants, right? Is we can change those on any given year and change our management. Those of us that have cattle, we're stuck, right? We can shift it, but we can't seismically change it.
So Becky, I have a question for you. How do you find a vet that can work with sheep and goats? And, you know, what do you look for? Because that's always a question we have.
Yeah, so it's a challenge, and I won't sugarcoat that. One of the reasons I went to vet school is, quite frankly, we were really frustrated that we couldn't find anybody that would work with us. So I went to vet school, and I will tell you that family does make the worst clients. And I'm lying about that. But yeah, I have that kind of fame. I'm the sole consulting veterinarian for trophy livestock. I think, you know, a lot of it's relationship building. If you have a young veterinarian that has an interest in helping you, give them a little grace, because it is a learning curve. And we may or may not be getting them good information in vet school, depending on what curriculum they went through. So most of us are trained really well to find the answers if we're given a chance to do that. So that communication with them is crucial, and then encouraging that interest. If if your practice gets a young partner, or even if they have an established partner or associate that has some interest in that, just, hey, it's nice to have you here. I really appreciate that you'll try and help us, even if you don't know all the answers. The other thing we have at our disposal is a great colleague network. So if I don't know the answer, I have a pretty short list of people that I'm comfortable calling to find the answer. So it may take some time to sort through those, but if you have a veterinarian that's willing to work with you and do that, make sure you encourage that.
So now it's somebody else's turn. Okay.
What about parasite and worm resistance in goats? So we're really fresh to raising our own goats. Like, I see lots of conflicting information of do it every, like be on a time frame, and other people that say don't worm until you need to, because otherwise your herd will be resistant.
Yeah. So resistance is real in small ruminants, and it will eat you alive, given the opportunity. So you will still see a lot of those timed deworming programs circulate. And quite honestly, for the good of those being able to use those products down the road, we need to move away from that process. So we are looking more at doing something like, it's going to have to be a multi-level management, right? It includes pasture management, how and where we graze those animals, to try and break that life cycle. That life cycle needs pasture exposure to happen. It's going to be how we strategically deworm. The other thing that's really challenging is it may be a shift in genetics. If you have those girls that are continually coming up on your list as being heavily parasitized and are not tolerating it well, we probably need to move those out of the herd or flock, whichever. So that's kind of the 30-second overview, but it's extremely complicated. There's a lot of different, yeah, you will see. I would say we really need to move away from that time viewer is the big thing. There are, I hate to break everybody's hearts, and maybe you've already heard it, there are no new products coming. This is what we've got.
Is that just from lack of options, or is that lack of profitability of developing new options because the options that we have aren't broken enough, or?
I would say it's probably just lack of new, like, we've discovered all the chemicals to our knowledge that are out there, right? And I would say for that, I tend to watch the Australian market because the economic drivers over there are much different. Like, it's a big economic driver to have a working deworming program in Australia in their sheep industry. And even they're back against the wall. They do not anticipate any new products. So I take that as kind of a benchmark that we're probably not getting a new ones.
We have a question online. It says, what is the maximum number of goats or sheep you would recommend per acre?
Ooh.
Loaded question.
That is a loaded question. It depends on your management. I know this is going to sound like a cop out, but it depends on your management system. And it depends on your pasture and how productive and where you're at. That answer is very different in far southeast Nebraska than it is in far northwest Nebraska, right? So probably the best advice as far as grazing that I've ever gotten is we're not managing the animals, we're managing the pasture. We're using the animals to manage the pasture. So we should take our indicators of stocking rate and even animal movement if we're rotating, not from the animals, but from how that pasture is functioning. And it's going to change from year to year too, right? This year, for the western part of Nebraska is a drought year. That changes things significantly. You should always have a drought plan in place. So sorry, I know that doesn't answer. There's no specific number, sorry.
And Becky, I will say that we have a NEB guide going out in print that will be coming up from Nebraska that talks about that. And so I don't know when it'll get out. It's in the review process, but it'll be specifically targeted to sheep and goats. And I've read it. It's very thorough, but I don't know when it'll get out. So
Would you guys say if you're not in Nebraska, your extension or something like that would be the best place to look for help on that?
Yeah, if you have a small ruminant extension, and some states have them and some don't, that's a great place to look. And then even past that, if you have a grazing management extension,
Jerry Valesky.
yeah,
here
you know, cattle and sheep and goats all graze differently, but someone who's really good at grazing management can still help you regardless of the species.
I've had him talk.
I think he's from New York, the guy who asked.
Oh,
So
okay,
New York
okay.
State.
So yeah, Cornell.
So Cornell would be,
yeah.
yeah.
They would probably have some on it and also.
A few years back, I heard someone tell me that the Mungus contorti was more transmissible to the animal when the grass is wet, and therefore you shouldn't rotate in the morning right after a dew or during the rain or something
Yeah.
like that. Is that, at the time that they said it was kind of a new theory. Is that a thing that you heard? Or?
Yeah, and that's absolutely true. So the life cycle of that parasite is that the eggs are shed in the feces of the animal, in the manure, out on pasture. That egg hatches into a larval stage, and that larvae has to travel up the grass sphere in moisture. As soon as that moisture dries out, those larvae are gone, they're dead. So yeah, so when we touched on pasture management, that's one of the things that are key. If you can avoid turning those ewes or does out, you know, early in the morning when that dew is heavy, let the sun come up, let everything dry off. That can be really helpful.
I've been doing
Yeah, the other thing that's a little, the morning is really critical because you've had a lot of time for the dew to sit on that grass, but be cognizant of when your dew is coming in the evening as well. So both ends of that can be an issue.
Becky, could you talk about the life cycle of the parasite? Like what time or when you graze an area, how long, or when is it safe to put them back in? What time?
Yeah, so the challenge with that particular parasite is forever. Once we seed a pasture, those eggs are pretty hardy. So given, and they can enter almost like a hibernation state. So they can sit there for months and months and months. You know, we used to say that a good hard winter will knock them out, right? And we know even that's not completely true. So that's, I mean, parasites are incredibly adaptive and really troublesome, and that's why we devote so much time to them. But yeah, and then once everything changes and conditions are favorable, we've got good heavy dews in the morning, everything comes to life and we've got problems.
So your rotational grazing doesn't have benefit or?
That's up in the air yet. We can see, you know, obviously, after those animals come off right away, our populations are gonna be higher and we're gonna see them tail off over time, but to truly clear that pasture, we don't ever expect to do that.
Is your philosophy then more of, you don't eradicate parasites and manage?
That's exactly right. Sounds like you probably heard one of my office mates talk. Because, yeah, we are never going to kill them all. And in fact, if you look at research that tries to kill them all, the problem is the 3 that are left are really, really resistant. So we can actually, you know, we're looking at a breeding program for parasites, right? And that's where we get into the other word you probably heard is refugia. And that's why Famantia is so important, is because we have populations that we don't deworm. So we never expose those parasites to a dewormer so that they can continue to be susceptible, so that the ones we do need to deworm, our dewormers still work. So yeah, we're managing, you're absolutely right. We are managing our parasites right along with our animals.
What is your best recommendation for like fighting mice or external parasites?
So it depends on what we're using in, right? Are we thinking goats or hair sheep or wool sheep? Because if we're dealing with wool sheep, we want to be really cognizant of wool quality. The other thing, a lot of people just want to grab a cattle dewormer and pull it across, right? A cattle pour-on and just pull it across. And some of those can be pretty caustic to goat hide as well as sheep hide. So I'm a little bit cautious there. I like the more oil-based pour-ons. Yeah, I mean, rather than like.
Wool sheep and goats. We have
Yeah,
wool sheep
so-
and we have goats.
So kind of across
So
the
it's kind
board.
of like, I think one has, you know, say one has lice, then they probably the whole, could be dry lock.
Yeah,
So we probably have the whole menagerie that's got it, so we just treat everybody.
so I tend to reach just across the board for one of the more oil-based permethrin type products. And you know, unless we see something specific resistance-wise that we're fighting. But yeah, just because to be on the safe side, some of those products that aren't designed for sheep and goats, we stay where we're safe.
Make sure it's labeled for goats and sheep.
Yes.
I've had experience with that, the same active ingredient, one of them was labeled for goats and the other just was labeled for cattle.
Yeah.
And I used the cattle stuff, same active ingredient, slightly different concentration, so I adjusted the dose, it burnt the goats.
Yeah, and a lot of times that's in that carrier molecule, so that's something to keep in mind. You know, we always look at the active ingredient, that's just what we do, but there's a lot of other ingredients in those products that can change how they affect sheep and goats, not just from the pour-on standpoint, but from our injectable standpoint as well.
Well, it's been our experience, you know, because we did the Famantia, so they had white eyelid, bad hair coat, so we're like deworming them with, you know, the dewormer for internal parasites. They're not getting better, and so then we're like, well, maybe this is, you know, an external parasite, and then we treat them for external, and I'm like, wow, miracle. So
Yeah, and that's a good place to get your veterinarian involved, because if you pull some of that hair or have them do a skin scraping, we can identify what you've got going on, as far as we can look at that mite and tell you if it's lice or if it's mites. Sheep teeths are pretty obvious for most people, but those are all things that could be in the mix and in play.
well, that goes back to the question about finding veterinarians. We live in the north corner.
Yeah. But I mean, that's a simple reference book question. Like if you bring it into me, and I'll be honest, I wouldn't know them off the top of my head either. I'm gonna pull my reference books and look. We've all got that training to put them under the microscope and grab our book and see what it looks like. So
So we talked about parasite management. Could you talk a little bit about copper uptake and for goats and versus sheep and Humongous contorti?
So this is a topic I'm really cautious on because copper toxicity in sheep is very real and it's very devastating. Research will say that we get away just fine in sheep with using some of the inert copper boluses or things like that. It gives me butterflies to recommend that just because I've had enough experiences with copper toxicity that I don't ever want to do that again. So every animal has a copper requirement. So even sheep, even though that toxic dose is really low, has a copper requirement. So that's something to be aware of. Goats is higher, they're a little more tolerant. But yeah, I mean, if you look, you're gonna see all kinds of information about, the copper bolus program. I'm not sure how I feel about it yet. I don't know that I've seen good, solid, controlled data that says that it's the silver bullet that we want to think it is.
I was feeding mixed species mineral that made for sheep to goats as well. And there was other things going on as well, but I had quite a bit of parasite problems there for a while. When I switched to a goat-based mineral, much higher copper, significantly higher, what would kill a sheep for sure. My internal parasite problems went down.
Yeah, so the thing you want to be aware of there is that copper is really key in immune function. So if we're not meeting those goats' copper requirement, even though we're feeding an all species mineral, we probably aren't. It sounds like their immune system may not be functioning very well if we're not meeting that requirement. So the immune system is active in parasite as well. So that's why we know genetically we can select for those animals that seem to have a much better immune response to those parasites, that seem to manage those parasites. So, so that's something to keep in mind, is particularly with the all species mineral. We do need to hit if you're doing a multi-species grazing program, we do need to kind of be cognizant of that mineral supplementation if we need it.
Is mixed grazing or sequential grazing lead to increased parasitism?
It'll actually lead potentially, if it's done right, to decrease parasitism. And it's the reason that is because those parasites don't cross species boundaries. So the parasite we worry about in sheep isn't a parasite we worry about in cattle. So if we've got cattle out there grazing that grass, sucking up those larvae, and it doesn't affect the cattle, we can decrease our parasite load on that pasture. And vice versa is true. If we're dealing with some stockers that we're worried about in cattle with parasites, the sheep consuming those parasite eggs decreases that pasture load for those calves. So, so mixed species grazing is a really good management tool potentially for parasite issues.
Local NRD pushes that into the programs.
But like sheep and goats, they have similar, right? They can cross.
So
and not cattle.
we don't get that. We don't get quite the benefit in sheep and goats as we do, and especially sheep and cattle, or throw some horses in there. I don't want to graze this big group of horses that yeah.
So what's our best way as a producer to gauge if we have parasites at a level we should be treating? Like eyelids, body score?
Yeah, I would love to see you, Samancha is the gold standard, so the eyelid test, because that's a direct measure of anemia. Is essentially we're looking at the color to gauge their hematocrit, their blood cell level. Body condition score can be useful, but it's not as specific to parasites, right? We can see changes in body condition for many, many different reasons. And I have producers that want to look at, are they seeing, are they seeing some increased levels of diarrhea or soft stool? The challenge with that is by the time we're seeing clinical diarrhea in a critter, we're at a really critical stage. Like that really is concerning to me when I get that call, because we might be at a point of no return. That's really the last thing will happen for most sheep and goats is you'll see diarrhea.
That's fecal analysis.
So fecal analysis is good if you want to do that, and we can certainly send that. The catch is that just like any other critter, egg shedding is unpredictable. So if you've got female worms in that digestive tract, They may go through periods of high shedding and then fall to periods of low shedding. So it's not always necessarily, for me, it's kind of a dipstick test. Like I will look at those and I'll say, okay, we maybe have some concerns here or maybe don't. But it's not as specific as we would like to think to true parasitism levels.
So Becky, a prime example is when I was in Missouri, I had a new producer that had goats. She called me, they were dying. I said, I'm coming out today, we're worming them all. Extension people did that, but they did. We wormed them all. She never lost another goat, but I think, and they were, some of those that died were, loose stools, but it stopped their death loss. They'd lost 4 or 5, and I said, we need to get on this. You can't wait when it's parasites. You gotta get on it. And so I said, let's do the ones that look bad. We tried to look at the eyes and.
Or white as white could be.
Yep, yep. So those kind of issues you gotta get on fast if you start seeing that. You can't wait or they'll die.
Something you talk about looking for signs. I've learned that if they're not, with goats, if they're not fighting, and the kids aren't playing, they don't have excess energy. If they're acting lethargic all the time, that's a pretty good sign to me. On the contrary, if I see them fighting, playing and stuff, they should be beating the crap out of each other. like goats do.
So do you suggest not worming until that point? Until you see an issue or you question there's an issue?
Yeah, and so the critical time, and so you notice that everything we talk about is pasture based. So during periods of dry lot, we don't have parasite transmission. So especially like we talk to folks that, the show goats, right? They want to deworm them every 30 days. There's really no need for that. Like one good deworming at the beginning and they stay on a dry lot, they're not going to continue to transmit parasites. So it's kind of a fine balance of that time during those times during the year when you're really concerned that parasitism might be an issue, to balance with those times of the year that you're not that concerned. Mark, what is because you guys Comanche at different times.
Yeah,
I know pre-breeding is one of them, right?
Yeah, so our biggest Comanche stores, we started looking at them before we turned them off the pasture, in case something had a parasite load over winter and it's showing some signs of high anemia, then we'll, just deworm. We might be deworming 5% before we turn out the pasture in May. And as the summer goes along, we're trying to rotate those ewes every 3 to 7 days, keep them on what we call clean pastures. And as the summer goes on, those ewes are lactating, there's extra stress, so the parasite resilience is less. So as the summer goes along, we hit peak lactation in June and July. We'll see our highest parasite transmission and our highest loads. And the ewes will really show you fast in a couple of days if their parasite load is increased. So the longer they're on grass, the more likely they're transmit from animal to animal. So my biggest concern is trying to send the pasture clean and keep them on clean pasture if possible. And that'll save you deworming a lot, but in the end, you might deworm 30 to 40% of the ewe flock, in that July and August time frame.
So I guess I'd like to see a mind shift from like that strategic deworming to a strategic Comanche. Just to balance labor versus, because nobody wants, if you look at some of the programs, they're going to tell you you should be doing Comanche at least once a month, if not more often. Well, for most of us, we can't do that, right? Like I'm thinking, if I told Dad he had to bring his ewes in every 2 weeks and run them all through a little bit dial, well, maybe he'd fire me, so it might work. So that's kind of how I approach that. Labor is a big consideration.
And if you want a Comanche, I can get cards and train you, because I'm a certified trainer. I've seen as other people,
Yeah,
we've done some training on, just got a lot of snow. We try to get 10 or 15.
How long is the training?
It takes an hour on the slide, and then we spend an hour with the goats. Probably a couple, 2-3 hours. It's not that
It's not a
long.
huge,
Mm-mm.
but
Like an all day.
and it gives you some good information. I know last time I looked at the training, they do a really good job of going through all some of the parasite cycles.
It's a long slide set.
It's thorough.
Very thorough.
while we're on the topic a little bit, my recent, completely changed the topic, I guess. My recent losses around kidding time, difficulties around kidding time can be just difficult births. Is there anything, it just seems to be a hallmark of goats in general, I think, that they do that. Is there anything that can be done management wise or more proactively to try to remedy that before it happens? Because the honest truth is, once it's too far gone,
Yeah.
it's no offense, but that bill ain't worth it. It's not.
Right, and
it's
so
a bad
that's
loss
the
for them.
balancing act that we play. So the first thing, anytime I hear increased dystocia rates, one thing, the first question I ask is what your body condition score looks like. And both ends of the spectrum are less than ideal. You know, if we have those that are too thin, then we may just simply have a doe that runs out of gas before she can have all those kids. You know, she just wears out. She doesn't have the energy reserves to do that. The other end of the spectrum is those does that are super obese. Then it becomes a space issue, right? If you've worked in one of those obese does, you know, there's just no room to maneuver or anything. There's too much abdominal fat. Goats are phenomenal at putting in abdominal fat. So manipulating and correcting that dystocia is a problem as well. So that's the first thing I look at. And really, that's probably the biggest, and a lot of times we can make a big difference just by making sure we've got ideal body condition score going into kidding and lambing for those that are used. And then we get back into the labor discussion. Timely checks are really important. I know that's challenging when we get into the depths of this, but I mean, we're checking ours every hour because goats and sheep, they're so fast once they get into trouble. You're right. Once we start to spiral through the dystocia, things get ugly in a hurry because they want to lay down, have those kids and lambs get up, get on the move. They're phenomenal prey species that way. So making sure we get good checks, timely intervention, and then having a little bit of a soft touch, right? And you guys that have sorted out dystocias know that goats are pretty temperamental in that way. We can actually make things really really hard on that doe if we're a little too aggressive, or you know, if we panic. It doesn't matter what type of dystocia, what species, you know, a little bit of time and planning and patience makes the process go much smoother for everybody involved. It's not a race to get those. I tell guys, if you're, you know, if that extra maybe 15, 20, 30 seconds it took to be deliberate and patient to deliver that kid is what kills it, you probably weren't going to save it anyway, if it was that stressed and critical. So that's kind of how I think through dystocia issues.
So we're about to finish up with Becky. Is there one more question somebody has that they just can't stand to wait? And she'll be around, so you can ask her more.
Maybe I got one, and maybe it's for everybody else more than Becky. As far as like lambing, okay, you know, new shepherd. So I went through, I had the kit all ready, you know, shoulder length gloves, I could wear as a bodysuit if I wanted. I had the jug set up, and I would check every couple hours throughout the night, every single ewe lamb when I was at work. Probably the worst shepherd ever. You know, I'd be on guard checking, and the little family would look out behind, I'm like, where'd you come from? Well, obviously, I knew it. So is there, you know, if we had, I mean, I'm reading Facebook groups, like, oh my God, I need to have surgery skills, you know? Is that, I mean, is there a better strategy? I mean, I see no breeders, they just sort of show.
Sounds like you should keep those if they're if they're doing that while you're
I
working.
kind of pay the ask.
You know, and I don't know any. This is where I try and decide if it's worth extrapolating from cattle, right? Because in cattle, we know that how we feed those pregnant cows can affect when they're going to calve. I don't know if that's extrapolatable to sheep and goats. My suspicion is knowing sheep and goats, it's probably not as as key. They tend to be sneaky like that. Like if you're out there looking at them every hour, they're like, well, I'm not doing this today. I'll wait till it's gone.
Yeah, exactly. Is that a pretty common deal though? I mean,
I have found that time of day feeding does affect how goes. I can reliably get everyone to kid in the daytime. Last year I didn't have a single kid.
And what time of the evening are you feeding to do that?
Oh, I'd say 8.
Okay,
Pretty
and
close-
that,
pretty close or just after dark.
yeah, that was gonna be my point. I think the one thing that we see in cattle is that when we tell them evening feeding, they think 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and the honest answer
That's
is
how you
probably
get-
7, 8, or 9 at night. So that's important if you're gonna try and do something like that.
so for me, like daytime is actually a drawback because I'm
Yeah,
not
you're not
there.
So there's the other thing I'll throw out there, and this may drive you crazy or you may love it. It depends on, people have different opinions. There's some really great, really affordable camera options now. We have, I think Angie at the center is up to 6 or 8 cameras in her kidding lot that she watches during the day. So that's a good option if you're not in now. The catch to that too is if you see something going wrong, are you gonna, how are you gonna manage that? Like, can you get away from work
Right.
in a timely fashion?
No.
So, but that
I
is
teach
good.
8th grade, though.
Yeah, no, field trip.
A trip, right?
Field trip.
If I took those kids off campus, I'd
Small
probably
hands.
break the wall. I mean, I'm just.
You have small hands, they're perfect for pulling that.
So Kelly does have cameras, Kelly, and we talk about it when we go out. to
Yeah,
the
we can
lawn.
go, and we.
And I think it's time we probably go to the
Yeah.
next spot.
Thank you.
But,
Yeah.
No.
Kelly's got it, and she's got some really ideas on really reasonably priced stuff. So I guess.
Can we give everybody first, can we give Becky a hand for coming out?
I'll just make a couple comments before we go outside, and there is, I mean, this is just a real small operation. I work for the university. I grew up here in Nebraska and then taught at South Dakota State for 18 years before moving back here to work for the university. And so this block has really just been involved for a Voices 4-H project. So it's fluctuated anywhere from, the state said it was ideal, 10 all the way up to about 50. And so with the drought here last year and this year, and ewes, call ewes bringing over $1.35, 40, we cut back about 1/3 of the ewes just in that aspect. So right now there's about 20 ewes here, and we have always sort of been a January type lambing, and then have worked to add some fall lambs to the program. And we like the fall lambing because it's pretty much a smile and wave type deal because it's so warm and they drop, and that's pretty good. We sell some purebred lambs, and because of the rules at the state fair where fall lambs show with January lambs, we made the decision to move up the lambing. So this year, because the boys wrestle and travel this time of year becomes pretty much a different priority, we started lambing the 18th of December. And that made a lot of difference. So I'll talk maybe about a few challenges with that. But when you think about it, January is the warmest. We really just went the other way into December. And now we're a little closer to early December is a lot like March weather in most cases. Our goats, we try to kid those in November. That's a little bit hit and miss relative to getting them to settle. But we like that. This time they all came the first week of January. So that's a little bit that way that goes. We do synchronize with cedars. And so we have used cedars since they were labeled for use here in the United States. So that's been relative to all of us working, and to Brent's comment, aspect to get them to come in a short window. This time they all land within 48 hours. So life gets a little.
Brilliant, Eve.
We've done that before, though.
That's done.
Check that box. So it's a little bit what your facilities are situated for and what your time is, but our goals relative to is to get them on the ground. So the boys have some projects and the shortest amount of time that we want to devote to that aspect. It's always been pretty much a South down flock. We have ran in South Dakota around 20 hair ewes, and we sold those when we moved down here. And then the boys added a Dorset ewe. We used to have some Dorset ewes too. So for the last 10 years, it's been good. Or since we moved here, the last 7 years, we've grown the South ewes. We just have 40 acres here. We run a little rotational type grazing. Last year during the drought, we were moving every 3 to 4 days. And as the summer progressed, it's all cool season grasses, and that burned up on us pretty hard. So this year, when it didn't rain, we just made the decision to hay it all. And we used a couple other pastures, and just in an essence to capture more forage off of that. And that was probably a good move. We tried a lot of the ewes a little earlier. The boys also have always had 5, 6 does, just have to show rather than going and buying them. We run those really basically separate. The neighbor has some weeds, they clean that up, and so they spend the summer there and the ewes over there. So we keep our mineral program separate, and for the most part, our does and sheep are separate. We don't really run them together at any given time. Anything else? This is my wife Stacy.
Yeah, introduce your kids.
And Blake's the oldest. He's a freshman over at Sterling, and then Matt is a senior, and Casey's a sophomore. So having them getting a little more involved. When they were in elementary, we could get a lot more cheaper. We had to improvise a little bit. So we, if you have any questions about cedars, we can talk to you about that. But,
Can you talk about your protocol?
oh, our protocol is, and there's some new, and maybe Mark can, are you using that?
Yeah, we use them at the research center and.
Yeah. So our protocol has really just been a cedar in anywhere from, when we were at South Dakota State, we did anywhere from a 7-day upwards to a 12-day, and not a lot of difference in that. So we use that a little bit as a window, and we'll pull, put in and look at what the weather is and try to pull. And we know we have at least 48 hours of a little cooler weather. So we use that 7 to 14-day window, and then follow with a 2.5 to 3 cc dose of PG 600.
So we run a similar program to that. We don't give PG 600 because we're synchronized robots. So.
Yeah.
And we don't always do the fall.
No, yeah, we just do the PG 600 really in the off season. Yeah, so December, January, that's, we were trying for December, January. Otherwise we wouldn't. Yeah.
Do you feel that you have to increase your number of sires to cover that period at all?
Well, we'll pull
I guess
like a 2, yeah, we'll pull 4 or 5, put them with the buck. And then the next morning, pull 4 or 5. So we'll space it out over about a 48-hour period.
But you still only run one buck with them?
One buck, yeah. Yeah.
A good fertile ram is astoundingly fertile. When you watch ball marked ewe flocks, one ram will cover an amazing number of ewes.
The only other thing, we have not, South Downs are sort of an easier type of keeping sheep, and so we have done very little worming here. We try to keep that to a minimal. If we do have some thin ones, we'll worm. Typically, we've noticed that more in those that are younger than a year or 2 years of age. And so our mature flock, we'll just watch and check them. And typically, if they're gonna get wormed, they're gonna get wormed and probably sold after that. So our worming is pretty low. And if we do, it'll be like a Dectomax or a Valvase in the off season. And same really with the does, but we're not, our grazing is pretty, keep them moving and always in better grass. And Mark can speak to that. It's huge aspect. And when you start getting them eating low off the ground, makes huge difference. That's about it. So it's you could say it's more of a hobby type deal, where we try to make it fill the need to not have to go out and buy projects, lands, and that goes, and then we sell it to you as well. When you go out, we'll go out and then we'll walk over to the lean-to, and Becky will come with us and we'll just show you a little bit what we do over there. There is by a four-wheeler out the door, just a pan with some disinfecting, and you could just step in that, and there's one outside as well. And I'll tell you a little bit about that secure program. We haven't developed our program here, but one of the real aspects is that you don't cross a line. So we have a circle drive here. You'll see we have that grass area, and so how you think about feed trucks coming in, trailers coming in, trailers leaving. This place is a little more ideally suited for that because you can unload and get to a place without having to commingle in a bunch of places. So maybe Becky can talk to that when we get out there. But we'll run into our lean-to where we land, and then we will show you where we move lambs to, and then we'll have some ewes to talk a little bit about conditions.
So let's give Kelly and his family a hand right now.
Yeah, thank you.
I think you're probably gonna have somebody who have a protocol written out. Probably will, from the way it sounds.
I got time to figure that out.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. I'm sure there'll be quite a few. I was gonna say, I was like, well, yeah, Randy, what do you want picked up and moved?
So I'm just gonna take this like this, and that thing is just the shit, so it's kind of broke.
Oh, yes.
Sorry, people online, I shouldn't have said that.
Step in. Yeah.
So we are stepping in disinfectant, just when we go on a place, we want to make sure we don't spread any germs. Yep, yep. It kills the germs on the bottom of your feet from your sheet, so it doesn't give them to theirs. Or your goats. Thank you. You kind of see their barn here that they have. It's got a speaker in here. Let's hope that it does. I think we need it on.
Initially moved here, this was old milk
Show them this. That's the.
Kelly, sorry, pause for 1 second so we get set up for the online.
You're good. You're
Got it
good.
now?
I got you.
Okay.
I was taking a picture of your. I'm sorry. That way they can hear you if I stand here. Okay. we're ready.
Yep, so we just set it up relative to not only for lambing, but then the boys have their 4-H projects in here in the summer. So this these were just some old panels that we got out of a hog unit that was being tore down, and we salvaged those that were good, and so they're 7 foot long, and then depending on how many we need to put in, we will use those 5 or 6 foot gates and go down to about a 4 foot, and we have the ability then to get 7 or 8 of those in here. And at times, we've had to put up a few other jugs along the wall. We try to keep this about 40 degrees. We'll drop out here in this other area, and then we'll bring them in here, and depending on how many ewes we have going through, we can leave them in here for 4 or 5 days, maybe a little longer if we have a set of triplets or maybe a younger ewe that needs a little help. I was gone last week. She lambed Thursday, so she's just a week old, and we typically band their tails about a week old. She was, you can see she chewed on the base of those tails, so Stace banded those tails right away, and we'll probably leave them in here just another few days and then move them out. One of the things nice about the cedars and getting them grouped all together is that you can, since we don't have a lot of space, we can keep them as a little bit more of a production group at one particular time. These lambs, when we band them, we give them their overeating, and then we'll give them another overeating right when they start eating pretty well, which is in about another 3-4 weeks, and then we typically overeating shots get by with or by label one and then followed by a booster. We have found that we give another one when they get to about 60-70 pounds as well. So it's a little bit, just a little bit of reassurance. We have lost a couple to overeating. When they get to about 70 pounds, I suppose they're needing feed pretty hard, and that's where another shot just helps. We have.
Do you vaccinate the ewes for CWD?
Yep, we did that in the fall. I mean, in about November. Yeah.
Kelly, we also have another question online. Why did you choose banding over snipping or docking?
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. We
I don't do
do
the other.
banding simply because, mainly because for show and we can get them a little shorter.
Okay.
And now if we were just in a production and not just a commercial production, yeah, I think snipping or a hot iron would work as well.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah, we have, when we moved down here and when we first moved down from South Dakota, and we did have a little bit in South Dakota, some issues with Cache Valley virus. And I think we probably have had most of the ewes maybe come down with Cache Valley at one point in time. So hopefully we have enough immunity in the flock, but and it's been drier the last couple of years, so the mosquito load's been lower, and that has probably helped us. I think there needs to be a lot more research done on Cache Valley, but if you can probably choose a breeding time when the mosquito load is less, so if you're lambing in March or later and you're not breeding at a time when there's high mosquitoes out, that probably helps too. So other than that, we've I think moving up out of the January, February lambing has also helped us with not having as much pressure from, say, a Vibrio or those other type of reproductive disorders too. Just got us moved into, we never have had any problems with chlamydia or Vibrio in a fall lambing program. And in South Dakota and in here, January, February, if it gets pretty cold, we seem to pick up a little more of those. So moving out of that January has helped us a little in that aspect as well.
Maybe I missed it. Do you vaccinate for chlamydia and lepto?
We have, but we haven't probably been very diligent in staying with the program simply because sometimes when we still have had some problems. But now this past year with moving them up, we turned out the bucks earlier and looked at the watch and said we ain't gonna have time to get this in anyway. And we didn't have any problems at all. And really all the placentas were clear as a bell. So I attribute that a little just being a little earlier. And maybe Becky can comment on that or Mark relative to just
Which part of the?
just a viral load relative to chlamydia or Vibrio or some of those things, getting out of lambing a little earlier or a little later.
Yeah, probably the advantage, it sounds like you have, Kelly, if you're a smaller kind of closed herd.
Yeah, yeah.
The biggest risk for both of those is bringing it in from an outside source. And then once you introduce it to a naive herd, you end up with a train wreck.
Yeah.
And the other thing I might add to that is I've had some problems with my flock in Iowa with the Vibrio issue, but it's been in the first time lambers.
Yeah.
And once they've developed natural immunity, even though I got a vaccination program set up, the first year I've had up to 50% abortion with my ewe lambs. So 2 rounds of vaccines, had the autogenous vaccine made, whatever strain it was, wasn't in the vaccine, and it ended, it was rough.
Yeah.
To say the least.
Those are not just due to the organism. Those are not great vaccines. They're better than nothing, right? Especially if you have a known issue. But you're looking at an organism that's, a bacterial organism that's quite large. So to develop a good vaccine for that has its challenges, much different than say, a viral vaccine where we can get really good immunity out of pretty small antigens.
What is the incidence of statewide.
That I don't know that I can even tell you off the top of my head. And honestly, I don't even know that I've seen, there's several diseases that the diagnostic lab monitors for, and I don't know that it even is on their list. Probably because, the hardest thing about getting an incidence rate is that you've got to have folks submit samples and get a diagnosis. And most folks in the sheep industry, if they see the problem, they kind of know what it is. They know how to deal with it. And they kind of go on about their business, and we probably don't get those sample submissions like we'd like to actually monitor that well.
Rachel will have some pictures of some of the things that happened to you with Vibrio and stuff, or with Revere and stuff. So you'll see some of that today, this afternoon. So it'll be good.
Yeah, but we are really a close flock. We brought in one ewe lamb and then this ewe in the last 7 years. And then we always try to bring them in really early in the summer and never try to bring anything in the fall or winter months. And I think Brian Van Relay shared that.
Yeah, the higher risk period, if you do need to introduce or do a block expansion, the higher risk period is during pregnancy. For a lot of these.
Anything good? She's just a purebred Dorset, so. And obviously scourge / horn. Yeah.
She fit the south down.
No.
South
no,
Down.
no, South Down, yeah. I was gonna say something else. Oh, just on that well house there, you'll see a little bit of a you see that little camera? You can hold that up. You see that camera. So that camera stays got 4 of them for $60, and they all just with an app download to our phones, and it's called Wayne's View is what it is. So
And how much did you say they were?
she got 4 of them for $60.
Through like Amazon?
Amazon.
Nice.
And then you've got
You have to have Wi-Fi.
You reach it on the house.
Yeah, so our Wi-Fi here is just really poor, and there is no DSL coming down here, so we just use a Verizon MiFi. And we set that in the house just by the window, and it'll reach out here. And so about 4 years ago, we got a Wayne's View camera that those don't move. We have one that sits right up here that can span. So it's on a different app. And then Stacy found these because we didn't have one in here and we only had that one. And so she got those 4. And so we put one in here and there's a couple out there. And so I guess you can find some really good alternatives for less than $100 if you have the ability to do Wi-Fi. There is some others that are out there, and a friend of mine told me that he has a camera and then it has a SIM card in it, and for $20 a month, he has that camera in a remote area out at a cabin barn. So there is some other aspects to that you can do just with the SIM to your phone. But these have come in pretty handy. We do, the comment Miss made, we do feed everything about pretty heavy on our hay load in the evening, and we didn't have any lambs drop in the night this time, and all of them really came in the day. So
The other thing I'll throw in there, Kelly, is part of the cameras, like we have them in our cabin lot, and there's some really good night vision options too. So like, don't think you have to have them
in
Yeah.
a barn where you've got lights on all the time.
Yeah, and I think these are color and do have.
Here, Wi-Fi was a little.
The sound is fair, and the
we
second
don't
one up here.
We have one on the barn. Jason loves it. 'Cause kids go out to check houses from the barn.
Yeah. All right, why don't you grab one of those kids, just to show them how you do it. Boys.
So how is yours? I forgot to lift my hotspot in there. It looks like we got good service.
It's low for me, but I'm on.
Do we, I don't know if I saw. Setting on that table is just a round one.
Do you want to ask him about, probably like to hear how they do like their record keeping during lambing?
Okay. We can do that.
So, the boys do all our, we were gonna wait a little bit on these, but they did them last week because they were getting just a little big. So typically we debud these kids when they are anywhere from about 10 to 2 weeks of age. And so we just used a hot debudder and then just go on, yeah, you remember that was bad. And just go on that horn, twist it, and then just pop the top of that horn off, and then just burn that down. So we did these one last week, Matt? Yeah, and I think they're held pretty good.
What is the purpose of?
Destroy. Then they don't have horns, yeah.
If you see regrowth, can you go back and burn them again? Or?
Well, lots of them just get a little cap.
Yeah, you can get a little cap or just take a pliers and knock it off, knock that off, yeah.
What do you think?
You, oh, yeah, we just do the male kids, and then the does, they like showing them with their horns on. I'd rather have the horns off because they can be a little destructive.
Yeah, I can see that. So what's that?
Oh, predator control? Yeah, we have a donkey. We have there's quite a few neighbors with dogs. I've thought about getting a dog, but I have not gotten a dog just because.
Have you had
We lost some yearlings to the donkey there, borrowed one, and that cut that down. And when we moved here, we got one within the first few months, and we haven't had any problems. So that's another reason why I haven't got a dog. But yeah, this area is really thick with them. I mean, every night you come out there. Well, it stays. Yeah, you've seen it. I mean, they come within pretty close proximity of you.
I guess you have to have a donkey, I guess, is there has to be born with them, kind of a young donkey? Or an old
No,
donkey?
this one is just really yeah, we used from a halter breaking one that people are done with it, never been around sheep, and we put it with him, it's fine.
I guess I had a neighbor, he got one, but he said the donkey kind of stayed in his spot and the sheep stayed in theirs, and they were really.
Yeah, these I mean, they're apart. You would say, really, is the donkey doing its job? But if they go out in the evening and graze, and she'll go out with them, and you walk out there, and she'll snort and pound her foot, and
it's a female, right? You said she. That's
Yeah.
the other thing.
yeah,
No,
they
that's
can
what I
get a
thought.
little.
I've heard more stories of males killing goats just for fun.
Yeah. So this one's been pretty good. And
So you didn't do any imprinting at all? You just put him right out there and let him kind of imprint?
yeah,
Actually, okay.
Yeah.
Kind of follow-up question, is that predation factor in your decision to discard it all?
No, no, just how much fence they damage.
How many donkeys or what, is it a space? Like, does one donkey cover 200?
Oh, I
Is it
suppose
on
they
an
could,
acre deal or what? How-
you know, most of those, like Brock Terrell, 1,000 ewes, I think he figures he has 4 or 5 dogs. And I think Jim Jenkins up there at Broken Bow now is 1,000 ewes, and I think he started with 2 or 3 dogs, and he's had to add a couple more dogs.
The dogs you gotta start.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a function of how those coyotes interact with those dogs. I don't know, I mean, on a small basis, 50, 100 type, I mean, I would be comfortable with 100 sheep and this one donkey, I think, from a standpoint, it just keeps the coyotes at bay a little. But and the mature, I don't think the mature ewes are as big a deal as when you're lambing. I mean, that's when they have a lot of their issues.
I would say air to one donkey, because if you have a pair that follow each other, they tend to ignore. That's just personal.
So Kelly, can you talk a little bit about some of your thing in the wall, your records you keep? I
Oh,
took a picture of it
Stacy,
earlier.
yeah, if you see
Okay.
that, yeah, go ahead, just talk about it. Just talk about your
Records, your record keeping.
Oh, it's pretty basic. We just keep track of everything on our board here. Medications we've given, we try to write down, and one dies, why it died. We just keep it on the board here so everybody can see it. It's pretty basic.
Well, maybe you put on, if we have rules and that. We keep that in an Excel spreadsheet, wean weights, we'll do wean weights, and we used to do 100. It's sort of just wean weights at this point in time.
Well, I can tell you to stand, this thing is not here. Okay, I got it.
We do use RR bucks for the most part, resistant bucks, and we don't have a blood work on all our use, but from using just RR bucks, we would assume that in everything would have at least 1 R in it. We not had any dwarfs, but we have tested just for a couple. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you take any measures for OPV at all? or-
No, I've considered that. I have not. If we've had, since we've moved here, and since anything that maybe has a little bit of a snotty nose, that would be that. It goes sort of on the call list. We have not, but we haven't done any OPP tests. In South Dakota, initially, we probably should have, but we just got rid of them.
A good calling program solves a lot of issues. That's, people don't realize how important that is, but it's pretty important.
$1.35 call use.
Makes a big difference. So
Makes a life a lot easier. If you want to get your numbers down, but if you want to get them up, it's a whole different story.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll step out here, and then we'll just show you a little bit what we do, and
So we're gonna go through this door, Kelly?
yeah, they can come through and stand along.
Okay.
Yeah, but you tight, you come here, you just come through that bunk and just stand down there.
Yeah, how are you doing this? This is kind of a rigged one. Through there will be good. There
Matthew, do you have the mic?
In, I don't have it.
Yeah, if you want to move down just a
Yes,
little
good
more,
morning.
and I'll get that mic to the top.
Hey, guys, how are you guys?
Yeah, and you could step in here. Matt, you can just have them step into the pen there. Give everybody- Yeah, I think, yeah, you can get a few people in there and then we can see you talk a little more. Yeah. Yeah. they can do it. Oh, yeah, that's good. You're fine. And everybody can come in. So, I mean, if it was my wish, we have 100 ewes, but the facility sort of limits that, right? And then you have a little bit of labor, and I'm not always around, and with the boys in school, it just, it makes it a little more conducive relative to just what we can manage here. So typically what we would do, we would ewes that are close to drop or over here where those families are now. And we would drop in this, bring them in there. Those of ewes that are close, they would drop in this pen. You can see that there's a camera up above there. And then there's an older one that we had bought in South Dakota that was more of a cable. And that little Wayne's View one that moves is just the one on the shelf. And then once they drop, we would put them then into the jugs for a week, 7 days, and then we would group them in families in a couple different pens here for about another week. So a couple weeks ago, this pen was divided, and then once they get a little older, then we'll move them in. Put up the creep gate, and you can see behind there, there's just a creep gate and a heat lamp, and we typically heat this one warmer, we'll leave the heat lamps off. In fact, these goats, this one, it was cold the other day, they hung them up, and you can see they really aren't using them. We have this set of ewes here had 2 sets of triplets. A couple of those were being bottle fed, and then we feed those triplet ewes just a little harder. So let me see. I don't think anything other than that. So our space is a little tight. If we had another barn, we could probably move these older lambs out and then bring in another group to lamb just a couple weeks later. But 10 ewes, these five does sort of fills it up here with giving them enough space that you don't have to be on top of each other. So, any questions with anything you may see here or?
You hear anything?
No, we haven't done any AI. Everything's all been buck bred. And the boys would like AI. We do know a couple people that would pass through that probably could do that. Or, you know, you can get on a schedule. The furthest west, that at least in Nebraska, that like RSG would come would be Birches there in Seward, or Hensler's over north of Omaha. And then otherwise we'd have to go to Colorado, like to McLennan's. So, you know, we're stuck 3.5 hours either way if we were to do some of that. So we haven't done that.
So do you own the buck that these lambs run
We lease a buck. And then send that buck back. The boys do clip some goats and kids, so they get a little just trade a little on getting the buck. So some of our buck is feasibility is just when somebody's done with that, we get it back and send it. So
I don't know anything about war goats, but these look like they're powerful little goats.
Yeah.
this was probably the best set of goats the boys have had. Little better buck than what they've had in the past.
Kelly, could you bring that doe there? We talk about condition scoring.
Oh, yeah.
Probably the lowest condition score when I look at them.
Yeah.
And then we have one that's probably really high condition score. And I don't know how good she'll come, but I would call her a 3 probably. Kelly's are all in good shape, but pretty good. And we're not feeling them, so I'm kind of looking at them. This one here is probably a 3.5. This is the one I'm thinking. It might just be a hair coat too. Sorry, guys. Probably. That's probably why you can see she's a lower condition score. She's probably a 3. These others probably 3. That one there is probably a 4 or maybe even a 5.
She's 4, got a 5,
Okay.
4, 8.
Yeah, they're all 4.
Year old, but you can see the condition difference in those. So, sure. I'm sorry. Oh, yes. So she's probably the poorest condition, but again, if she's young, you're going to probably see the younger does be a little poorer condition. She's still good enough for kidding. We wouldn't want them to be a lot thinner than this one, okay? But these over here, like that big doe there looking at us, you know, she's in plenty good enough condition. She's probably, I would say she's close to a 5. And I've got some pictures I'll show you in my slide presentation. I could be a little high on her, but I haven't felt her. But she's by far the highest. And, you know, this youngest one's probably the lowest. We wouldn't want them to go much lower than this one here at kidding. And they're going to drop down in condition. And I've got kind of a graph of that. They're going to drop in condition. But when you wean them, they should get back up into that 3.5, 4 before they kid again. If you get them into a 5, sometimes you can have problems with too fleshy does with kidding problems or pregnancy toxemia. And they're going to talk about that in our program later. Any other questions on that? We're going to do some ewes, but I want to kind of look at the does so people with goats could kind of.
Yeah, I didn't. I think we like on our ewes, we dropped 220 and we have 190.
Okay.
So we lost 3 on these. We had lost 1. Yeah. So, but we had like this giant one was a single.
Okay.
And then we had another single twin we lost, and then that thinner doe has those two
twins, yeah. And so
she's always a little, I shouldn't say she's always a little thin, but she's just not as stout
as the others.
Yeah.
And again, requirement wise for feed, a twin's going to require more feed than a single.
Yeah,
and
she doesn't have horns, and the ones with horns just feed the snot out of it.
Yeah. So
you know that's the other problem. Right. Yeah, I mean, like that older doe, those horns raise a lot of it.
You can tell she does well.
Yeah.
She does.
How many pounds of grain are you feeding the does? And at what age did your kids start eating their creep?
They just put this creep up the other day, Stacy and Boys did, and they, let them out. They can go out. And, they're just starting to nibble on the creep. They get, shelled corn, oat mix, half and half, and then, and they're getting about a pound in the morning and a pound at night. So so 2 pounds a day. Oh, yeah, and then we probably do about, since alfalfa is so high, we limit feed the alfalfa and sort of free choice and brome. And so they're probably getting about 3-4 pounds of alfalfa and limit, and then free choice basically of some brome.
I have a ration that I did that's got just about what you said. So I did several rations with those, so we can kind of look at them. When we
Yeah, so about 2
nutrition.
pounds of grain, 3 to 4 pounds of alfalfa, and then just keep them full in the brome.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. I think, thanks for bringing it up. This barn's pretty dark, so we got this plastic here. We do have an LBY. It's set about to kick in about 35 to 40. So you can always see your breath in here. If it gets real cold, some of these buckets get a little ice on them. But then we always leave one of those boards cracked, and then you'll see there's just a little bit of a fan just running just to keep a little air moving. Because if we don't, we'll shut them up at night because it can get a little cold, and then that fan is helping immensely, just keeping it so it is in its stand. It's fan. And that's just running real low. Anything else?
What's the deal with scrapie tags on goats now?
We order our scrapie tags just like we order our sheep, and then when you sell them, you have to have a tag. Same rules.
Same as the sheep. then?
Same as the sheep, yeah.
And you can call in a number and get on the list, and they'll send you tags.
Correct, yeah.
And I think we have that number on our website.
Did you ever try the free metal tags?
I think when we first started, we did use the
Stop using those.
yeah, just like these. She's lost hers. That one's lost hers. So but we just do a scrapie tag. We order. Like this year, there'll be 22 through, we'll just use 25 or 30, whatever from Premier that we can order. Oh, we use the there's that Premier mineral. So sheep mineral, you can do a lot of different things. We started using the Premier mineral, which comes in a 5-pound bag, and then you mix that 5-pound bag with a 50-pound bag of salt, and that seems to work pretty well. I'm just going to show them the bags, yeah. So that, and then you can get an additional pound of like AD&E that you could mix in with it as well. So we just use granular salt, and then this trace mineral package that goes with a 50-pound bag of salt. What are you using there?
We're using the same product.
Same product, yeah. I don't. This is probably one of the best products that Morical's come up with. because it's just so simple. This goes in a 50-pound bag of salt. You don't have to worry about mixing anything else, and
That's all in its intake, so it's cost effective.
yeah. So this is about the best thing
What do you do? What do you do? Is that primarily all trace minerals?
Yep, all trace minerals, and then he's got
You do,
it.
calcium, phosphorus.
Yeah, he's got higher levels of zinc and iodine in it as well.
It's labeled, you can add dicam and mag. It's on the label. But that's, I think it's like 10 pounds per 50 pound.
But like the ration he's feeding, when I balanced rations, looking at that, you didn't need a lot of calcium or phosphorus depending on the type of feed you're feeding.
Oh, yeah, we probably have, yeah.
So the trace mineral would probably do.
Yeah.
I'll show you some of those rations I did, but you know, it depends on what they're using.
Yeah. We've used just a mini pellet for creep. We have a Purina dealer here in town. They used to make a Purina, a mini pellet. And then they quit doing that. And then luckily over in Sutherland, a Kent dealer came up, started. And so Kent has a mini pellet as well. So it's just a little bit where you can get feed and fresh feed.
So do you feed specific, like goat feed for your goats and sheep, lambs, creep for your lambs, or do you feed?
No, they're just all really on sheep feed until maybe the boys start feeding, and we'll
Feeding your.
yeah,
your show goats.
show goats, then they'll go on and go feed.
So that's kind of what we do too.
Yeah.
Feed them to the lambs.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, you wanna catch those ewes?
Yeah.
Oh, they're caught.
So do we want to go out and do body condition?
Yeah,
scoring
any other
next?
questions in here?
Okay.
Okay, you can just walk out that door, and then we'll just walk around to
Back there.
the side of the barn, and we have some ewes out there, and we'll just talk about some conditions for them. You're on this side, you can just come up this way.
I know we couldn't fill these, but I think I can kind of talk about conditions. So I talked about conditions. She's probably the rest of them could be forced. Of course, they're pretty heavy muscle too, so that kind of, without putting your hands on them. But that should be.
They look fairly even.
Yeah, they're all the same. It's hard to do, isn't it? Ivan? When they're all the same breed. Yeah. There we go. I feel like now I know what people do this for. a living.
Yeah.
It's like-
I reported.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just, so these are ewes that lambed in the fall, and we had
6, 7 ewes that lambed in the fall, the last few days of September, the 1st of October. And so they were then weaned in December, first part of December. And then they just go out in a dry lot and we have a little shed out there. And in normal years, we would just let them go out in the pasture and they forage around quite a bit. And it's sort of amazing their amount of hay intake that they have less when they can just go out and forage around. But these are, we just numbered them 1, 2, 3, and 4. This is really paint brand the lamb's number on them. So you can see we had 3 of them here that had singles that you on the end had a set of twins. We'll shear these more than likely in just in April when it's a little less chance of getting stormed on. And then we've typically always lambed a little bit in the wool, but we found now here just lambing in January, December here that if we shear them right when they lamb, then we in about 60 days they get enough wool growth that when we kick them out and they're outside in March, they do all right. So we had always sort of just always lambed in the wool and kept some wool on them, and then sheared in April or first part of May. But we found this down here, it's a little warmer. If they have a shed to get into, they get along just as well. So on that handout, is a little handout on some body condition scoring and some areas to really look at. And these, Jason, where's Matt? Oh, grab a halter and grab him and grab this ewe that's got lambs 3 and 4 on it. When they're in the wool, it's a little tougher to look at some indicators of condition score on them, but a pretty good place that you can look is relative down the spine and out of their hips relative to what that looks like. And when you put a little bit of sight on them and look through a little bit of the wool, you can start picking up some of those differences. And so on that handout, there's condition scores really 2, 3, and 4. And a lot of that, as you see, there's the diagram that shows the difference relative to the condition really over their top, which is really talking about in this area right here. So if you just, you can look at these here for a second, and then we'll talk about what you think is an ideal condition on them. And since they're all broke, you can come up here and you can handle them. And I'll tell you a little bit of, if you look at the tags, the first 2 numbers is the year they were born. So this is a 7-year-old ewe right here. And this one lost her tag. This is a 6-year-old ewe. And this one here is a 6-year-old as well. She's a 6. And then this one right here is a 16. So she is a 6-year-old as well. So you're more than welcome just to come through here, sort of handle and get a little idea what you think, and then Ivan and myself will give you what we will call them for condition scores.
Don't be shy.
Yeah. Yeah, especially when they got wool like that on them.
And when you start conditioning this one,
So this chapter 3, that's in 3, 4. That's it.
She's gonna be hard to catch.
Oh,
And the ball.
God, I was like, I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't know what number it was. I told Kelly, I'm like, whatever this number is, you don't need this.
Disposition.
Just feeling it. I wouldn't know this.
Well, Sarah's fishing is John, Ivan. Actually, if you guys want to go and want me to stay, that's fine, I don't care. No,
And then once she goes, you can follow her. I mean, once we get somebody to open it up. That's
Yeah.
the thing.
yeah.
And then I need to call my wife. When she head out, then I'm gonna call my wife and stuff.
I got the beans too done. The beans. Oh,
It's kind of- I tried to meet the land. Was just wonderful. I couldn't even have it one place. I didn't even have, the normal really land. I hope it stays. It's really good. I gotta get a picture of her. She's right in the camera. That's good.
This is the first time she ran into, oh, yeah, I know.
I'll have to look.
It's funny how you know.
So here's a shared one we brought up, and you can see a little bit of differences on her relative to
She's the first time.
Yeah, that's good.
right down her spine. You can see that, and then you can, when you handle over, you can feel her ribs a lot more, and then you can see how her hips come up and a little in her jaw, and so a little thinner than what I would term as ideal. And probably, where's Ivan? He's very good. This one's really probably in the 2 range, isn't she, Ivan? So,
Higher too, but too.
yeah, higher 2, but a little in the 2s. Now, Stace said that she needs to go on the coldest. She is a little narrower. We always keep some good ewe lambs around, and then we always keep some that we probably should not keep around, simply so we have some judgment classes for each of the events.
So Kelly, you might say, goats are going to be real similar to sheep when you're condition scoring them.
Oh, yeah, basically same. The same thing we looked at in there is the same thing. So, yeah, she's a mid, upper 2. We wouldn't want it. She's got twins on her, and we wouldn't want her probably getting in last. And then when you handle over, you can easily feel her ribs. The rest of them, maybe I don't have as much difference in them as I thought. This is probably pretty when you handle them like that. You can see, even though she looks pretty good with her wool on, when you really get to handle her, you can see there's just a little spine coming up on her and a little bit of her hips. So she's probably still in the mid upper 2s, probably not a 3 yet, is she? Yeah. So that's the one thing, when they get about 1 inch of wool on, you may say, well, she's in pretty good condition. And if she was going, let's say she was going to land next month, it'd be a little bit behind it relative to her condition. Yeah. And so that's one thing that you have to be a little, your mother's here. You have to be a little aware of. So these all landed as well. We'll just coast them along here till probably the 1st of April. and then put them on a little more alfalfa. They're just on brome hay now with about every third day a little alfalfa for some protein. But about a month out, we'll give them start giving them just a little grain, about a half a pound of grain a day, just to get them into a positive energy balance, and then to get them so they just breed up a little better for those balls. So she's a little deceiving because I think you would say she's probably all right, but if you were going to lamb her in a month or so, you'd be a little behind it.
I just say one thing. I noticed in some of you were holding, palpating them, feeling for condition. You're kind of doing like this. I told you about how much wool she had on, looked to me like. But you really want to put your hands right down over that spinal process and push down pretty hard and rub back and forth. And if you're like that ewe over there, which surprised me how thin she is, and there's another one in here, surprised. But if you're feeling that spinal process over here, but if you're more something like that, then you're probably in a 4 or 5. But you got to put a little pressure here and rub back and forth and check this. And then I like to feel right over the ribs, work that wool a little bit, feel right over the ribs, pick up condition as well.
Did everybody think this one was the highest condition? No. But this one isn't too bad, probably a 3. Yeah, you just, as Ivan said, you can feel, and then off of her hip, she's a little forward. Yeah. Is this the highest one, you think? No. Yeah, and she's a little like the ewe with the 1 mark on it, just could use a little more. She is pretty good right along here than some of them, but you can see, as Ivan talked about, you can feel the spine coming back down. And this ewe, yeah, she comes just a little higher. She's the oldest, and so she's, you know, looks a little like she could be a little thinner, but when you get your hands on her and you come over her forward, she's pretty good there. So I think relative to where they are now in a dry state, and then just that maintenance here in another couple months, then we'll just start gradually getting their energy level up a little for breeding.
There's a handout too that I've got a graph of where they should be at different times that you'll get today when you go to get the handouts. So.
Yeah. Yeah, the one of the challenges is relative to where we are. Luckily, land prices have kept up with this increase in our feed costs, and our feed costs are, you know, one of our highest aspects that we have to deal with, and then managing them in the dry state or when they're at maintenance is where you really have the ability to save some money, just on whether that is just some brome grass hay and just monitoring for that aspect. Randy talked about the Comanche scoring. And you could come up here, and Becky will be here, and she could show you. If you just look into that eyelid, and if it's really white, then they're anemic. These, hey, Jack, you want to- oh, Mark.
I'm actually certified. I don't know if Becky's certified yet. Here you go.
You can make a couple comments on it.
Push down on the top eyelid, roll down on the bottom. And I would call her, without having a card in front of me, I would call this one a 2. But as they say to do this, that card is really critical, because you might think you know what you're looking at, but after you look at, you know, at work, we'll do about 600 a day. So after you look at 1,200 eyelids in a day, it all starts to look the same. So having that card there, being able to hold it. And if a few of you guys want to walk up, you know, take a quick lap, I can kind of show you the basic principle of it. You know, like Randy was saying he could get you trained up, get you the card and show you how to do it all, especially for you, the people who are running pasture sheep and have parasite issues. I can give you just a quick look.
I could have brought a card. I didn't think about it. I had one, I think. Well, I have a card. I didn't think about bringing it. I just have one. I need to order some.
Same as Joe.
I think it's easier in sheep than goats.
Well, this morning I said, Kelly, I might have 3 or 4 beers, okay? Not just one. I might have a few tonight, okay? It's not, it's just get it all together.
For you guys.
Yeah, you've done all that.
I
We got the
appreciate
bar.
it.
So what,
You always have a good turnout.
we've never done a mass treatment. The only time you might do a mass.
I have no idea.
The only time you might do a mass treatment is if you're moving, like our pasture lambs, pasture bulls, pasture lambs to the dry lot situation.
I can really call you that one time. When do you think next time you're doing that? I usually do one at 4S, which is in our, which is September this year. We'll see. I quit doing it because everybody was trying, but I can do one again. And,
That's something I could come to this,
Mhm.
the training part, because,
and we're looking at maybe doing sheep and goats this year together.
oh, okay.
We'll see if the forest.
Because the forest always been just goat,
Right.
right? Yeah.
Well, I was thinking your best sheep and goat and combine these with the lettuce and or sheep and I don't know how it's gonna work. We'll see.
No, if that's something though. It's gonna be a while. You offer, is that something that's available occasionally? Somewhere?
No, well, not a lot in the Nebraska. I'm one of the few trainers. Mark's the trainer. I have a vet back east that's a trainer. There's not a lot of trainers out there. And you know how I got trained?
Anything else, Randy?
No, I think we're good.
No.
People can start thinking about heading back. Can you think of anything that we've missed? And
So any questions?
What's the management on these fall? When will you breed these back then? Are they?
Oh, it probably was the last week of April, the first week of May.
So these will stay in a fall program?
That's these, all of these have been falls for a couple of years.
You're using cedars to.
Cedar. Yeah, so we say near the end of March, we'll just put them on a little grain, get them in the positive, and then middle, maybe 20th of April, put a cedar in them, and then pull sometime there the 1st of May.
If you consider accelerating that program, I know the boys have got these. Probably get those early lambs.
Yeah, oh. Well, some of it just, I mean, if these weren't, if we were commercial, I would really try more accelerated. I mean, if I had some katanas or some pears or something that more Dorset that would bring out a season. Where here, these are just would market them more as a fall for somebody who wants to show a fall. And then the other reason it just gets us having a few lambs in a time of year that doesn't take much effort, and then rather than having to try to run a few more sets through
But sheep one, I tried, it's supposed to, you know, that big
Utility
long
more of a
one.
problem with
It's
these,
just
or-
Southdowns are tough to breed. And we lose, you know, they probably only dropped 170, 80, but we didn't lose them.
Cause that's more of another guy.
Yes. And I do have a couple changes on the I've done a couple mistakes. Can I email it to you?
Yeah, it's all copied out.
No, that's, but just for when I talk about it today. Can I just send you?
Yeah, that or just bring me.
Scoring goats in particular, any,
Okay,
tips
I'll
for
see that.
things that don't
I
fill
can
out
use
quite
it.
as well, like keep those in Spanish,
I
where
just save it
they
over
honestly
there.
put all the things in front of them, and I don't think
And
they'd
I
ever
don't
score
know.
those, very high at all. Is there any different techniques available?
I hope it's on there.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, it's all sort of relative to breed, right, in the type of goat that you're doing. And I think the aspect, you know, if you think of a Nubian or something, and you still handle that level of what you see in the vertebral process and then over the rib. But some are just naturally carry less condition, right? Yeah, we'll let Mark talk. You know, this relative to this here, I mean, it's a little bit more in a breed that doesn't have a great drop. I mean, it's more of a meat breed that you could say is more of a novelty breed, Southdowns. But whether it's them or you're dealing with a breed that is more prolific, just getting them in a positive energy balance helps them drop more eggs, ovulate more, and then hopefully your conception rate not only improves, but the number of lambs you drop does as well. Now here in the western side of the state, it's a little tougher doing. In the eastern side of the state, you know, where you can move to, and Mark will talk about how he flushes, but if you can move to greener growth for your grass, helps a lot. Or even if a guy could get moved onto some alfalfa, that would help as well. Or comment a little on how you do that there. Oh, you'll talk about it, yeah. Yeah, and so that makes a little bit of a difference. And we'll try to flush this with a little more alfalfa and a small amount of grain, not an over amount of grain. Just maybe a half a pound per use per day for about that 3-week period. And then the other thing that we've done after we've bred, we've kept them on that for a couple of weeks, just to transition. I mean, there is some pretty good work on cattle and replacements that just maintaining them on where you have them for a little longer helps keep your percentage of pregnancy up higher as well.
Or do you use markers on your rams or on your belly?
No, we have not. We used to use markers. So now what we use, you see this on their hips. We just use some white grease mixed with first a yellow paint, then we'll go to a red paint, and then we'll just put a line right across their hip of that white grease mixed with paint. And then when those bucks jump them, that just usually marks this off. So you can say, well, why do these have this in? So I did try to accelerate my enemies. So these, when we do that, Stacy's making fun of me. So we seeded these ewes, and lambs are still on them. reseeded them and then put the buck in with them after we pulled the seeder. And so we got some marks, but I haven't went and ultrasounded these
Like this
back
one
to
didn't
see. Yeah, so, you know, they were, so if they would be, they would then land here in May. So maybe I should probably go get the machine and see if we do have some red ones.
Bet you do.
But that's what we use, just so we don't have to mess with a harness, and then that grease stays and it marks off pretty well. Or we'll grease those bucks as well.
You just use a paint with white grease.
Yeah, just a can of white grease. That's your lithium, just clear
Auto.
white grease that you get at the auto store, and then just pour a little paint in it. And we usually start with a lighter color, and then for the second heat, we'll just put a different color on it. And if they mark that off, then you can see.
You just smear that on there with your hand.
Just take a paint stirring stick or a scraper, and then just make one line on it. And then they just, usually just after you around them a couple times, it's just. So you can just, when you feed them at the bunk, just quick go down and chew. Yeah. Harnesses work well till they get tangled up. No, I won't call it.
So that's the only thing I would point out, and you guys, if you are in the fine wool breed and you care about wool quality, make sure the paint seeds are scourable or washed out during processing.
Yeah, these are all the, whatever the mark, I just, where do you get this? Stays, just, from Premier, yeah. So it's. Anything else?
When you talk about feeding the goats their grain levels, what's the grain levels on the ewes, the same?
Same, yeah. Yeah, only the triplets are getting, yeah, they're getting more.
Sheep, I think, are really neat as far as the condition score and when you're breeding them. Contrast to cattle, you really got to get on top of, especially the younger ones, to get them bred back on a 365-day basis. Sheep are really forgiving because if you're on one time a year lambing, that you can monitor the body condition score and then put that energy, if you need it, when and where you need it, a little over a time period. A young ewe can lamb and you still got some time to get her back in condition if you're on fall breeding program lambing in the spring sometime. So there's some forgiveness there, and it's also, so you need to be watching.
Yep, and the response, just a little bit of grain goes a long way, especially ewe lambs in your.
Those are multiple ovulations, so it's even, you see a nicer kick there, more response, economic response.
Yeah, I would say when the boys, if they don't want to keep pursuing with these cessations, we would probably more than likely add in some hairs like what Mark has there. He was had those before, and that was good. Or even something maybe with some real high quality there. I mean, one or the other. This medium wool doesn't pay for the shearing. You got to do something with it. Stace has sold a couple of fleeces to, or gave them away to a neighbor. And she brought it into the store, right? We shared some of the neighbor's sheep, and those were Columbia. So we had a couple of those fleeces, and then we gave her a couple of these fleeces because she wanted to try it. Laura, and she brought them into the store to show you, right? And it was quite a bit of difference relative to the soft, this is a little wiry and harsher, but she didn't mind it.
No, she didn't, but it's just different.
Not as soft.
Yeah. There's a place by York
She makes
Yeah.
that,
garments that are wool out of the wool
mhm.
in, weave, clean and weave.
Yeah, and she brought it somewhere by York, and there's a little
Yeah.
mill, family mill, and then they,
Syndrome.
and then she washed it and spun it, or,
Yeah. I think it's kind of its own little cottage.
so, and we wanted her to come here today, but she couldn't, but just,
Speaking of that, they have a wool fiber, when is that? April some, right,
oh, that's right.
in April. So if you're interested in it, they
Well,
have
here it
that.
Oh, really? It was cool, and she had 2 schools. She showed me the difference. I don't think they
I don't-
did it this past year.
I don't
It's
think
still
so.
at the state fair.
Yeah. They used to.
Yeah.
Denver Stock Show has a big, so.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's something to see too.
They have a wool judging contest as well, like college.
Yeah, it is.
But look at it going right for head on shearing nowadays. I used to shear years ago. I used to-
Well, yeah, I know, do you have somebody commercial coming in to do your siding?
I pay $6.
And that's a.
Double for a ram, yeah. That's
$6 a head, for about 100 head.
You're closer to South Dakota.
Yeah, she's right on the border.
Yeah.
Who does share it?
Yeah, I think there's some people, Mark, what do you think you can share?
And he didn't.
Yeah.
That's what he does. So, Mark does it.
What's that?
He's $6 or $7 head, that's not.
We gotta start paying for the bags.
Don't you think values would be close in this too?
Yeah, now that's a challenge, yeah.
But you also go up $1 a year, and now you're starting to. go up $1, now you're starting charging for the bag as well.
He's gonna talk.
Maybe you'll just have to share it once every 2 years. Switch breeds, that's probably, either you get a breed that the wool has more value, or
Missy.
you don't have to get a breed with no wool.
Missy.
Or you just share these yourself.
Missy.
Let me tell you that
I was
would-
typing. I was gonna have them type it. I don't know if I can see the type.
Something
Try.
You're well worth your money.
Yeah.
So if one of the, if I'm thinking about doing, getting these, why would I?
This is bring your walk.
Yes.
Well, I mean, good wool is what.
Yeah.
There's some value in both.
You
might get $2.
Right.
You're gonna have to raise the right rate.
Yeah.
So then you're talking $15 to $20 a
As far
head.
as labor, as an addition to what we, on the cattle side, labor wise, probably lean more towards that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, and there's quite a few of those spots in this area, substantial numbers, just so they don't have to mess with shearing. Plus, they're more resistant to parasites, and they're just a lot less maintenance type breed. And the market has been really good for them in specific ethnic markets. I mean, it opens up a pretty good window for you, whether you're going to sell them at 60 pounds or, you know, taking the heavier rates.
Those real high quality places on high quality, high productive wool sheep get up to $30 and pay him $6. That's profit. But they're really, I'm impressed with how much they're doing on fineness of wool now, the genetics that they're selecting and developing breeding values, fineness of wool.
So is that what you're raising for wool?
Pardon?
Are you raising more for wool or?
Well, there's some breeds that'll do well in both. You know, some of the good Western ewes will have high quality fleeces, and yet, especially if you breed them to a black-faced lamb, you can get excellent feeding lambs out of them that'll perform very well on the rail and the feedlot. You can do both.
So Jim,
Pretty low input animals.
Jim,
Open range type scenarios,
Right.
out west. I know there's, stuff like hay spring, 1,500 head.
Used to.
yeah.
So,
Jim Jenkins has merinos at Callaway. And he's got about, what, 1,100, I think, somewhere in there, 1,000.
But a lot of times those herds also have, or flocks also have full-time shepherds, they hire them out of Peru.
Yep.
They split with the beef
Yep.
and the trailer and everything. So the management practices involved there quite a bit different.
It's more extensive. Yeah. More extensive, and Jim, yeah, has an H2A person out of Ecuador, I think is where they're from. So, and that, you know, if you're going big like that, you got to have somebody that's going to watch it more than if you're smaller.
Well, I'm not.
That's the outfit I grew up in. Final.
Oh, there's 3 little darlings. They're just. I think they were born in May of last year. Yeah.
Like, just south of Maxwell, Steve Vaughn, it's probably now 800 or 900 there, just in the hills. And that's all he runs is little sheep there. So, I mean, it's just where you carve out of where what works best for you and what that, where the market looks.
There's a lot of options, put it that way, a lot of options.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of that because like you're reading the low quality that's low and medium quality wool. You take a high end wool, that's fine.
Some of the place for a lot of different breeds and a lot of different situations. But the older data, the higher performance sheep, the higher rate of gain, high carcass quality, larger rib eyes, your black face sheep. And really into high performance. I don't think they do much on cost reduction of sheep. Very high performance. My place will be hard to beat. I don't know if targets fit anymore into that. Or, drop it out of it. So there's a place for them in those western branches, these western big flocks. So somebody's got to produce and you can produce. That's not gonna work.
Yeah,
Full still, just kind of bonus payment for both of their.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Frustrating.
All right. Sorry, guys. Okay. Prevention of ketosis or pregnancy toxemia is pretty simple by maintaining an adequate body condition score, but also sorting ewes and does based on how many lambs or kids they're producing. And so you can do that by ultrasounding these ewes. Typically it's done around 45 days. That's the best. 45 to 60 days is really the best time to ultrasound because that they can really get in there and see how many they have. When you get any larger than that, it gets very difficult to detect one from the other. They get a lot larger and that ultrasound can't pick up differences quite as well once you get past a certain size of fetus. And so mainly what you want to do is sort ewes based on fetal numbers. So sort your singles versus your twins versus your triplets. And you need to increase your nutritional plane based on how many fetuses they have. So as you can imagine, if you have a twin or a twin carrying ewe, she's going to require more nutrition during late gestation primarily in order to support those fetuses. And then again, nutritional management, the targeting of body condition score when they're open around 2, when they're breeding in early gestation, early lactation, 2.5 to 3, and in late gestation prior to lambing, they need to be around 3.5 to 4. So again, y'all, we've talked about body condition score, so I won't spend a whole lot of time here. Here's another example of that and how to look at those differences. Just to remember, you need to stay in that range. You don't want to be on either extreme, or that's when you really get into some health concerns. Okay, the next 3 concerns we'll talk about are all diseases that ultimately cause abortions in sheep and goats. And they can be pretty common or they can be pretty rare depending on where you are and what type of operation you're using. If you're bringing in a lot of ewes or if you're intermingling different sets of ewes or does, those rates are going to skyrocket in your herd, especially if you have a naive herd. The first one that I'm going to talk about is chlamydiosis or chlamydia. It's also commonly known as enzymatic abortion in ewes, EAE. It's a highly infectious abortion disease that has about a 30% infection rate among unexposed herds that have never been exposed to chlamydia. But once they are exposed, they have that natural immunity and that infection rate goes down quite substantially. It's caused by ingestion of a gram-negative bacteria, and that ultimately is carried in bird droppings and excreted in infected tissue. So once a ewe is infected, she then can excrete that, and it's transmittable up to 3 weeks. It's mainly ingested through that ewe or doe either smelling or licking or ingesting some part of the placenta or membranes that come out after abortion. That's how it can be so infectious if you don't catch it in time and not able to isolate and remove that material from the pen. What to look for chlamydia? Unfortunately, there are not a lot of signs and symptoms to look for in chlamydia. It has an extremely long incubation time. It can actually incubate in the animal for 60 to 90 days, which means that 60 to 90 days you could have an abortion and that animal could have been exposed 3 months prior and you just didn't know it. And so unfortunately, there's not a lot you can do other than work on trying to manage it and prevent it from occurring within your herd. You can do that by a number of different ways. The number one thing that I would say is to control bird populations in your area, which can be very difficult, but also talk to your neighbors, see if they've had any cases, if they also raise livestock. Just be communicating with your community to see what's going on and also just try and keep that bird control down. A lot of feeders, at least in where I'm from, like to use a medicated feed or a mineral that has some sort of tetracycline in it. And that's going to help reduce the level of infection if you have it in your herd. It's not really going to prevent it from occurring, but it can hopefully prevent or help prevent excess spread after that ewe or doe aborts. But I will tell you that this does now require a VFD. And so you will have to do this. If you want to do this, it will be done only through a veterinarian prescribed feed or mineral. The ultimate thing you want to do with any abortion disease is interrupt the cycle. And by doing that, you can isolate those aborting females. By doing that, you're isolating those membranes and that fetus
and you're not exposing anybody else to it. So you're reducing the infection rate when you isolate all of that and disposing of placental membranes and fetuses. Toxoplasmosis is the second abortion disease. One thing I did want to mention on chlamydia, and I'll also mention on Vibrio, is that there are vaccines approved in the US for chlamydia and Vibrio, and they're typically given on a yearly basis prior to breeding. I did write a NEB guide on vaccines for sheep and goats that's hopefully going to be out within the next couple of months. I'd be happy to send that to you once we get that out, but it'll also be on the website. Vaccines are always good to use, but make sure that you're communicating with your local vet and getting the right dosages and the right types of vaccines, because they're going to vary not only by species, but also by location and where you're at. Okay, toxoplasmosis. This is a highly sporadic and highly infectious concern that you need to be aware of. It is zoonotic, so it can be transmittable to humans. So particularly if you're a pregnant female working around sheep, particularly pregnant sheep, you need to be aware of these abortion diseases because they can ultimately impact you as well. Ultimately, this disease targets and attacks placental transport. So it actually reduces and impacts nutrient transfer from the maternal side to the fetus side, which ultimately hurts that fetus and is unable to survive in those low nutrient environments. So its causes are typically done through ingestion of coccidial organisms that are typically carried by cats. And so if you have a lot of barn cats, they're great for rodent control, but keep them away from the feed, is what I will say. What to look for? Luckily, this one is pretty obvious after abortion. So if you or a doe ingest these coccidial organisms before 60 days of age, you're not likely to see an abortion because that fetus is likely just small enough to be reabsorbed, and you're not going to actually see an abortion a lot of times if it's early in gestation. If you're mid to late gestation, you're going to have likely some abortion of placenta, fetus, and membranes. It will typically look like the top right picture. I'm sorry, I know we just ate, but this one's really good because you can actually tell from the placenta what kind of disease that you have typically. And so this one will actually present with white granules on the placentum. So the placentomes are the circular structures that actually facilitate nutrient transport in sheep and in cattle or ruminant. And so ultimately you're either going to have stillborn offspring or mummified fetuses, or they can have encephalitis symptoms, so swelling of the brain and head will likely occur, and ultimately not surviving through the late gestation. Prevention, there's no treatment options, but the main thing here is just controlling cat populations and making sure you're covering all your hay and feed, and particularly feed and clean bunks. I know I've visited many ranches that feed in bunks, but they don't necessarily keep them clean on a daily basis, and those cats can come in and defecate and ultimately transmit that disease that way. And this is also another one where it was suggested to us to go ahead and feed tetracyclines during late gestation. But again, you're going to have a vet approval for that. The last abortion disease that we'll talk about is Vibrio. It's a highly infectious one. It affects 40 to 60% of the herd or flock at one time, especially in a naive or unexposed flock. And the reason it's so infectious is because there's a number of carriers. It can be brought in by new females in a production system. First-time lambers are the most common to carry Vibrio. It can also be carried by older immune ewes that ultimately just are carrying that disease and then later on affecting younger lambers. And then guard dogs can also transmit this disease by ingesting placental membranes that are expelled at parturition. And then ultimately this is also transmitted by ingestion. And so what to look for? Again, with these abortion diseases, there's little to no concerns prior to abortion, but they will cause late-term abortions or weak lambs approximately 14 days following exposure. And then lambs typically won't survive because they'll succumb to secondary illnesses because they're so weak and have low vigor at birth that they don't get up and get that necessary colostrum that they need to survive. Some signs can include persistent vaginal discharge. It will be foul smelling and brown, but that's kind of the most common things to look for when we're talking about Vibrio. Ultimately, you want to clean and disinfect facilities for all abortion diseases. If you have even just one, it's important to just isolate, clean the entire area, disinfect, making sure that you're lowering your chances of spreading that throughout your flock. Isolate aborting females 7 to 10 days, dispose of all fetal and placental membranes. And again, we can use this tetracycline as a feed or as an injection. The injection typically will occur 2 to 4 weeks prior to breeding and then on a yearly basis. But again, work with your veterinarian on these. These are just suggestions that our family has taken in and used and been pretty successful in controlling these diseases in late gestation ewes. And then I just wanted to put this in here because I think it's important to know what you're dealing with. A lot of times with abortion diseases, it's very difficult unless you've seen a lot of them to tell what you actually have. And so luckily we have many facilities in Nebraska and across the country that can actually test those membranes and ultimately tell you the cause of the abortion that's occurring. So ultimately, if you are not sure and want to know and make sure that you are doing the necessary things to avoid this in the future, you can retain at least partial of those expelled tissues and collect blood samples on your ewes. And then send that off for diagnostic testing, and your vet or the diagnostic lab can help you mitigate and control these for future reference. Okay, we'll move on to one that's probably less common, but we do see it at times. This is a disease that leads to white muscle disease in offspring, but vitamin E and selenium are important vitamins and minerals for the ewe or doe in late gestation. It's typically caused by a nutritional imbalance. So they have selenium, if you're grazing on selenium deficient pastures or you're feeding a high percentage of alfalfa hay, you can sometimes see this. And ultimately what to look for, it's a little bit more obvious. So if you can see from this picture, this ewe is extremely down on her pasterns, which suggests to me that she likely has a selenium deficiency. Before performing any diagnostics, that would be my #1 guess. It will typically occur during late gestation where a lot of those nutrients are being shuttled to the fetus. Ultimately, this will cause weak newborns or stillborn births that will ultimately succumb to secondary illnesses or starvation. Prevention and treatment options are potentially looking into supplementing with vitamin E or selenium during late gestation. But I do want to preface here that this does need to be done under vet supervision because selenium and vitamin E are very tricky to supplement with. They can be toxic at high levels, but for us, we use an injection 1 to 4 weeks prior to lambing and at birth. If we know that we are grazing on selenium deficient pastures by doing, let's say, sorghum test or soil testing, or we also will feed grain sorghum or wheat during pregnancy to help prevent low sodium or low selenium. And then early diagnosis is really important and it's typically treatable. BOSI is the selenium supplement typically used in sheep and goats. It shouldn't be confused with MUSI, which is the cattle form of that. MUSI is a extremely high concentration. And it's I would caution you to using MUSI and probably stick just to BOSI if your vet can get that for you. Because it is toxic at high concentrations, especially if you don't have a selenium issue. So make sure that you're treating for the right things at the right time. Okay, we'll move on to some concerns during parturition. Dystocia. I think most everyone in this room has likely heard of dystocia and maybe you've had to deal with it. Mainly it's caused by an abnormal position of the fetus at birth. You can be called breech, where that animal is actually backwards and coming hind legs first. Fetal size can also play a role, and then ultimately lack of cervical dilation, which we'll talk about, is called a ring womb. What to look for? Extended labor. So is that animal straining for a long period of time and not really making any progress? Do you have an over an hour straining time without any protrusion of membranes or legs or anything? Likely after parturition, these animals will typically be yellow stained. It's meconium staining is what they call it. And ultimately that it's just getting stained as it's being pressurized through that cervical pathway. And sometimes you can also see a swollen head. For instance, if they can get their front legs and their head out, but their body cavity is just too large to fit through that cervix or pelvic window, that head will start to swell because it's just maintaining a lot of blood in that area. And so you have a couple of different options. You can ultimately do it manually or surgically. Manually, you're going to probably be using some sort of lamb puller. They sell these at feed stores. Your vet would likely have one as well. And that ultimately just wraps around the front leg and the head of the animal and helps you give you some sort of assistance to go ahead and pull that animal. Or you can do a C-section at all costs. Very similar to dystocia is ring wound, which is ultimately the lack of dilation of the birth canal. It's slightly different from dystocia because in dystocia, you are likely having that cervix dilate. It's just not quite big enough. In this case, you can have complete or true, which is very rare. That means the cervix doesn't dilate at all. It's non-treatable, and sort of C-section must be done. Or you can have a partial or false ringworm case, which ultimately you can use various different ways to assist in dilation, whether that's manual, providing pressure on the cervix, helping that ewe or doe expand that pelvic area, or it can be done through medication. Usually supplementation of oxytocin will help the contraction of that birth canal and open up. Some of the causes, this is not proved. A lot of people believe it is heritable. It does tend to happen we've seen it in our own herd, where the same ewe will be affected each time. Likely it's probably more due to body condition and what that body condition is at the time of lambing, which can have significant impacts on dystocia and the causes of ring wounds. Lack of reproductive maturity. So this is going to be more common in your ewe lambs that just weren't quite ready to be bred, but they got bred and now they're trying to lamb. It's just a little bit more difficult than it should be. Retained placenta is basically, so after the fetus is expelled, the placenta usually will come after the fetus. And so that retained placenta is ultimately the failure to expel the rest of those placental membranes, which as you can imagine can cause significant infections. Typically, it should expel 12 to 18 hours after parturition by that time. If not, it can cause significant infection. It affects about 5 to 15% of your herd or flock, depending on your nutritional status and depending on what other health concerns that you have going on. Premature parturition can also cause this, so any abortions, if that animal is not necessarily ready to give birth to that lamb or kid, and there's not that natural immunity or natural instinct to go ahead and lamb and kid, that can sometimes cause a retained placenta. And then lack of removal following C-section. Ultimately, this isn't ideal, but it does happen. And then nutritional deficits that ultimately impact hormonal balance that will lead to lack of expelling that placenta. What to look for? So it's typical infection symptoms: fever, loss of appetite, and dull appearance. They'll also tend to have a dark or brown tinged fluid for a long period of time after birth. And some treatment options are, for one, do not try and manually remove the placenta. So ultimately, in sheep and goats and ruminant livestock, they are actually attached to the uterine wall. The placenta is attached to the uterine wall. And if you go to try and remove that manually, you can ultimately end up ripping the uterus, which would be a whole other big disaster that you want to avoid. But you can also utilize medications just like to induce contractions. Typically that's going to be in the form of prostaglandin or oxytocin. And then you utilize antibiotics to treat an infection. Rectal or vaginal prolapse is a pretty common one in sheep and goats, especially if you're raising 4-H projects where they dock those tails really short on lambs. Protrusion of the vagina or rectum from the body. Many causes can be from dystocia, increased body condition score, nutrition deficits, respiratory illness. If that animal is coughing a lot, it can lead to vaginal or rectal prolapse. And then tail length is too short. Prevention is mainly to target an appropriate body condition score and to treat respiratory illnesses early, as those are the main two causes. Some of the treatment options are mainly going to be involving cleaning and checking the area for damage, lubricating the tissue to ultimately return it into the sides of the body cavity. In severe cases, sugar has been known to be useful in this situation. It actually helps that tissue dilate and go back into the body cavity a little bit easier. In minimal or mild cases, it's not usually necessary. And ultimately, you want to provide support for retainment, whether you have a veterinarian come suture that prolapse back inside the body cavity, or you use a retainer or a T-piece, which you can also find at a local feed store, or a harness as well. And then ultimately, after this occurs, you want to treat with a broad spectrum antibiotic, because anytime something from supposed to be inside the body cavity comes out, there's a huge chance for an infection to occur. So you just want to be proactive about using antibiotics in this type of situation. Okay, concerns after parturition. Mainly the number one concerns are going to be involving lactation. One of those is going to be mastitis or blue bag or hard bag. This is inflammation ultimately of the mammary gland that leads to an infection within the udder. It's mainly caused by bacterial or viral infections, and it can also be caused by udder injury or teeth damage. What to look for? A lot of times it gets its term blue bag from udder discoloration, so ultimately it will turn blue or a purplish color due to inflammation or damage. You'll also see swelling or inflammation in the form of redness. They'll be super red and irritable, so they won't really like you touching the area. Hot to the touch. Scar tissue development is usually occurs as well, which ultimately hinders that production, that longevity within the herd. Because once you have scar tissue development, it's very hard for that animal to recover fully from mastitis and be able to produce a second lactation after that. And then ultimately you can also have unequal teat size, mainly because that one side or the other has been affected, and it's ultimately producing an infection and also that scar tissue development that's going to change the teat size. Prevention is ultimately to keep your facilities clean, particularly your facilities where you're lambing or kitting out. Examine udder and teat health prior to breeding and at weaning and cull appropriately. And then keep lamb health in mind. So lambs can actually cause mastitis or cause these infections to happen. If a lamb has pneumonia, it can cause viral mastitis, or if that animal can cause damage to that teat or udder by infecting it with sore mouth or coccidiosis, and ultimately making sure that we're weaning at an appropriate time, and that way we're not causing undue damage to those udders and teats. Treatment options are, again, utilizing systemic antibiotics. They also make an antibiotic that you can go directly into the udder with, which has been shown to be highly effective. But again, working with the veterinarian is definitely advised. Milk fever is more commonly found in goats, dairy goats predominantly, and ultimately it's low blood calcium. It can affect about 5% of the herd or flock. Typically, it's going to be stress-induced when you have a period of lactation where there is a peak lactation period and you have an increase in calcium demand. Ultimately, that doe's body is just going to try and find any source of calcium it can, and ultimately it does so by reducing blood calcium levels, which can then lead to that low blood calcium. And then diet can also be a cause. If you are feeding an increase in oxalate-containing plants like turnips or cereal grains. And then pretty rare, but parathyroid or thyroid disorders can also lead to low blood calcium. What to look for? So in milk fever, it's typically going to be involving the limbs in terms of seeing muscle tremors, a stilted gait, unable to really walk or move around very well, hyperexcitability of the muscles within the legs and hind limbs. Down females that have stiff legs extended backwards is typically the telltale sign of a severe milk fever case. And ultimately, you can treat by increasing calcium within that animal. Typically, that's done by an IV dosage of calcium or a gluconate, which is also typically done in connection with the veterinarian. On the lamb side of things, or the lamb and kid side of things, We'll have to worry about navel and joint ill, this is a bacterial infection that really affects the umbilical region of that animal. It can then cause fast-acting pneumonia as well as kidney and liver abscesses if not treated appropriately. Some causes, untreated navel, or if you're not being very sterile when you're castrating or docking these animals, and the lack of colostrum, so that lack of natural immunity to the animal at a young age can severely cause a number of different health concerns, including navel or joint ill. What to look for? Typically, the area is going to be swollen and inflamed, whether it's within the joint or within that navel area, or docking or castration sites. They'll be unable to walk if it affects the joints, and then you'll have typical signs of pain such as grinding teeth, walking in circles, and then some symptoms of pneumonia can also occur and be something to look into when you're dealing with navel and joint ill. Prevention, the number one prevention of pretty much the majority of concerns that affects lambs and kids is going to be making sure that those animals are getting colostrum. And I like to honestly keep powdered or colostrum that we collect from other ewes on hand just in case. If that animal is unable to get up and eat colostrum for itself, we go ahead and supplement that in other ways. That's just the number one thing that you can do to ultimately improve health in those newborns. You also want to trim the navel approximately 1 to 2 inches from the body. That prevents it from dragging the ground and picking up any excess bacterial and causing infections. When you're banding or docking, a lot of times we like to use lustrator bands. As long as you're cauterizing and making sure that area is clean and good, typically you're going to avoid these types of issues. Disinfecting tools between uses and medicating areas with iodine or a liquid bandage of some kind. And then overall, I'll just kind of wrap up with some tips to avoid health concerns in your flock. And number one, that's just knowing your animals. And knowing what's normal for them and what's abnormal for them can be really beneficial for you in trying to manage health. Cleaning facilities regularly can really diminish bacterial loads within your facilities and prevent infections from occurring. Appropriate nutritional planning is always an important parameter, not only for the lamb or the kid, but also when preparing those ewes and does for that stage of production. Maintaining vaccination programs where they're appropriate, and then avoid stressful events during pregnancy and treat early before the situation becomes severe. And finally, utilize your resources. Here's a lambing and kidding toolbox that we always have on hand. There's a number of them out there. These are some of just the basic things that I would consider having in my barn or somewhere close that I can get hands on access to. And then finally, utilizing your resources mainly starts with developing and maintaining a relationship with a local vet and identifying local large animal vets. And I know that we talked about this earlier, it can be challenging to do, but I think just being willing to work with someone is the number one key to developing that relationship. And then finally, utilize experts within the field. There's experienced producers across the country that are willing to help you and promote sheep and goat production. And then we also have some excellent extension educators and specialists that can play a significant role in helping you make connections, but also help making some decisions within your herd or flock that revolves around health. And then finally, some of the resources I typically will reference are listed here. You're free to utilize those websites. We're really working on providing some additional information from the University of Nebraska Extension. And so I hope within the next few months, we'll be getting out some more NEB guides for you that are Nebraska specific. And then finally, take any questions, and I know I went over, so I'll be happy to stick around and answer any questions you might have. Feel free to write down my cell phone number and my email. I'm pretty available. I am a grad student, but I love the sheep and goat industry, and I'm here to help. And so if you have any questions or concerns, just let me know.
So while you're answering questions, I'm going to get the next speaker's thing up. So go ahead.
Does anybody here in house have any questions for Rachel?
Stop sharing.
Maybe we just talk about and the steps in that.
Actually, they might either one of you. there's some online that are popping up, so either one of you.
Yeah, so everybody hear me? Our BFD law did go into effect 2017. Most of you are probably aware of that. And you're right, the old recommendation used to be for any really type of abortion, the first thing we do would be to throw tetracycline at it. With those changes in how we source and prescribe those drugs, now we do have to have some specific diagnostic criteria that we meet before we can dispense or prescribe those drugs. So just keep that in mind that if you do go into your veterinarian and you want to feed a tetracycline program, we can do it, but we may have to diagnose that there's actually a problem in your herd before we can do that legally. The one thing I will note is that toxoplasmosis is off the list as far as the tetracycline option. It's really not effective for that, but it's in that bucket of abortion causes that we used to just kind of blanket with tetracycline. But it is doable, but it is something you'd have to have a conversation with your veterinarian if that's something you need, and make sure we kind of check all those boxes and make those decisions. You know, once we have a documented issue in a herd, then it's kind of up to the veterinarian how they want to maintain that documentation, and potentially not necessarily redo that every year if we know you have an ongoing issue. But there is some legal hoops we have to jump through for those.
We actually have a couple online. If you want to stay up there, because you may field with these too.
That's why we have a vet here.
Yeah. So Tilly online asked, what does it mean when the ewe is eating her placenta and why? Either one, go for it.
To me, and what I've heard is it's just.
Oh, sorry, so she can hear online. These guys can hear you.
Yeah, so the question was, what does it mean when a ewe is eating her placenta? And typically that's just the natural instinct for that animal to do. It is very nutritious. I have heard that. And it can provide a boost of energy for that ewe to start that lactation period. But I don't know that it's necessarily crucial to production, but you can touch on that.
So yeah, Rachel covered it very well. The short answer is it doesn't mean anything. It's a prey species instinct. If you watch, if you watch wild ungulates, most of them will consume their placenta. They're trying to clean up the area and get rid of any evidence of a newborn to defend against predators.
Perfect. The second question is, what is the average cost of a C-section procedure? That's probably you, Becky.
So you're gonna have to give your veterinarian a call. That's gonna vary very widely based on where you're at and what their clinic capabilities are and how they set their pricing structure. We're all independent businesses, so we're free to set our pricing structure however we deem fit and based on what our particular overhead, maybe what our employment costs are, our technician costs, things like that, drug costs that change over time and over region potentially. So sorry, that's kind of a cop out, but that'd be a great question for your own veterinarian.
That's perfect. So, thank you, Rachel. Thank you for Becky for getting back up there. Use the restroom, get a drink, whatever you need to do, we'll get set up for the next one and start rolling again. I can see it on my
So
phone.
it is now
Recording. I was like, oh.
It is now. It is now.
We only missed talk so
So-
much. Oh, I said get a drink if they need to. We won't, it'll be very quick. It'll be very quick. I don't think many people left, actually.
So our next speaker, while people are getting a drink real fast.
It's Mark Hogendorn. Mark, I said the last name right, correct?
Yep.
Perfect. He is the sheep operations manager. Sorry, I should be on here. He's the sheep operations manager out at Mark Research Center. If you're not familiar, it's meat and animal research out in Clay Center. And he's also a producer with his brother and father, or just brother? Just brother. So he's well versed in all areas, but he's going to come up and talk about accelerated lambing.
And one thing we want to say is Mark is a resource for us that we probably haven't used much.
but I hope we use them more because they do have some sheep background there that we don't have in this state. So it's really nice to have him on. Art? Right here, this one, there's your, that's your forward. I think I got it set. Yeah. Well, it's serious. I think we got most of them back. Mark, let's start.
All right, I'm not exactly a professional speaker by any means. Can everybody hear me? The mic's working. Perfect, sounds good. Well, my name is Mark Hoodorn. I'll tell you a little bit about me, I guess, if I can get this technology to work. Apparently, I'm not technologically savvy enough.
You're right. You're right. It's not. Turn it off.
Okay.
It might have to do with. I've never had this not work, but it's the first time for everything.
Okay, well, we're just going to do this manually and save us the hassle, maybe. So a little about me, current manager at Clay Center at the U.S. Meat Animal Research Center. We've got about 2,500 breeding ewes there currently. We run 5 different breeds. We've got purebred Romanovs, Suffolk, Polypay, Katahdin, and then the composite 4, which is known, previously known as the Easy Care sheep. I also have a 220 head ewe flock in northwest Iowa. I guess I manage that one from about 5 hours away, and my brother does all the work. He's at home slaving away today, telling me how great it was with frozen waters and all that fun stuff. I'm currently a part-time sheep shearer, traveled the world, seen some really extensive production systems and some really intensive production systems. Being from Northwest Iowa, I've been a member and a current member of the Pipestone Lamb and Wool program. So the quick gist of that is there's about 100 members, and we share management information. We share vet recommendations with each other. We still have to go to our own vet and make sure to work on our farm. That's been a really good resource for the industry in that area. The Nebraska Goat and Sheep group would be very similar to that. So hopefully we can keep our information sharing, management tools, tricks of the trade to share with each other to be more successful. One thing I'll say, I'm not a vet. So if I mention something about what I do on my farm, take it to your vet, get it cleared. You know, Becky probably loves those phone calls. So talk to her. I guess I got a bachelor's in dairy science. I'm from Iowa State in 2009. Everybody asked me what I learned about dairy and why aren't you in the dairy business? I said I learned enough in college where I knew I didn't want to own a dairy farm, and the sheep business seemed a lot better. All right, so the main purpose of today for me being here, let's talk about accelerated lambing. Can your operation benefit from adding the accelerated lambing system to your current operation? I'm assuming most of you out here, are you a one time a year lambing or kidding? Can I just see a show of hands just for fun? And how many would be on the accelerated program? Nobody on the accelerated program? Okay. How many of you have looked into it, but haven't jumped in both feet yet? So we got one person. Okay. So I'll be talking mostly in terms of sheep. Your goat production will be very similar. Might need to tweak a few things. I think the gestational length is a few days different. And I personally don't have a lot of hands-on experience in the goats, so don't let me try to pretend like I do. More technical difficulties.
They can't see online, and it has to do with how we have this power speed. It's a PowerPoint issue, right? You can have their pounds presented on a slideshow. There you go. There you go. She did a lot faster. Okay.
All right, technical difficulties taken care of.
Don't ever do Zoom.
He says Zoom is great. He wants to do more Zoom, I believe. Is that right, Randy? Oh, no, maybe less Zoom. All right, so we can talk a little bit about pros and cons of the accelerated lambing system. Some of the pros that you're going to, notice really simply are going to be those extra lambs. But one of those problems you might run into is, do you have a market for those lambs at the time of year they're born? To be really simple about it, you go through a little extra work, spend a little extra money, but if you don't have a home for those lambs in the end, is it worth your time? You're going to be able to increase the use of your facilities. Say like out at Kelly's there today, if he were running that accelerated system, I would say he could triple the number of sheep on his farm. Very simply be able to utilize the same buildings, same facilities, same feeding platforms he's currently using. So you get a better return on your investment of the facilities and infrastructure that you've got. And like I said, does it make financial sense? We'll try to cover a little bit of this along the way. Some of the extra things you're going to need that extra time, labor, and you'll have to be able to manage the calendar is one of the crucial parts of the accelerated program. If you let the calendar get out of hand, then you kind of go to a once a year or an all year lambing event, which really to me seems like a big drawback. So the facilities, something you'll need to think about since you're lambing basically 3 distinct groups. You'll have to lamb something when it's cold here in Nebraska, that January, February, maybe even early into December, and then have that later spring group, that April, May timeframe, and then your kind of September, October, fall group. You can kind of shuffle the calendar, but for certain reasons, I don't like lambing June 1st to September 1st. A lot of heat stress, can run into some issues, and also breeding June 1st to maybe August 1st causes some challenges with the rams and possibly on the ewe side. The extra things you'll need extra feed. You're going to try to increase the production of your flock. You're going to need extra feed for that to happen. And then do you just increase the quantity, or are you going to have to increase the quality along the way? My take in on it is you're going to need a little higher quality feed, since those sheep or does are going to be trying to kid or lamb 3 times in 2 years. So like we talked about body condition earlier this morning, it's going to be critical that we don't let that body condition slip below, I'd say, that 2 range. In the ideal system, you're lambing those ewes, does every 8 months. I've been using the accelerated system for almost 10 years. and I'm not anywhere close to every sheep lambing every 8 months. I'd say my commercial flock, I'd be in that 40 to 50% of the ewes are hitting that cycle every 8 months. But very few are doing better than 75%. So like I said earlier, you kind of got your 3 distinct groups. You got a winter group, kind of the cold season lambing. You got that late spring, and you got that fall lambing group. Here's kind of a quick 2-year snapshot. You know, like Kelly Bruns, there we go. Trying to blank on his name. Like Kelly's ewes lambing right now. You know, you got that 35-day lambing period. He used cedars, so his was more like a 2 or 3 day lambing window. So you could wean those lambs around the 15th of March, and you'd be feeding kind of a recovery diet is what I'll call it. And that recovery diet would be low in protein to help stop lactation, but you need to keep your energy level up to maintain body condition on those ewes. For instance, my dry down ration in my ewes in Iowa would be about 3.5 to 4 pounds of poor grass hay. You know, a late mowed brome grass would be pretty good low in protein. And then I'm feeding anywhere between 1/2 pound and 2 pounds of corn, depending on the condition score of the ewe. And the main limiting factor in milk production tends to be protein levels in your feeds. So if you can keep the protein low, you can dry that ewe down so you can rebreed her in about 30 days. So April 7th, we kind of pick as a target day to start that 35-day breeding period again. And then you'll add your gestation time. So you'll be lambing about the 1st of September for 35 days. Then you'll be weaning that group the 15th of November, you know, feeding those ewes that recovery diet and rebreeding again the 6th of December. You'll be lambing in May, kind of weaning in July, rebreeding in August. So it looks pretty simple, but if you're not careful on how many days those ewes are lactating, and then giving yourself 2 weeks to dry those ewes down and 2 to 4 weeks of recovery before pre-breeding, you might be in a little bit of trouble with your body condition on your ewes. And thin ewes tend not to breed back very well, especially in that April and May breeding time. So some key takeaways from the calendar: poor breeding time management leads to year-round lambing. And it's, you know, to me, it's absolutely important to keep the number of days your rams are in with those ewes to a certain number. You know, I use 35 because that kind of gets 2 cycles for each ewe. So they should be 2 heat cycles, and you should get the majority of those bred in that. In my flock in Iowa, we've actually moved down to about a 24-day exposure. We're trying to lessen the amount of labor we're using during lambing time, keeping the windows shorter, and the ewes that don't breed for that group would just fall back into the next group. So if they didn't breed for the January group, they would breed for the April lambing group. So let's see, where are we at? Okay, so yeah, I did cover a little bit about ewes that don't breed, but how many times do we let them go open, and what's that cost to us? So I guess my recommendation in my farm in Iowa follows 1 year. If they don't lamb in 1 year's time in any of those 3 groups, they've got to go down the road. That's the same for ewe lambs, except for ewe lambs, I actually only give 2 chances. So they either lamb in the early group in like the January, February timeframe, or they've got to lamb in the April, May. Because you can still market those 14 to 15-month-old ewe lambs as a fat lamb and not take any discount. So moving those down the road automatically will increase the genetics on your farm about sheep that'll breed easier, especially on their first exposure. Some key requirements, the housing and the feeding. You know, I talked a little about the cold weather, but once you start the accelerated system, you should be able to get 2/3 of your ewes to lamb through a shed at one time. And if you're going to have more ewes available to expose, you might have to decide which sheep you expose. You might sort off the thinner ewes or the younger ewes and roll those back a group. But ideally, you should be able to lamb 2/3 of your ewe flock, especially in the cold weather. that's kind of most people's limiting factor is the cold weather lambing in the accelerated system. You've also got to be able to feed lambs year round if you're going to finish all your lambs. Your January, February lambs, you'll probably have on feed. If you take them to a traditional market weight of 140, you'll probably feed those into that July and August timeframe. Your April lambs and May lambs that are hitting the ground, you'll kind of have those on feed through December, roughly the first of the year. And before you ever get to December, you're lambing that fall group. So you'll have those lambs that'll finish up that are born in September and October. Will probably go to market in that February to the 1st of April timeframe. So you've got to have lamb feeding facilities or a different marketing strategy to move those lambs off the farm before they're in the way of whatever group is going to lamb next. You'll have to maintain at least 2 groups of ewes. Typically, there's a group of ewes that are lactating or breeding, either or. And then you'll have a group of either open ewes or ewes that are in early gestation, mid gestation. And you could typically run those open ewes and the early to mid gestation ewes together. You just have to be able to sort out the ones you want to breed. I try not to have exposed ewes in with ewes that are currently breeding, simply for a feeding space at my farm. Other people can run them together and not have any issues. Just a kind of a recommendation I stumbled across from Michigan State. They say if your ewe flock isn't producing 1.3 lambs per ewe per year, and that's whether it's all your lambs sold or if it's your lambs sold plus you retain ewe lambs, they say that the accelerated system probably isn't for you. Basically, my understanding of that recommendation is the low production levels that you'll continue to see in that out of season breeding, that accelerated system, probably in a typical year wouldn't offset your increased costs. I keep talking about the calendar, keep talking about the management. I guess for me, it's really critical being 5 hours from the farm, knowing that everything is going to be, to the T on the calendar, which keeps the labor source happy, because sometimes he's not very happy when it's 30 below in Northwest Iowa. You can believe that. But I'd say the 3 critical times are that, pre-breeding, breeding time frame. Your weaning time. Weaning time is critical for that ewe, especially the body condition, and so you don't have any mastitis issues. And that late gestation. Those are the 3 crucial times I'm always calling my brother, and he says, yes, I know, I'm feeding them this. They're doing just fine. Leave me alone. Let me do my job. And some people forget about this. Rams, if you're going to be on the accelerated system, you've got to have the ram power, and you need to maintain those in an adequate body condition. My target for my rams is going into breeding at about a 3.5 condition score, and I rarely want to see them below 2.5. I can't remember, somebody said it earlier today that rams can breed a lot of ewes, have a lot of lambs in a year, produce a lot of lambs in a year. Just a random fact, my 3 rams bred 155 ewes last year and produced 334 lambs. So a ram is capable, but it was all about the timing of how many were exposed at the right time. And something else to look at is the libido of the rams you have. If you've got a ram that stands in the corner with his head down for 3 days, he's probably not helping your production levels on your farm. Your higher prolific sheep tend to have a higher libido and do a better job breeding, but every breed, I would say, there are rams on both ends of the spectrum. And just having the rams in healthy, good condition is going to eliminate a lot of problems for you. And here I am talking about the body condition score again. I keep saying it, so I feel like it's really important. So my thought process and what I've seen is the ewes with a body condition score of less than 2 have been lower producing and less apt to rebreed. And they tend to be even have a little less of a drop rate, even if I flush them, increase the energy during breeding compared to the rest of the ewe flock. Just some other thoughts, especially when you're looking at the April and May timeframe breeding. Our teaser ram is going to be important to your flock to help those ewes come into heat. And how do you utilize those teaser rams and do you have a management strategy with those? We use a few teaser rams out at US Mark to induce our estrus in our fall lambing flock. We seem to have relatively decent success with that. I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but call me during business hours and I can look those up. And then we've got the hormone-induced estrus cycle using cedars. I'm not sure if many of you are familiar with them or utilize them. So the cedar was basically what Kelly had shown us there earlier. We utilize those a lot in my flock in Northwest Iowa. So we're inserting that cedar in the ewe, and depending on the year, the time of year, in the spring, like the April, May breeding, we'll use roughly a 7-day time length on the cedar insertion. And then we'll remove that cedar, and that ewe should come into heat 18 to 36 hours later. There is some variation on that. And my recommendation for ram power on that would be 10 ewes per ram, and that would be on the max every 24 hours. A ram can cover about 10 ewes. And if you're going to do some synchronization for this time of year, typically you would use a 12 to 14 day cedar time frame in the ewe. I could explain the hormones, but I don't remember the science behind it. So if we have more time, I know somebody in the back who's a vet who might be able to come up and explain that if somebody needs the scientific version of it. But read the label, talk to somebody who's using the stuff, and it'll do the job for you. We've actually utilized those cedars for our February lambing group in Northwest Iowa this year. We synchronized 85 ewes over 2 days, and we've got about 77 of those ewes to breed, according to the ultrasound. We did re-expose those ewes 17 days later after the cedars were pulled. So they were exposed for 3 days. The rams came out for 14, and they went back in for another 3 days. So we'll have 2 distinct lambing groups, which we can utilize our labor fairly well there. Because when you go to the barn with 65-ish ewes synchronized for a 2-day estrus, they should lamb in a 5 to 6 day window. So if you go to check the sheep, it'll be worth your time those days. So there's lots of ways to utilize cedars and saving labor and timing it. But every operation is a little different how you can utilize those. The other things out there are the light therapy treatment that you could be utilizing right now this time of year to help your out of season breeding. It's pretty simple. It's about an 8 to 12 week, what we call a long daylight. So basically, especially if you're in a confinement system and you can have your ewes locked in the building, people are leaving the lights on for 16 hours a day and then turning them off in the evenings. A lot of people are putting them on timers, taking all the labor out of it. And then once you return those ewes to normal light, 6 to 8 weeks later, they should be coming in heat. And now you're thinking about this, right now they could be in the middle of their lambing season. Even with this ewe lambing, this light treatment will still work. And it's critical to keep the hours long and then go back to your normal daylight, since sheep are day length, short day breeders, not necessarily long day breeders. So that's why we have trouble getting them bred in that April, May, and June timeframe. If you have your rams in the similar area, they'll also show a positive response. I believe the research showed an increase in the scrotal circumference and breeding capacity of those rams. Okay, so now everybody, is it worth your time? So I kind of took my farm flock from Iowa and broke it down, what it cost me, what results I got. And granted, this year was a phenomenal year in the lamb market. So it's going to look way better than a normal year. So don't everybody jump up and down and say, I'm going to start this tomorrow. You'll have to think about it a little harder than that. This was just kind of a fluke the way it worked out this year. So last February, I had 65 ewes lamb that stayed in the flock. I'm sure we culled a few off of that number on the top side. So in April, we put 65 cedars in. They're about $7 a piece roughly. And then I kind of figured what my flushing cost was going to be over maintenance. And you can see those totals there as we kind of go through it. And since I'm fairly critical of what sheep are in which part of my buildings in the farm, I wanted to know, okay, out of those 65, who's going to be lambing this fall? So we ultrasound those all 65 of those ewes. 40 of them turned up red. And my assumption is my feed cost for first and trimester ewes, the bred ewes, should be a maintenance cost for me. There might be a little bit of extra grain fed during that early bred ewe just to help maintain pregnancy. So then we added up our late gestation costs and our lactation costs and our creep feed, and I came up with a little over $4,200 of extra cost over maintenance. And to give you a rough idea, my maintenance cost on those ewes was probably, I think it was about 30 cents a day in feed. And then I would assume I'd be somewhere around 5 to 8 cents in your kind of fixed cost in your utilities. So easy figure, and you can say 40 cents a day is what that ewe was going to cost me, whether she had any lambs in her or whether she didn't. Now the fun part, the lambs sold. So those 40 ewes produced 58 live lambs. I sold a few of those lambs early on in December. 62 pounders brought 385. Right where I'm at, I've got Sioux Falls Regional Livestock in my backyard, about 25, 30 miles down the road. Great market there year round. Not saying I'm promoting them, not promoting them, but like I said, having a market for those lambs is just as big a problem as actually having those lambs hit the ground. I also sold 29 ewe lambs that weighed about 80 pounds the 15th of January. That's a market that I've been working to develop over the last 10 years. I was able to sell those ewe lambs for $350 a head. And then I sold the last few wethers just Wednesday, and the market was actually stronger. I've never seen prices like this in my life, never thought I would. So that's why I say, you know, when you look at the total income and what was returned, realize in a typical year, the return would be about half of that because the lamb price is typically about half of where it currently was. In a normal year, I'd sell those 60 to 70 pound lambs for about $2. So this year, the cost or the purchase or the price that I got paid was about double. So I guess my return on that, you know, a little over $13,000 for those 40 ewes. But don't forget, I didn't take off the maintenance cost, the labor, and, you know, the rest of your fixed costs. So that realized price would be less than that. But it gives you guys kind of an idea of how to think about looking at the value of what accelerated can bring to your flock. You know, some of the few little labor saving ideas. This was kind of your 30,000 foot view, but everybody's operation, you know, to be best put, everybody's operation's a little different, and some people's timing would be a little different. So are there any specific questions, any comments, thoughts, ideas? So this, my fall lambing group that would have been born the first week of October, I typically sell those in that 60 to 70 pound range. My January, February, and April, May groups, I'll feed those lambs out to 130 to 145 pounds.
Management for this is pretty much mostly confinement.
So my flock is basically completely confined except for the weeds that grow around the barn, but they only grow for about 3 days and then the sheep go eat them. You can utilize this system with some pasture involved as well. That would be where you'd really pick up your cost savings in that early gestation, maintenance period, even into the very end of your mid-gestation rations. You can do a lot on pasture if the quality is there. Does anybody have any questions about the rations or, you know, something that I might feed along the way? I guess I could describe a little of that if people would think that'd be beneficial.
You create your own ration, you make it up there at the farm?
Yeah, we've got a TMR feed wagon. So all our ewe rations are developed that way. I work with my old college professor out of Iowa State, Dr. Dan Moracle. He's consulting privately these days. So he's been helping me work on my lamb rations. You know, my lamb rations are a complete pellet that we've designed. It's got distillers, wheat midds, corn gluten meal, corn, soy hulls. Did I say distillers? It's a mirage of, myriad of products. And it kind of helps the cost on that not fluctuate very much. Using different protein sources, different sources of energy. It kind of the price moves, but it's a slower move along the way. And the ewe rations are all a hay-based diet. My lactation ration for my ewes, some people think I'm a little bit nuts, but I feed about 4 to 5 pounds of the high quality alfalfa you can find, 2 pounds of shell corn, and then 3.5 pounds of soy hulls. So I'm trying to take my dairy science knowledge, simplify it for the sheep business, and make those ewes milk and raise me 2 60-pound lambs at weaning at 60 days old.
So online, Wendy asked, what breed specifically of sheep are you running and why?
So I'm specifically running polypay ewes in Northwest Iowa. Why am I running those? They kind of fit the system. I guess I always enjoyed the wool breed sheep. Becoming accustomed to the hair sheep and seeing some benefits after working a few years at US Mark. The polypay would be similar, I would say, to the Easy Care Composite 4 type sheep. They're higher prolific sheep. So there's some benefits there. The polypay would be a little larger, mature frame size, so you can have a little different market for the polypay type lambs. Those polypay lambs do well going to that 60, 70 pound ethnic market trade. But with a crossbred, if we use the blackface ram, we're able to get those lambs to the traditional market channels at 140 to 145 pounds. With some of the hair sheep breeds, you might have a challenge to hit the traditional market, but with the prices that you've seen with those 60 to 70 pound lambs, I would say if you're kind of headed towards the hair sheep direction, I would be looking towards that ethnic market, that 60 to 80 pound lamb.
How do you finish the lambs, your traditional lambs?
So the traditional lambs are fed in the dry lot. They're started on a creep feed, 2 weeks old roughly. It's available to them. But with the ewe ration that I'm feeding, milk production is fairly high on those ewes. I don't see much increase in creep intake until I switch to that dry down ration where I take the protein away from those ewes. So those lambs will start on creep, most of them at 35 to 40 days. It'll be available before that. And they'll go straight from their creep ration. The ewes will leave the pen. I'll put in bigger self feeders, and those lambs will just continue on a self-fed diet. The self-fed diet for the lambs would be like a soy hull based pellet, and it'll have distillers, soybean meal, wheat mids, and maybe a little corn gluten meal in it. And then there are vitamins and minerals as well.
Anybody else?
Could you repeat the question for me? I couldn't quite hear you. Sorry. Breeds I see out there. Want to know about the biggest breeds? Okay. All right, the question we had was about some of the biggest sheep breeds out there. I would say some of your purebred Suffolk and Hamp breeds would be your biggest sheep breeds out there. I think the Iowa State big ram contest, typically, those blackface rams are coming in at the 450 range. I haven't kept up with that. As a shearer, I just get really depressed when people say their sheep are over 300 pounds. Do I charge extra for shearing big sheep? Have some big sheep, give me a call. Any other questions?
Thank you so much, Mark. It was wonderful. So while Randy sets up and changes the thing here, and hopefully we do it right all together, right?
Yeah.
Actually, Randy Sainer is going to be up next, and he's going to talk about goat herd management. So for you goat people, it's a little more geared to you. And we'll just roll through, and then we'll probably take a tiny window break after Randy, so you guys can get up and walk around again and all the things. So we'll just keep moving.
I'll share my screen.
think I don't think it's sharing on my thing. So how do I get to that again, everybody? Yeah, would you? You do this. Let me share here. There we go. There we go. I think we're getting there. Okay, then we gotta go here. And there. You got me trained. Okay, and now this will work. I'm learning new things every day about Zoom. Thank God don't have too many years left because I might blow my brain out learning everything. So I'm going to talk a little bit about feeding the dough. And so why do I have a lot of information on goats? It started when I worked in Missouri because we had like the number 1, number 2, and number 3 counties in the whole state of Missouri for goats. And Missouri is like 4th in goat production behind Texas and some other states. Texas is so far ahead of everybody else. It's not even close. But so I learned that, and I'm not sure where I took this picture. This could be a Nebraska picture. This could be a Missouri picture, but you can see there's a lot of goats there. And we're going to talk about the nutritional needs. So by the way, outside by Kelly, as you go out, is a little demonstration on feed cost. And we have a feed cost calculator through the university. If you've got Excel, you can pull it on your Excel sheet and use it. What that does for you is you can look at cost per pound of protein and cost per pound of energy. So if you're short on one of those, you can look what feed is more cost effective for you this year. And if you'll notice, there's some big differences this year because of the price. Now, I will tell you in some of the rations I did here, I probably have corn value too low. But out there, corn was like 4th or 5th as far as value for energy, which normally it's like 1 or 2, just because of the high price of corn. Wheat mids actually came in, it's a protein source, but actually came in better for energy. And then distillers came in second. So there's some other options out there, but you want to be careful when you're using byproduct feeds because there's some potential health risks due to calcium phosphorus ratios and those kind of things. And we'll talk about that as I go along. I have way too many slides. The thing about goats is, so what does your goat like to eat? And I got this from one of our speakers in the past. You know, they like roses, fruit trees, hedges. They like leaves. Why do they like those leaves? They're very high in nutrition. And so they go to those things that other animals won't eat. They like weeds, like Kelly said, he puts his goats out in somebody's weeds. They will eat grass, especially if that's all they have. They'll eat 10 to 20 different plants in a day. And why they do that is to get their minerals, protein, and energy. So when they're out on forage, if it's good quality forage in the spring, they pretty much can just do that without a lot of grain. Now, if you have them inside, that's going to be different. They like diversity in their diets, and generally it's the healthiest and most productive way with the diversity in their diets. But they can also do well on just grass or other rations. But it does make your nutrition program a little more complex because remember, they are going to have a higher requirement for protein and energy than a cow because they can't eat as much. That's the whole thing. They can't eat as much. They're going to be similar to a cow in the different phases of pregnancy, but they're smaller. So they have to have a little better quality in their rumen because they need a higher level of protein because they can't eat enough. That makes sense. This is just the nutrient requirements. I use this a lot. This is out of the Meat Production Handbook. You can get online at Langston University. You can order them. They are great resource if you have goats. That's my resource I go to when people call me, and a little bit online. But that is a great resource. And they also have a beginning, just a small one that's really good for beginners. It's a lot cheaper, but it doesn't have all the information that the hand goat has. This is just the different requirements, and you can see just as we go along, you know, the dry matter,
the TDN. And you can see that it's going to be different depending on if they're pregnant, if they're younger. Those requirements change over time. And if, milk production also will increase requirements of both protein and energy. The productivity, the thing you're going to have to worry about when you're looking at requirements is, where are they at? Are they young? Are they pregnant? Are they just in maintenance? Where's their stage of lactation and the growth or weight gain of the kids? And the higher gain in the kids, the better requirements they're going to require to gain that much. And of course, your type. Are they meat, dairy, fiber goats? I'm going to specifically work on meat goats. I have a little bit of dairy goat slides in here because we do get some dairy goat people in here. And are they full bloods or crossbred? This is the doe requirement by production. If you can look right about kidding is her highest requirements for pounds of TDN. Pounds of TDN just means energy. Okay, just think of your car. You got to have gas to make your car go. That's what TDN is for a goat or a cow. It's the energy that requires to keep that going. Of course, we have to have protein also. This is a little bit of cool and warm season forages. So if you have a nice forage production where you have cool seasons and you can go to warm seasons, you can feed those ewes a lot longer if you have that. And you can see once the cool season is done, it kind of drops off, but the warm season picks up. There's a little bit of area right in here. Some people will plant some forages to try to help there, but in a lot of cases, you're going to, depending on where the goat's at, you may have to supplement right in this area to meet these two curves. These are just some of the grasses: switch, Indian, Sudan sorghum, and then some of the cool season are smooth brome, wheat, rye. Cool season maize, brassicas are all cool season. Of course, these animals have different needs. You can see there's some different condition scores we'll talk about. These guys are nursing. This is maybe a little smaller one. So it just depends on the type. The importance points to remember: the highest nutrient requirement time for does is in really late pregnancy. Why is that? Because that uterus is taking over some of that rumen, and it doesn't give her, she can't eat as much. So the requirements are going to be higher. Plus that kid is growing really fast, and if you got twins or triplets, growing even faster. That's different than a cow with the ewe, because late pregnancy is the highest requirement for a doe. Watch feed intake carefully with pregnant does, because again, like I said, they push that rumen so they can't eat as much. And don't let your does get too fat, because when you do, you're going to have some pregnancy toxemia, things like that are going to occur. Again, weight's important, maturity, sex, all these things affect what you're feeding. The other thing I would say is, what are you doing with them? Are you marketing these? Are you finishing them? Are you breeding them? Are you showing them? We know that showing animals got to have more feed because judges like fat, okay? If you look at a doe that's been shown, she's going to be twice as fat as a normal doe out in grass. And that's the one they're going to pick for champion, just so you know. So if you're doing that kind of system, you're going to have to feed better, because you can't sell does that aren't fat very easily, or for as much money, put it that way. Yes, you can get them too fat, and I don't like the system, but that's the way the system works. So, and then of course, if they're the pet, I do have a few people who have pets. I try to tell them to quit that stuff because it doesn't make any money, it just costs you. But they're still, here's our body condition score, a 2. And that one doe we looked at, I called her a 3. She could have been maybe 2.5, but she was pretty close to a 3. And there's a 4, and I called some of his 4s, and I said that one big doe with maybe a 5. She probably is. I don't have a 5 showing here, but she was pretty good condition. She's also heavy muscled, so I really need to get my hands on him, and I didn't do that. I just looked at him. So I'm a little prejudicial there, right? Because I didn't feel them. You got to feel for condition. But these 2s are, you don't want them in a 2, maybe 2.5 when they're weaned and they're just going to pick back up. Be careful. We like that 3 area. 4 is fine, but keep away from the 5s. So, like I said, we run a body condition score into the winter about 3.5. We want to maintain that body condition score through the winter because it's cold, right? It's taking more energy off her body. Body condition over 4 makes goats prone to pregnancy toxemia, like I said. And when animals are lactating, they may lose body condition scores down to less than a 2. That's okay as long as you can, once you get them weaned, get them on good quality forage so they can gain weight before they kid again. And usually there's enough time for that. Now, if you're doing accelerated kidding like Mark talked, then that's going to be a little different. And I have a producer, I think she's coming today for the panel, but she does accelerated kidding. They don't use any kind of estrogen insert or anything. They just do it, and they get about 70% of their does will breed again for a second. So they kid in November and May. And so they get more than a lot of people would. If you're showing animals, I would not recommend that. Late lactation, they should regain their body condition score. So we want them to gain some of that body score back. Cause of animals too fat or too thin, underfed, 6 weeks causes pregnancy toxemia. I think she already talked about this. The last 6 weeks of the pregnancy, the fetus is pushing its rumen, like I said, and it reduces what the doe can eat. Prevent good, not excessive body condition score. Make sure they have plenty of room to walk. I think getting some exercise will help them also. We want them to have a little exercise. And then feed grain the last 6 weeks of pregnancy. Because why would we do that? Because that kid's growing and we're running out of room. And so we need some higher energy sources. Unless you're kidding on new fresh grass that's growing, then you're probably going to be a little better off. Exercise, like I said, is important. 4 weeks into lactation, you can start to reduce that grain. Do not make sudden grain changes. Remember, these are ruminants. They got to have that microflora changeover from forage to grain digesters or to starch digesters. And so when you change them really hard, it's really hard on their rumen because it causes acidosis. It takes a while for them to get that recovery. A dry doe with sufficient good quality pasture should not require any grain. I had a guy yesterday, I was talking to him on the phone, and I was telling him some of my rations, which will show you. And he was feeding grain all year round. And I said, you know, this is probably not, you probably don't need to do this at certain times. So we'll look at some of those. Smaller does eat less and they have higher requirements because again, they can't eat as much. So they need more higher protein and higher percentage of the TBN. You can see some differences here between these two. This is a pretty small, this is probably a Spanish or Kiko. This is a Boer cross. Those goats cannot be fed the same way or you're going to have trouble. They've got to be fed different. Hay prices are really high right now. You can see in the U.S., Nebraska, they showed us still have, even though we had a drought, we still were like 10% higher. But if you look at the red over there, look west of us. And guess what our prices did on hay this year? They're high because all our hay is going west because those people are short on hay, very short. A lot of them brought cows or the corn stalks just the same. So that kind of shows you the red is where all the drought is, and it's where the low forage production. I was surprised Colorado had an extra gain, but remember most of their hay ground is irrigated. Irrigation during a drought, you can make it work. If you're dry land, it doesn't work that way. This is a drought monitor. Just want to show you this. This is drought. Nebraska, you can see it's been in some drought. This was January 6th. They're even talking of lowering it in the panhandle because they think it's probably worse than what we have on the map, but they haven't decided yet. And the people that do this drought monitor are very picky. They look at a lot of things before they'll lower or increase the changes. And so I've had to argue with them a few times on some drought things, but they do, and this is how you get paid for if you get a drought assistance from USDA, they pay you on this. And you've got to think it'd be a D3 to really get paid, if I'm thinking right. So it's got to be pretty bad before you get paid. This just shows the hay over this year. I pulled this slide off. It's 2021. You can see what's happening on, thank you. You can see what's happening on here. We're going to be one of the lowest times in history for hay reserves.
let's pray for big rains this year because we are down. This is the May one, and this is of course an estimate. This is December, I believe, December, November. This is prices. So what's happened to our prices? Sheep prices are good, right? What's happened to our hay prices? They're up compared to usual. 2021, look how much higher they are. Look what a drought does for our cost. This is alfalfa, this is hay. A little bit more on the animal requirements, just monitor your feed intake, make sure it's right. Don't be misled by percentages. Actually, animals don't eat percent, they eat pounds. And so we'll show you that in a minute. Okay, so here's a diet, this requirement. Maintenance for 110 versus 132 pound doe. So just to show you the difference, this doe here, the 110 is 53.5. So a pound more TDN, right, for that smaller one, and another tenth of protein. And this would be when they're dry, when they don't have a lot of, it's not late pregnancy. So late pregnancy, early lactation, this is maintenance. So if we look here, maintenance, you've got 6.8 and you've got a 52. Look at here at pregnancy of twins. See how much that energy increases and how much the protein increases. And then early lactation. You know, in cows, usually our highest protein is right here. In goats, it's right here, late pregnancy, because of that push on the rumen. Colostrum, that's the first milk, of course. It's within, you need to get it within the first hour after the gut starts closing at 6 hours. It contains fatty immunity, but the big thing is, what I'm trying to say here is better nutrition means better colostrum. In all the studies with both cattle, sheep, goats, better nutrition, or at least adequate nutrition, is going to produce better colostrum. These are bucks, and the reason I put the buck one in here was the only feed that I could make work for these bucks that was low quality was in maintenance. I had to use higher quality feed in all these. And you can see again, 275 versus 110. Again, the energy and the protein are increased for smaller animals. This is Oklahoma State's recommendations. It's 80 to 100 pounds. You can get this on their website. Remember, these are the smaller does, but one thing about it, it gives you kind of a guidance for you. This is the actual NRC requirements, and I put this in. I'm not going to talk a lot about it, but it shows the different weight groups, what they require at different times, and this comes from the small ruminant NRC in 2007. And you can get this offline, and I have the website for them. So dairy, if you're looking at dairy, here's kind of what, this is Langston's work. Maintenance, 55 TDN, 2.2 dry matter, late gestation. So you get by with a 7% prairie hay at maintenance, about a 9% prairie hay here. Gestation, 12% extra orchard grass or extraordinary orchard grass, meaning it's high in protein and high in energy. Okay. And again, the same way with lactation is even higher here. And you're going to probably have to use some alfalfa and maybe some corn here. And again, moderate mid lactation, higher, and then lower at late lactation. And if it's cold, like last week, we're going to be warm again. Again, as it gets colder, your requirements for adding grain for a dairy ration increases. But again, there's a limit of how much you can feed for grain. When feeding a ration, you want to look at protein energy, the total pounds of protein energy required. Like I said, we're going to go on from that one because I talked about that. So I did a lactating meat goat ration. I used 1 pound of corn. I'm sorry, the price is too low. That's old price there. This is a pretty accurate price for alfalfa hay, 240 a ton. It might even be a little high. This is what it required for a lactating doe that was 132 pounds. And if you can see, I used there's a ration analyzer out of Maryland that you can pull down. It's an Excel spreadsheet. You can do rations. You can also do rations for them on sheep. But here's what I'll tell you, be really careful when you change things, because I screwed it all up once. And I had to re-download it, and once I put it in the right spot, it worked fine. So just so you know, so I kind of quit using it for a while because I did that. But in this case, I'm not feeding that animal as much as she wants, but I'm still meeting her requirements. You can see this tells how much over. So I'm under on what I'm feeding her. I'm a little over on TDN, a little over on crude protein. And so the other thing I'll tell you is wastage. So I figured some wastage in here, about 5%. You know, what this is dry matter. Remember, as fed was, doesn't say as fed, but it'll tell you as fed on the sheet when you do it. But as fed is going to, no, this is as fed. It's going to be more. Why? Because feed is not completely dry. It's not 100% dry matter, right? We balance rations on dry matter. There's water in it. So they're going to eat more than what I would predict in dry matter. This automatically adjusts that, and you can see the actual dry matter, but that animal intake was only 3.3 pounds versus 3.85. Okay. This is another ration I looked at, 2 pounds of alfalfa, 2.4 pounds of brome hay. You can see my cost there, and 1/10 of a pound of commercial goat mineral. And it was not cheap goat mineral, but you can see there's my calcium phosphorus ratio. I underfed them a little here. That tells me if I full feed them, I'm going to be fine, right? I'm going to meet their nutrients, but I could underfeed them just a little bit from what they would eat. Lactating meat goat dough ration, a pound of dried distillers worked, and I'm kind of low on that. Funston told me he got some in here at North Platte for $2.40, so I'm probably a little low there. Brome hay, I'm not too far off. It could be a little higher than that, 3 pounds, but this is high quality brome hay too, right? It's 10% protein, and I believe like 58% TDN. Yes.
I noticed you got a very high phosphorus level.
Yeah,
I assume that's from dried distillers.
Yes, it is. It is. But the calcium phosphorus ratio is 2.3, so I should be okay when I figured it. But on some of the rations, it figures calcium phosphorus ratio, some it doesn't, so you got a hand calculator. But you're right, and so you want to be careful about too high a phosphorus. And I've got another ration where I use just limestone. Why didn't I use goat mineral? Because it made the phosphorus way out of whack. So when you're using dry distillers, you need to use either a low phosphorus mineral or ground limestone, because otherwise you're going to have a phosphorus problem. And that is not a good thing to have. You'll have stones. It's more of a problem in bucks than females, but still you can have rickets. There's a lot of things that can affect. So calcium phosphorus, you're right, is close. Most people say if you're 2, you're okay. 1.6 to 2 is what most people say. I'm a little high on that one. And I saw that. Should have went back and changed it, but I didn't do that. So, here's another one with 1 pound of corn and 2.8 pounds of alfalfa hay. You can see the protein was 17%, 58% TDN. So pretty high quality alfalfa hay, like what Kelly was feeding. And then I fed a 1/10 of a pound of commercial mineral. Again, my calcium phosphorus is 1.8 or 1.9, still probably within the need there. Worked out well for this 132 pound dough. Now I can run these rations, but just know you've got wastage out there. So you're going to maybe want to put a little bit more out there than what this says. Okay. And I had some figured in this, but maybe not enough. I think I have 5%. Early gestation diets, 3 pounds of brome hay. There's your TDN and protein, pretty good quality again. And then 2/10 of a pound of commercial goat mineral. And that gave me a 1.7 calcium to phosphorus ratio. Worked out really pretty well for early gestation. This is not late gestation. Okay. There's a buck ration. So I had this meadow hay in there that I tried to put in every ration. It's only 49% TDN, 7.3% protein. It never worked in anything but the buck ration. So poor quality forage is not something to feed to goats. Save it for your cows. Really don't save it for your cows, sell it. That's what I would tell you. Sell it to somebody else, let them have a problem. Get some better quality, because goats require more, but you could feed them to your bucks.
not worked very well. It's got 0 presence.
Yeah, I guess I didn't work very well, 0. That's why I put the 0 there, was trying to make my point that don't feed that. Don't feed that, don't feed it to cows. I mean, you can feed it probably early gestation, but that kind of hay ruins people for kidding. So really think about it when you're feeding that kind of stuff. Sell it, buy better quality. Let somebody else have the problems. And I would say if you're a cow producer, probably would do the same thing. Mature bucks, again, 2.7 alfalfa, 2.1 meadow hay. So I did use it in this one because I have a pretty high protein, high energy ration. It's the only one it worked in. And barely, I just look at my nutrients. I barely mint them with that. So that's why I don't like using that. Here's another ration, 132 pound doe. This was 1.25 of corn and 0.6 pounds per day of grass hay, lactating doe. The thing I have problem with this ration when I looked at it, it looks good on paper, but you're getting pretty high in corn for that doe. I don't like to get over a pound. You can, but you want to be really careful when you do that. This is the meat goat ration analyzer evaluator, and sorry about my thing on the top, but it works really well for if you want a simple thing to look at what you're feeding to make sure that you're feeding it. And there's the website below. You have it on your handout. You can go there and you can get it. Use the same program I used. But just warning, be careful where you put the stuff in at, because you can really affect it and cause it to be a problem when you do rations. Because I had some really weird rations, and it was because I had changed something I shouldn't have. Okay, now quit. Well, it just locked up on me. No. It's locked up. What do I do? Today is the day for that. It's a good thing I don't have one. It's locked up. You just must have the magic touch. Okay. Okay. So this is the other one you can use, and I'm about done. Langston has one, a ration analysis. You got to get on the web. You got to fill all these out. And you can see I did board go across. I just tried to take a picture of this. And then it'll tell you how much TDN you need, how much protein you need. Then you can put those in. It tells you the requirements. Then you can add your feeds, what the doe is in, if she's in late pregnancy or not. I use this. This is for producers. They have a more advanced one. I don't even use that one. I use this one. It's pretty nice. You select your feeds. Here's what I'll tell you. It takes a while, and you need to write things down because it's not very user-friendly. That's why I like the Excel spreadsheet. It's a little easier to use. But I do use this for people that want. There's all your choices for forage. You can adjust them. You can add ones. I still like my analyzer better. There it kind of tells you. So in summary, I'm done. Sorry.
No, you're great.
Okay. Identify your nutritional needs of your goat. Make sure that you remember the changes through the production cycle. So make sure you're adjusting for that. Same way with a ewe, and match your animal requirements to your nutrient value of your feeds. So in some cases, you may not need a very good quality. Other times, you're going to need higher quality. Use your body condition score to fine tune your nutrition program. That's why we do body condition scores of both sheep and goats. It helps you fine tune what's happening. And then always have mineral and fresh water available for them. That way you don't have to worry about things. And make sure that goats usually have a high requirement of copper, but you can usually get by using a sheep mineral with them. Just don't use a goat mineral on sheep.
because you can have copper pollens. There are some of my sources, and you can get online and there's a whole source up for body condition scoring on there. I got the ration calculator, and then there's the dairy thing. You go online and find it for a handout. I don't have the sheep and goat production book on there. Let me know and I can send you where to go there. Okay.
Guys have any questions for
I
Randy?
have, please, out way out back. But the temperature has fluctuated so much. Do you recommend to, like, as you said, increase your feed ration for colder weather? That one day it's 55, then next, 2 days later, it's like below zero.
So if it's variable like that, I would not recommend it. If you have a cold spell, like when we had that bomb cyclone or whatever, that's when you need to get on it because they're going to lose a lot of weight. What's going to happen is they're going to adjust their body a little bit. But if you see their condition score going down, you can add the extra grain. But a lot of times, a few days, they'll kind of adjust. They might eat a little bit more. So you might put a little more hay in there. But you don't really need to add that unless it's,
I get, and that's what I saw, like, the fluctuation in temperature, and then when we had those that we didn't know exactly how many they were carrying, but were carrying multiples, they kind of started to slide downhill, so I didn't know if it'd be better if we, maybe bumped it up, that days that are.
if you start seeing them going down, you need to bump it up. Because you can't wait or you're going to have problems. Because what's happening is they're pulling a lot of body fat off of them fast because they got all those babies. If you start seeing that, you need to up it. That's telling you right there, you're not giving them enough. Because it's either the cold weather or the fluctuation. If their condition score is going down, you need to increase the energy, period. I don't care what temperatures do. Because that's telling me that they're not getting enough. Does that make sense? And you don't want that to happen. So as soon as you see that, you need to up it. And I mean, you need to get it out. We saw that, with some of the bomb cycle stuff that happened a few years ago. We saw that in cows terrible. We had cows that were dying that normally we wouldn't have trouble with. And that was because we didn't get on it like this when it started getting cold. We should have been on it right now and got some energy to it. Energy is what is the fuel. Like I said, energy is the fuel. You also have to have protein, don't get me wrong. But you got to have energy when it's cold because they're taking heat fat off their body. And even if it's not cold all the time, if you see that coming off, that means you got to get more energy. Protein will help intake on poor quality feed, but on a doe in that situation, you shouldn't be feeding poor quality feed. You should be feeding high quality feed the last part of gestation. Otherwise, you're going to have trouble with your kids with a lot of pregnancy toxins. I see, Ivan, you looking, did you have a question?
Just comment on the question. It's okay to agree with Randy all the way. It's colder trims, you can lose body condition. You can increase the energy, but be careful. Won't be lots of common well. Need to go up and down more days.
Yes. Yes. Gradually to get on it and stop.
And question I had was, maybe Rachel can answer. I understand there's graduate students at UNL on the sheep ration program now. It's supposed to be released fairly soon.
Hey, Rachel, do you know, are they working on a ration analyzer for sheep at UNL? Oh, Brian Cox. Yeah. So once he gets it fixed, and I'm going to look at it, once he gets it fixed, then we're going to put it out. He's got a few problems with it yet. Is what he told me, and I haven't seen it.
That's what I know.
Yeah, I don't know. Him and I need to get together. We need to look at it, and some other people on nutrition. He said he's got a few things. Yeah. So I didn't get on that day. I should have, but I had other things going on at his seminar. But he is wanting to use it. So I assume once we get it worked out, I'll probably have him in one of these talks. Maybe we'll put some stuff online also. Smaller does. So if they're 110 versus 132. No. But right. And I had those 2 slides on dairy goats. That is not mine. That's from Langston, the guy that presented for me, and I used them. Yeah, I would get online with Langston and look because they're kind of dairy goat people. I've got those 2 slides. You can look at them. It kind of tells you on dairy goats. They're right there together. Right. Well, it could be dependent. Smaller, have higher requirements. Not a lot, but some. And so you have to have better quality food for smaller than bigger. Nutrition. Because you can't eat as much. Does that make sense? Just a little higher protein, a little higher corn to her, maybe give her, but I wouldn't feed it to everything because they're all going to get fat on it, right? So if you can isolate her, right? If you can isolate her, that will be a way better meat than putting her with the rest, because all you're going to do is get your others fat, and we don't really want them fat. Remember what I said about? Yep, if you can bring them in at feed time and feed them in a place where the others can't get to them, give them a little bit higher quality stuff, that'd be wonderful. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of slides there, and I apologize. I cut some of them out, and I probably should cut more. Good question. Good question. So all extension offices have a hay probe. All extension offices have a hay probe. So you could come into my office, as long as nobody else has it, you can take it. We usually require like a $10 deposit because we have trouble with people bringing it back. When we make them pay, they tend to bring it back better. Take samples. We can get you bags. You can go to Kearney or you can go to McCook. I don't care which lab you use. They're both good. They can give you protein and energy, and then I can help you do rations. But I hate doing rations when somebody says, "Well, I'm feeding brome hay and alfalfa." Well, what quality is it? So I figure the worst quality, so I don't underfeed those does, because I don't want somebody to get in trouble. See what I'm saying? So I use insurance, but if I have the actual figures, I can do a way better job of saving money. Prime example, I had about 10 cows when I was in Missouri. One year I balanced my rations for those cows every time I bought stuff. I probably saved $1,000 on those 10 cows by doing it. It was amazing to me because I thought I was I thought, I can do this in my head. You just don't know what your quality is. And what I did is I just saved because I had better quality than I thought I had. Does that make sense? So when I bought, right. So you're going to lose some, but if you just do it in the fall, when you get your bales in, go take samples of everything you have, around 10 bales, or I say 10% per lot. So like if you have different places you've been putting it on, I would try to get one from each place just because it gives you better answers, and I can do a better job for you. I really dread it when people come in and say, "This is what I'm feeding, give me a ration," because you can really throw things off if you're over or even under, either way. So I can save you money and it's $25 or $17, I think, if you do it might have went up a little bit if you do infrared one, and they're both really good. And yeah. Ward Labs, or I don't know, I think they're called American Labs in McCook. Either one of those will do it, and they do a good job. Both of them are certified, so I don't want to put one over another. So either Kearney or McCook is where they go, and it probably takes 3 or 4 days. What's that? You can send your food samples to Kearney? Oh, don't send them there. No, you can send them to a diagnostic lab or to a vet. They can, okay.
No, you're fine. I'm just
Is there anything else?
What's that last question?
Poop samples.
For what purpose?
No, don't send them to the board lab. They won't like that.
Okay. Yeah, they don't want poop samples. If you're doing poop samples, Ray Kaplan's lab does a really good job, and he'll actually check for resistance, but it costs you. It's not, I think it's more than $25. But the local vet will do it for pretty reasonable too. They'll check it out too. But I like Ray's lab if you want to do that.
You're talking about poop samples for fecal.
For parasite.
Fecal weight counts, not for nutritional.
Right. We don't use poop samples for nutrition. You know, Texas A&M did that. We tried to correlate it in Nebraska. It did not correlate with our forages. So
5 years, it's worthless.
yeah, and that's what we're telling people. Don't use it. And NRCS was pushing it. USDA was pushing it, and it's not working because we got the data to show them it's not working. It doesn't predict protein and energy correctly. So don't use poop samples. You're right.
You're right.
Yeah, no, we've been
5 years. They paid me to do it, so that's all right.
Right. Oh, they told my brother, you're way under feeding. And I said, no, you're not. I would tell you your ration's just fine. But they under predicted everything. They said, your cow should be losing 50 pounds. And this was on a ration. I'm like, no, don't listen to them. So they need to get that off. USDA needs to get rid of that because it's not working.
That was, I only did that with cow.
Okay.
I didn't do it.
Well, I would say sheep and goat would be different, but cow manure definitely is where we got the research. That's where we have the research. We did it at Goodness, no correlation. Don't use it. Okay. Anything else? I need to let Ivan get up here.
Yes, so thank you, Randy. That was a great presentation. While he gets changed around here, next up is going to be Ivan, and he's been with us on the board for a number of years, and he's also been a sheep producer for a number of years. He's a great resource. He's going to talk about sheep nutrition. We'll go through this, and then I promise I'll get you a break. But before he gets up here, I wanted you guys to look in your packet. There is a extension evaluation for this program. And it only takes about a minute or two. It's just some X's and some O's and some check marks and whatnot. But Randy actually needs to use this, and he goes back to see if we made a difference, who we're talking to in our groups. And it's also good for us to kind of gauge whether or not you're enjoying our programming here, and if we're making a difference in sheep and goat producers' lives in Nebraska. So if you could fill that out and then just set it on the back table before you leave, I would really appreciate that. Ivan, I'll let you take it away.
Thank you.
I'll get it out.
Well, it's good to be here and visit with you. And some of you have seen these slides, and I feel like it's probably about time for me to say, me too, and sit down because we've talked a lot about nutrition already. Just a word, I am out at the part of the state that's got that drought monitor bright red on, as well as Melissa and Connie's out there in the drought areas. I personally have a commercial flock of black-faced sheep selected primarily for production of red meat. And sorry wool costs me way more to take it off than I get out of it. But they're good producing sheep. And I live in country where we have some feedstuffs that you don't have, and we don't have some feedstuffs that been talked about here. So part of my comments is that probably to use the look for the products that you have that's the most economical in your area. I'll try to go through these fairly quick because we're running behind time here. And I have been driven over the years with economics and continue to be, and you think that's kind of a goofy statement, that everybody should be thinking of that. But as I look at some of the ration or some of the cost of feedstuffs and stuff going out of Baumgars or Ulrichs or some of those farm supply stores, I wonder sometimes if people are really paying attention to the economics. And the feed costs, the reason we spend so much time in our today is that that's going to be maybe somewhere around at least 50% of your total cost of production. And so we can argue all day about some other things that might cost 75 cents per sheet per ewe or dough. But the bigger the changes you can make in the feed cost will be making. Just a quick comment here. I kind of divide things into energy and protein. And as I think about nutrition and your corn, oats, and barley, my case, beef pulp, molasses, fat are very high in energy, but are usually relatively low in protein. In contrast to your protein supplements, soybean meal being probably the most common, but distillers grains will be at 28% protein, and then other sources of protein supplements there, your commercial protein supplements. Combinations of the protein and energy is pasture, and I consider alfalfa and some of the sweet feeds. And I want to just stop a moment and say pasture, we're not going to talk much about it today. I see there's going to be a new government program that's going to be paying for some cocktail seeding of cocktails per acre. And I think there's a lot of times we've been overlooking that in the past. And probably if we not only all the benefits to the soil, as I understand it, and the benefits and nutrition of the livestock, and then if the government kicks in some money to seed the cocktails, right? But if you assume a pasture situation of $40 per AUM animal unit, and if you use, and you can argue $40 all you want to, I don't care. But if you use that as an example and use 5 to 7 ewes in that animal unit, that daily cost for the feed for that ewe or goat, my calculation is somewhere between 20, 25 cents a head a day. And we'll talk about harvested forages and harvested feeds, but we'll very seldom be able to get as low a cost as what you can get at grazing. And so, right now we have quite a few sheep producers coming out of Wyoming and Colorado that are grazing sheep on corn stalks. And if I had a 12-year-old boy and a 4-year-old border collie, I'd have them out grazing corn stalks right now. It'd be good training for both of them, and keep your cell phone that way. And we'd have some awful cheap grazing, and there's some other aftermaths out there. They bring in herders, of course, with their ewes, and because they're grazing, it's a not harvested feed, and as long as I could do that, that's what I do. I just want to make one comment here. Kelly said he's feeding oats and corn. And I just want to point out that corn's got about 82% TDN or energy. Oats got about 60. That's a little higher in protein, and sheep love it. Of course, people do too, and so they pay a lot for it. And before I would be, you can look at the energy values there and the protein values. Your protein's very high in soybean meal, cottonseed meal, also very high in energy, good sources of energy. Commercial feeds vary a lot. Your sweet feeds, corn, oats, barley, combination type thing, will run from 10 to 16 protein. They're not usually all that high in energy, They're adequate in energy oftentimes, but they're not real high energy source because they'll oftentimes have some higher fiber products in there. Your creek feeds that we'd be looking at sheep or goats would be from 16 to 20%, very high energy, and grow feeds. And I just throw the lick tubs in here. They're not, they're adequate in protein usually, but not, they'll vary depending on whether you're using molasses or distiller's grains in those tubs as far as an energy source. Of course, that usually reflects the price as well. I've got a note there at the bottom that says, I think processed versus textured feed. I don't have a real strong opinion one way or the other, whether it's pelleted or textured feed. I would price it pretty much on a nutrient, and I don't worry too much about that. In my country, and a lot of the country in here, and I know alfalfa is higher priced, but these two feeds here, even though both of them are higher than they were a year ago, most likely will still be your cheapest sources of feeds that you've got to feed. Now, that's if I could buy soy hulls in eastern Nebraska, that would certainly figure in. I'm not feeding much corn now because I'm using beet bulk because it's cheaper than corn. And but it's still, these are the two that I compare them with. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this slide. I've just got, what I have done is calculated what does it cost to buy a pound of protein, or what does it cost to buy a pound of alfalfa, and pricing the corn at $6.25 a bushel. That's $11.20 a pound. 6 1/4 a bushel, or alfalfa is $175 a ton. And don't scream, I know some of it's higher than that, but that's what I've got up there. And you can see there in the crude protein in the lighter blue, if I buy corn for protein, I'm paying $1.24 per pound, but I can buy protein in alfalfa for a pound of protein, and I pay 49 cents a pound for it. TDN is going to be cheaper usually in your higher energy feeds because that's what they're good and high in. But alfalfa at $175 gets close. I put sweet feeds in here if I'm paying $14 for a 50-pound bag, and I see now there's a lot of it more in a 40-pound bag. Then you can see the prices there, $2.33 for the pound of protein versus 40 cents per pound. Tubs, a lot of difference in values there as you buy those, but they're fairly. I just did a calculation here just for grins and giggles, probably. If I buy 2 pounds of sweet feed, or if I want to feed 2 pounds of sweet feed to a set of ewes or a set of does, I would get, if it had 12% protein, I'd get a 1/4 pound of protein and it had 75% TDN. A pound and a half TDN cost me 50 cents for that 2 pounds. If I would use a pound and a 1/4 of alfalfa and 6/10 pounds of corn, I'd get the same nutrient value. Sheep would get the same in the rumen. And it's dark in there, and I don't know the difference between what it looked like when it went down, the bugs don't. And that would cost me 19 cents a head a day, or excuse me, for the 2 pounds, I should say, versus 56 cents. And that is if corn, alfalfa is 175, corn 6 1/4. And you say, well, that didn't make much sense, but if it's 25 years for a month, that's what, a $280 difference or $280 savings. You would get maybe some dealer service out of the pound and a half, pound and a 1/4 of alfalfa. You wouldn't get as pretty a bag probably. And you say, well, I don't have it. My thoughts are find a neighbor, find someone in the community that'll sell you some corn maybe out of the bin. Maybe you could even consider a tote. I'd admit if you're buying it in a bag at Baumgart's, you're going to pay a lot more than 6 1/4 pound for it. So again, I'm thinking from the economical standpoint. we've talked a lot about body condition, the master of the eye fattens, and so the recommendations I'll give are just general recommendations, but you may have to feed more or less. Randy showed some rations. I'm just showing 5 pounds for a late pregnant ewe, 5 pounds alfalfa, 6/10 pound of corn. It cost me about 50 cents a day for that ration. And you can go through the math and you've got the deal there, and it does meet the protein and energy needs with that ration on a dry pregnant ewe. 50 cents a day. If I had a ewe suckling twins, I'd kick the alfalfa up, and Kelly talked about feeding brome and alfalfa as a combination, and that makes all the sense in the world. You can get the brome bought cheaper because it's got 10-12% protein in it and almost the same level of energy. But in this example, I just used the two products there. It cost me 67 cents a day versus I mentioned earlier, grazing. If I could graze, I'd get that for a quarter. As far as feeding the lambs, how you take care of the lambs, it depends on your marketing plan. If you're going to sell feeder lambs at 60, 70 pounds, I would probably do one thing. If I was going to finish the lambs, obviously, and I personally, up until this year, have always finished my lambs, take them up to 145, 50 pounds. Have sheep that can do that without getting a lot of excess fat. But at weaning time, I personally, what I do is put them on a commercial creep feed, just as we saw at Kelly's place this morning. They do a good job, and I personally wean them on a 20 or start them on a 20% protein creep feed when they're just as soon as they'll start eating. That sometimes could be as low as 18, but on those really young lambs that you're trying to get started earlier, they need a pretty high level of protein. And after they're weaned, you can go down to 18, 16, and a little later as they get more pounds on them, you can go to even a 14% protein. What I do is I start them on creep feed, wean them, and then they go right on to a self-fed. I do it simple, whole shell corn, little alfalfa pellets, and a little protein supplement, and then stay on a self-feeder until they weigh 150 pounds. I do a poor job with selecting replacement ewes. My wife and I can't agree on how many we select, and so we have to argue about that. But I'd rather select those replacement ewes at 80, 90 pounds before they get too fat. So they'll make a little better use of that. As far as processing feeds, if you've got good quality this year's crop, maybe, I don't distinguish that. Whole shell corn will work very well. I don't see any advantage of cracked corn. I just talked to someone maybe today and they said they're going to go to cracked corn. I don't think the research will show that the cracking corn for the older ewes or older does will be of any value. I do know that the young lambs, real young lambs, are going to eat processed feeds better than whole grains. And so, again, I use processed pelleted feed just as Kelly does. Actually, a lot of the things that I personally utilize that you've already seen this morning. I personally grind hay and mix it with wet beet pulp because that's what I have and it's the cheapest for me. But the only advantage of that is it just reduces some of the waste versus feeding whole hay or long hay. I cannot get my ewes to clean up the long hay as well as I'd like to. They seem to want to pull a little out to stand on. So I mix it with beet pulp and that keeps the waste down. I do lose some and it costs me to grind it, which I don't like. I'm not going to spend a lot of time. Randy showed calcium and phosphorus. I think a lot of your minerals or your total rations, if you're in the oh, 3-to-1, 2-to-1, you're okay. A lot of your minerals, supplements, oftentimes will be about equal calcium and phosphorus in the supplements. And that's primarily because a lot of your forages you're feeding are going to be relatively high in calcium, 0.5%. Alfalfa will be up as high as 1.25%. It's 0.2% phosphorus in alfalfa. And so you usually don't have to worry about calcium. The reason we see more calcium in minerals oftentimes is because we use calcium phosphate as a source of phosphorus. Calcium comes along with it. It's the cheapest, has been one of the cheapest sources. You've heard a lot about copper. When I like selenium level in a mineral, I think you can go up to about 25 to 30 parts per billion in a mineral, feeding less than about an ounce a day. And if you're in selenium deficient areas, this is extremely important. If you're not in selenium deficient areas, when you're not deficient, you don't need to be feeding extra. Just a word about feed additives. The only approved non-script additive for sheep is Bovatec. Goats can, of course, utilize Rumensin. They're both excellent products for two causes, two reasons. One, they're good coccidiostats. That's where they found them, as a coccidiostat. And in the higher concentrate diets, they do improve efficiency. Some of the self-feed diets in cattle, it will decrease bloat considerably. I know that there's a producer here in Nebraska that's been advocating feeding Rumensin to ewes. I would remind you that is not cleared, it's illegal, and it should not be done. In my opinion, even though it's a good product, it's a good program, I just think that we do not need to be doing anything in the animal feed animal industry that we can't defend at the USDA level, and we can't defend feeding Rumensin to sheep. There's many other things that are, we can feed seaweed, we can feed all kinds of other additives, a lot of good testimonials on them. But I've not been able to find a lot of research that will support some of these miracle additives that we can get. Put them in a thimble, put them on top of a ration. Hey, there's just not any research there that I've been able to find that will support any of them. Having said that, I watched my grandson feed a lot of thimblefuls of stuff to show sheep, and, but he didn't get that recommendation from granddad. That's about all that I wanted to cover, and hopefully caught up a little bit of time. I'm always willing to visit with anybody. Yes, Dan?
Is there a withdrawal on Bovatec?
Withdrawal on Bovatec? No. Yes. I'm sorry.
When you talk about thimble that stuff you add, we talk about
I don't hear very well. I don't.
That magic powder.
I'm sorry.
The magic powder you're talking about, is that like microbial DFM?
Oh, yes, but not really chemical. Looks like we got the products, like, but also the microbials. I think there's much more research done on the microbials now than there were a few years ago. And I don't know as much about those products in sheep ration. In cattle rations, where we're really struggling today, keeping hyaline in the rations to prevent liver abscesses. That's still legal, but there's a lot of research with the microbials, and then those that prefer the quote unquote all natural. You can't feed Rumensin or hyaline. And so the microbials are out there. But the data is pretty thin on whether they're really profitable or not. I would say that if you've got some rumen function problems, perhaps some lactobacillus propionum type things may create a little faster return to that rumen in a healthy state. But if that rumen is functioning properly, you've got a balanced ration, trace minerals and everything functioning, I would guess that you would need 100,000 sheep to prove any benefit of a small microbial problem.
I didn't know that. Big dairies, I think, a lot of, and I didn't know for milk. I don't know.
And butter, fat, and dairy is part of the pricing process, and I think you can alter some things with the butter fat. And I'm not talking about, I'm talking about, not true for sheep anyway. As far as beef cattle is concerned, I think some of the beta agonists, well, we know that beta agonists are very, very effective in feedlot rations if they're not good for sheep. They should not be fed for sheep, including anybody that's showing sheep.
Thank you, Ivan. So while we kind of transition into the producers panel portion, we will take a break. I'm going to do one last thing though. If you guys have a membership application in your thing and you want to become a member, you didn't? Okay.
They're not in your.
They're in the back, or raise your hand and I'll come deliver you one. That's how we bring you guys programming, is a lot through membership. It's not a lot of money and you get discounts. Come here, you get to advertise your livestock for sale on our website and on Facebook. If you become a business member, you can come and have your business at a convention with us and be a vendor for free. So there's some definite benefits there. You also get ASI magazine if you are in the sheep industry side of things. And we also partner with the American Goat Federation, which they kind of are a catch-all for both dairy and meat goats. And you get a newsletter, and I think, do they have a magazine, Missy, now? Or just the newsletter? Just a newsletter. And then there's some added benefits with their association as well. So if you guys want to become a membership, that'd be great. We would love to have you. There's several categories. There's even a youth one for 20. So if your kids would like to join, you're more than welcome as well. So everyone stand up, stretch, get a drink if you need to, use the restroom.
We'll get the producers up here. Matt, you gotta come up here. I've got John Wallace, he's got sheep, goats, and cattle. Okay. Oh. Right. Well, yeah, he said no.
Hey, you don't get barrels. I've seen you fight with them. Remember the raising conference?
Yeah.
So that fight with you, that you come up there trying to make it first.
Yes, it's like he's young.
That's why I vote. I could do it.
And then we're going.
So when you do that conference, the computer, I had to do a computer. Yeah.
Especially.
So. Maybe we just
have a, let's just pull chairs up here. We'll turn the lights on. Do you?
We had one of the, they had tours, but. Yeah, it's supposed to be online.
Kelly's on, Kelly's on. So we'll have you guys.
I don't know if that's where you want it. Maybe you shut it back a little so we can't get them.
Yeah, I can appreciate it.
Not doing 6 feet apart.
I don't know. That would probably be better. I can shut this on. I'm gonna take it out there, Kelly. I can get them pretty good right here. I don't know if I can hear them. Okay. Okay. We're going to go ahead and get started. Rachel, you want to come up? I've got coming up. Mike, not John. I keep saying good to John. Mike, I've got Lynette Corfield. They raised 4 goats here in North Platte. We were going to go to their farm, but we decided we don't have time. So, but they do registered and they do accelerated kitting, which is kind of interesting. They don't use kind of estrogen products at all, but they do it naturally. It's a pretty good response. You want to come up, set up here, everyone, and I'll kind of do the show. We'll do that this year. Energy, good. Well, I have a chair for you. We'll have the bed up for this one more time. I like to use the deck. We get you for free. It's not very often you get the deck for free.
Setting us all.
Yeah, there you go. Don't tell the locals. I think we have sheep produced. Okay, so we have our veterinarian. Okay. Mike has sheep, goats, and cattle, and I've used some of his data. I presented on your budgets. And so we've actually got University of Nebraska has budgets for those sheep and goats. So you can go online and look at that. You go to CAP, certified parts CAP, CAP is in CAP. That's on there. We work with producers. We've got it on. I think it's very helpful. Lynette Corfield, they have Samuel's Boar goat. You get somebody your name. By the way, they're going to be calling you about goats. So just so you know, if somebody asks. Of course, we have Rachel who talked. She's working on her PhD. We have to keep her in Nebraska and she gets her PhD. And of course, Kelly Bruns, who works here at the center, who's the head of the center, as well as has sheep and goats. So I think we have everybody, and I'll just hand them. As you have questions for them, I will hand them the mic. Okay, so anybody have a question? Yes, John.
Local NRD is pushing rotational grazing for wetland areas. Many of those contain beef and direct grass. Anybody have any experience with livestock death from beef and direct grass or utilization? Repeat the question.
The question is relative to sheep or small ruminants grazing in reed canary grass. So we have some low areas that are predominantly breed canary that we do fence off and put on there at different times to try and keep that utilized, or then we also hail. And so we haven't experienced any issues relative to that, but we probably let them have a little more area that they do have some smooth roam and then can get into those areas of a reed canary and then sort of moderate their diet between. I mean, the challenge with it is it grows relatively fast and can get just a little away from you pretty quickly. But they do go in there and eat them.
Lots of reports about the alkaloids in that being toxic to the ruminants of all types, horses, cattle, and sheep. Yet there's programs out there encouraging people to raise it. So makes you unknown what to do.
Yeah, and I think in many of those cases that if you just let them choose a little bit what their diet is, in this case, these areas are relatively small, less than an acre. So if we fence off 3-4 acres with a portion of that being reed canary, they will go in and eat some of the other pasture as well.
Kind of like 25 acres. Animals out, they go like four.
Yeah.
So I had
Big words.
I had a producer in Missouri that had reed canary in their pasture, they had a lot of wetlands. They had reed canary in their pastures because it's a wetland area. Never had a problem as far as, losing an animal, cow, sheep, but again, Kelly's saying that's not the only thing they have to eat. The diversity of the diet is what's important. Because if you get too much of one thing, especially with high influence, it can cause issues. But usually they're going to pick up other stuff. Reed canary. If you go to a meadow by the river, you'll see it.
So would we have it?
You probably do. You probably be there by the river. So I would assume like Kelly's by the river. He's got some.
Soil type would have something to do with that as well.
Tends to be a very competitive grass.
It does well.
So it's hard to get raising animals. If you have options.
It grows where there's lots of water near the river. I would see it at the river. I could probably find a picture of it up there if we need to find one. But we could go out probably to your place and find one. That's why they do the picture. Yeah, I used to be the range, maybe still in the range handbook. I think it is. I got the range handbook, the range judging handbook. If you come over, I can find it. It might cost, but I think I have some old ones. But they have pictures of it in there. So the kids can run. So we have those available. And we also do, we do a rangers contest at Stapleton every year in June. So if you're really interested in judging, even adults come to it, mainly it's 4-H kids. And usually watch for our newsletter online and see what it is. It's in June this year. I probably have to just follow after later if you're interested, because we probably don't get a reed canary in that where we're at there. It's probably other grasses, but he probably has some on his place because he's got a creek running through it. We do it at Robert Jones's, that's just not the state. A large guy. Okay, what else? Maybe we've answered all the questions. Yeah, John.
I'd like to hear from different people about their predator control or prevention methods.
Okay, we'll start.
Different experiences, techniques.
You guys have some sheep. Predator control.
Yeah, so mine's probably gonna be based more on, so like I said, I grew up on an operation in north central Nebraska, so pretty heavy predator pressure, primarily coyote pressure, obviously. And we did not maintain guard animals of any sort. We tried to make the run with the donkey, and like I said, that's where my experience with don't have a pair of donkeys comes from, because they're pretty worthless when they're in a pair.
A lot of ours was just essentially trapping or hunting relationships with locals to keep those critters fairly respectful. I feel like one of the more dangerous things in the world is a coyote that's not been shot at because he doesn't have a lot of respect. So.
Well, I'm Nuggets County, South Central. I run two places, got cattle, sheep, and goats. The herds, flocks, birds, whatever you want to call them, are on each of those different places. Anyway, I run 7 guard dogs right now, 4 at one place, 3 at the other place. I also run a llama and 1 donkey from experience. And a Jenny donkey with each of them at each location. And the rotation varies through there. So I also have a son-in-law who is an avid hunter of all types, especially coyotes. I pay him $100 for every coyote he brings me that's shot within 2 miles of one of my property lines.
Can I come home?
I'm not be able to afford you.
Right,
Too close.
right now, we just run 2 Great Pyrenees dogs. When we lived in Arnold, we had canyons and 250 acres of real rough canyons. We ran 4 guard dogs there, and all their puppies. So, and they kept the coyotes. You'd see coyotes hanging in the fences and coons and possums and stuff like that. So, just guard dogs.
Yeah, we also use Anatolian Great Pyrenees crosses. We've had really great success with them. We have a lot of coyotes where I'm from, a lot of bobcats, and they're good on those. And feral hogs. Feral hogs are here.
Hopefully not a little too cold.
Yeah, but from our tutor today, we just use that one.
Anybody else?
I will add something. Okay. I have had cows that if they, even when they didn't have a calf beside, would actively chase a coyote. Not every one of them, but some of them would. So I do believe running with cattle does help. I wouldn't rely on it solely, but it does help.
Another question. Anybody?
So on that, on with the dog, it sounds like dogs kind of, what the cost involved, or how, I mean, probably not really economical for 25 head dog. Or am I, what, I guess.
So what are the costs and is it economical if you put like a dog?
Do you need a dog just for like lamb, most during lambing and babies?
Or you could consider a dog because they eat the same things as goats.
It depends on how valuable you think your livestock is. So, they pay for themselves, you know, over time and stuff. We've had our dogs, they're getting old, they're 12 years old this year, and the goats are their life. So, but we live by the road and they do chase cars. They're in their pasture, but they do chase cars and stuff, which is kind of irritating because they were used to 250 acres. And we moved up here and they have 50 acres now. So, but they don't travel. We have really close neighbors and they don't bother them or anything. So, but I wouldn't have goats or sheep without them. So.
Could you talk about, more exact numbers, the typical cost of a pup, typical service life, typical turnover rate?
Depends on who you get them from. When we had pups, we sold them for $250 a piece. And that was, but ours were born in the canyon with the goats and the dogs trained them. And then they just brought them up and we sold them. But we don't do that anymore. So, and it depends on the dog. Ours are 12, but some of them don't last that long. And they're probably getting at the end of their life, so.
I have lamb on pasture, cattle on pasture, goats kill a lot because goats don't do well.
They're touchy, yeah.
They're touchy. I wouldn't do what I did without the guard dogs. a lamb on pasture unassisted. If I have a waxing dogs, trying to 2018, I think I figured I lost 40 lambs. I can buy a lot of dogs for the value of 40 lambs today.
Well, Randy, I don't know if this helps or adds to anything. With my flock, it doesn't make a lot of economic sense to go out and invest quite a bit of money in a livestock guardian dog. So what I do, even if they're in permanent fencing, I always try to keep electricity around them. Certainly, I do have a dog at our place who's certainly not well trained or well bred, but or very smart or brave. But the electricity keeps her from running. And so if you have netting or something even around, you can bring them in, maybe that's a solution for us smaller scale people until the economics would make sense.
Well, I buy pups for $200 to $350 a piece. Is what I paid for. I paid more for them. The $200 dogs are just as good as the $400 or $500 dogs.
Depends on how they're
As
raised.
long as they're livestock guard dogs raised with livestock, born and raised with livestock. Cost me, I give them spayed, I don't raise pups. I give them spayed, I don't know what it cost me, $60 to get them spayed. Dog food, right now, a bag of dog food, if I buy it right, I can buy a 50-pound bag for right at $20 net, and it'll last me about a week and a half. The vaccinations, it costs me more when I go to a vet to get a rabies shot. But that's only two, and then every once in a while, 3 shots. So the cost of well, every one of my fences has got hot wires on it, and they keep goats in. It don't keep coyotes out.
Really? So these warm fuzzies I get when I hook up the fence.
Oh, they cause me too. I didn't find a way to get out.
Like, I have a very similar experience to you. We don't have a huge herd. We have 50 head, we have a small acreage. We've had terrible luck with hearing. Not that I'm saying all of them are bad. I really do believe it's how they're trained and raised by the parents and where they're born and all that. But the one that we do have down in there, I've never seen her kill anything. I've never seen anything dead. I do know we have a pretty good predation, really, because of Mirror Lake of coyotes mainly. But just I don't know if it puts the sheep at ease, but they graze longer at night. They don't seem to be as nervous. The mamas aren't as nervous. The babies aren't as flighty because they seem to not have that, oh my gosh, something's gonna eat me right now. Because the dog is there. She's with them. Now, like I said, she may just scare them off. I've never seen anything dead. May just be enough for her presence and her scent. But if it gives them peace of mind and the babies are gaining, and I'm not slipping behind because of that fear of eating, I'm ahead that much, at least at the livestock market when I go. So, I mean, you gotta kind of weigh it. But like I said, we've had terrible luck. I can't say that I've had the best scenario. The best people to ask to find a pup would be people like Lynette and, gosh, I just lost my friend. Mike, thank you.
I didn't say John.
No, that's right, Mike. I was gonna say John, that's why I was like.
I buy them off of Lynette or somebody else.
But they would help you find a good dog that's probably not upwards of $300, $400, $500. Because there are people out there that are trying to cost you that. Maybe. Right, exactly. And it may or may not work out. So I would definitely, like you said, go with them, see who they would recommend.
Right here, and then I'll be Dan.
So I guess adding that, I only have 9 hens, I don't know what to do, but I have chickens following my sheep, so I have a couple of geese. I've never had issues. I've lost some pigs, but, the bees will alert, like, they think they're sheep. They just go crazy.
I bought a llama out of the group in the sale barn for $11. She lived 20 years. She more than paid her way. She ate the same thing as the ewes. Don't get more than one llama. They'll kind of pair off like the donkeys, but they'll bond to the sheep. And she would always go like to the highest knob in the pasture where she could really watch them. And very curious. And that probably intimidates the coyotes more, as they don't like attention.
And then llamas trying to figure out that's moving over there, and they'll go check it out. Very successful, no cost, raised a couple young ones. Males may be a little aggressive, and I raised a male out of her, he likes to try to rape the sheep and smother them because they mate laying down, but the females are generally more docile, easier to work with. If they get out, they'll drive you nuts trying to get them back. They'll run everywhere. When you're ready to go get the gun, they walk back to the gate. Nothing happened, but that was a very successful, easy thing that I did. And the male, when I did have a group of ewes with him, I'd find dead tomcats, dead skunks, dead raccoons, smaller varmints that they would paw and whatever, killed some of those.
Yeah, my mom had hair sheep, or not hair sheep, she got indoor, sorry. And she had a llama, and that llama would take after the dogs, and they would close, and they would stomp them. And so the dogs stayed away from it, so I was amazed.
I guess I was wondering, can you run donkeys with horses?
They'll probably bond with the horses.
They'll probably what?
They would probably bond with the horses.
They would bond with horses, stay away from the sheep and goats.
I had that or rented land 20 years ago, and I had that. They had some horses there, and I ran some goats on there. I put a donkey with the protector, and the donkey went to the horses.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good experience.
One thing that I'm surprised nobody mentioned is one option. It's labor intensive, but bring them in every night. In a secure lot that you can get into. And don't think they won't come up just because of lights or noise. They will if they're comfortable. But if it's a secure enough lot. And we did, before we got dogs, we did that. Oh, I did it. You told me to do it. Every time. So that is also an option.
It's character
For
building.
some people that makes sense.
That's what I got told.
And I had a guy that put in, he had a little pole with solar flashing red lights. And that's what he used for a little protection around the sun.
Like at night.
At night.
Yeah.
Ours is a 4-H project, so each kid knows to use and who ours we come in every night.
That's a good recommendation. You know, people out west, I can't think of any that sold their sheep. They terrible. So he said they brought their goats in around the campers and their guys because they had more predation than not. And they didn't run with their cows. So he said we bring them in at night just around where the trailer, the guy has his trailer. And he said they kind of bed down. So during the day, they pushed them all day long. Well, they were tired by night to lay down. And I thought that was an interesting concept. It worked for them. They did have dogs too. But he said they even lost some with dogs. So they did that, and he said that cut down the losses.
Here's my question on that, because we're very typical, like, 4-H, dry logging, very small herd. Should we be worried about losing these to predators only if they're out at night? Because right now we're putting them inside at night in the barn. And at what age could they possibly stay out at night? I mean, I know we have coyotes around, you can hear them, we live out in the country, but.
I'd be more worried about the neighbor's dog. I absolutely, and that's a big reason why I put it in. I mean, just across the meadow, probably a mile and a half away, one of my neighbors has 7 or 8 Irish wolfhounds in this coyote, and they got away from them one day, not in our flock, but somebody else's. 5 or 6 of them, like that. So I mean I would lock them up just simply because the neighbor's dogs is probably a higher issue than coyotes.
The neighbor's dog come in during the day, like, sitting around.
And at what age should you not need to lock them up?
No age. Here's what I'll tell you. I had a producer out west that passed away that was on the Forest Field board. Donaldson's. And he had a neighbor's dog, and he didn't have guard dogs at the time, I don't think. He lost
some really expensive does in the eye. 5 or 10, wasn't it? They got there in time to run them off. You couldn't give up dogs because you can't shoot them legally unless you see them on the land where they're already back home. And so I think he got some guardians, but that's, in Missouri, I had a lady who had milk goats. Her son had some real birth defects, and she fed him goat milk. The neighbor's dogs killed all of her dairy goats, 5 or 6 of them. It was a sad deal. She didn't have a guard dog. I think it was in the stories in the newspaper, big deal. They finally people replaced it for them, but it was really sad because she would have had a guard. I don't think that would happen. And it was neighbor's dog that did it, no fights.
We had the neighbor's dogs come in and kill 9-headed sheep and goats, and they'll kill them like that. And what they didn't kill wasn't worth saving.
Yeah, Donaldson's had some of those.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dogs
they
hunt
chew.
for fun
Yeah.
and they maim. And actually, you won't always kill a lot of them, but the ones that you have to put down
I know.
afterwards.
Yeah, they'll.
Guys, got to use the microphone.
Yeah, here you go. Oh, okay.
Sorry.
You gotta use that one. You know I know her well because I can tell her things like that. She don't yell at me.
Now I forgot what I was talking about.
Well, like the goats were killed.
Yeah, and so we got guard dogs.
Because of
And
that.
we bought a semi-load of sheep off of the Front Range, and we didn't have any guard dogs at that point, but we ran our sheep out on the pivot, and coyotes were coming in and flipping them and just pinning them and killing them. And so we ordered a load of sheep in off the Front Range, and they sent a big old dog in the semi. And never lost any sheep after that. But then after our daughter was born, he decided he wanted to watch her instead of the sheep. So, but we got Pyrenees after that. But no, you gotta have something to protect them. Because some will slip in on you. And it's probably the neighbor's dogs, more than likely. But I took a picture of a coyote. We have 50 head of goats and just 50 acres. And I walked out and watched I had little goats out, just kidding, and they rained. And the coyote was out there stalking them in the daytime. And I was probably from here to the back table taking pictures of them. They were just stalking them. So, and the dogs were pinned over in the other pen with on the other piece with the other goats. But I don't think the coyote would have bothered them as much as a stray dog.
I think our biggest problem with our guard dogs is that our neighbors are so concerned about them and won't let them do their job. You know, because they're always calling, well, your dog's out by the road, or your dog's out by the highway, or putting it on the Facebook lost pet site. You know, you're like, these people don't take care of their pet, and we take good care of our dogs. But if people would just leave them alone, yeah, they're by the highway, but that's their range. We live 3 miles from Shadron and a mile from the highway. Okay, well, they're probably gonna be on the highway if there's a dead carcass in there, because they're gonna get that away from the highway, so we don't have that stuff coming, or coyotes coming in, or mountain lions, or, things like that. So we do have a lot of that at our house.
They're not pets. That's what people got to realize. Those dogs are not made to be pets.
Is they really taking care of them? Because when my uncle had it, he had like 400, and he had 4 dogs, and they never took a bowl of food or water out to them. They were on stocks, corn stalks. I don't know what they.
Question for the
Ours,
Oh, right, that's what I was kind of thinking.
we throw a can of food out. Now, since we live right where we do, I just keep a can of food out. But we have little dogs that are about this big, and they eat way more than the Pyrenees do. And because when you pour the food out, the little dogs go over there and eat. The Pyrenees always sit there and wait until the little dogs are done. But they eat very little. You know, they get a lot of, you always see them out there chewing on something, but a bone or something. But then we have neighbors that bring deer traps down that they don't like, but it is what it is, so.
Anybody else?
Not real. Slightly different subject. Hay wastage during feeding. I don't know, different techniques for doing that. I know some people grind, some people roll hay in pastures, stuff like that. Just how you deliver your food stuff.
Just everybody go down the line. Everybody can talk. How do you deliver your food?
Honestly, for our, you heard, just due to labor, we do a lot of free choice and there is a lot of wastage. And we just account for that, but we're also not getting spring quality alfalfa either. Most of the time when we get alfalfa, it's either right before lambing or in the jugs, so they're being hand fed. But we tolerate a lot of wastage. We call it bedding, right?
Bulk of our feeding, our livestock is run on pasture, grazed year round, local, like 31 different paddocks. And right now I'm rolling one bale every 4 days for each band, and each band's got about 44,000 pounds of animals in it. And it's high quality hay. It's the equivalent to feeding about, well, that one bale is enough to feed them for 1 day if that's all they have to eat. If they eat that, that gives them their protein, high quality protein, cheapest source of protein per pound of protein. And the rest of the feed they get for the other 3 days, I go pick up because I have residual on the pasture and I keep getting rotated around. If there is any waste, I feed so there's no waste. It's very high quality hay, and I check it the next day or the day after. If they don't have it cleaned up, they don't get any more until they got it cleaned up.
That's the way it should be.
Ours grays out most time, and we put our own hay up when it's meadow hay. And that's what they eat all year long, whether they're kidding or breeding or whatever. We just drop a bale out there. I just lay a round bale out there and let them have at it.
So like when they're kids, you'll add some grain to that ration.
Yeah, they're on a little bit of complete pellet, yeah. But other than that, they're just free choice hay.
I mean, we did the exact same thing. You feed rolled hay, and if they don't finish it, they don't get any more. So I don't know how much waste is actually there, but it's not much for us anyway. And then we suffer during late gestation.
We didn't go look at like our dry use, but all of that is hand fed. So we feed off a round bale and just pitch what they need per day. And the sheep, as you know, are notorious for leaving some stems. So we try to make them just clean that up over time. And that's one of the challenges. And as Ivan said, 40–50% of all the costs is relative feed, and so we try to make them clean up as much as we can. And women feed alfalfa, but that's so expensive, and then make them clean up whatever grass that we have.
Yeah, Dan.
I make them clean it up, and I even had a FedEx guy call the sheriff and said, I'm too mean, I'm not feeding my animals. But a lot of times you get at some of those stems, I'll use that in my heavier fat pen for a little bit of roughage to help them out, because they'll chew on that stuff and kind of break it up a little bit or lay on it. But then that's all the roughage they would get, other than concentrate, would be the stems from off the big round bale after the ewes have gone through it.
But that's a nice thing if you have sheep and goats. Goats eat the stem. Sheep sort of clean up the good stuff, and the goats will scatters through all the others. So that happens at our place. Is you clean out a bunk line and give it to the goats, and it's gone.
I need to send my sheep to your people's places, I guess, because I struggle. If you make them clean it up, and I don't know how to read the bunks very well, because if I make them clean it up, I don't think they're getting enough nutrients in them. And so I have a problem then. I don't take it to the others. I struggle every day to try to see whether they're getting enough nutrients in them and leaving a little, which I don't like. But if I say you're gonna have to clean that up, then they start dying. And of malnutrition, no, I don't quite get that bad, but I don't know how to handle it.
Your FedEx guy needs to go see him.
Up in Pikestone, there's one operation where they turn the sheep full feed into the hay every 3 days. And then they're off the hay the other 2 days. They only get hay that one day and all they can eat. And then they shut them off from that. Let's try to limit the waste in that way.
It's not be very close to their wife's kitchen window then. Mine was bald, and then she was bald.
They probably have some portage. On the other 2 days.
Yeah, they have
some.
Yeah,
That's a
they get some
good
gravy
point.
or something.
I think there is, they're ruminants and we could feed them lower quality feedstuffs, right? And that's the challenge. What you're dealing with is on animals that are in production or in lactation, we try to find the best alfalfa that we can afford to pay for, and then also the best brome that we would have for them, and then everything else that is not in production we feed a little lower quality. But it is, Ivan brings up a really good point. It is just a challenge to get them to go, because they'll just stand and stare at you for a long period of time. They would do that, and you run the risk of being in negative energy balance.
I have a
Well, I got a question going back to the parasites we talked about this morning. You said if you rotate cattle and sheep, it kind of helps with parasite pressure. Is there a negative, or not necessarily parasites, but rotating? Because that's what we would be doing probably.
Mike would tell us, to say, but Rob Terrell would always say this when he added, let me think about this, I think 1 ewe per cow would increase his whole ranch grazing efficiency by 20%. So if he ran 1,000 cows, he'd run 1,000 ewes, and there was 20% greater utilization.
I guess my question would be, is there any negative, like, it helps with parasites, is there things to look, for problem issues that one way or the other, I guess.
I'm not really aware of anything. It's kind of been an underutilized. I don't know that we have great, other than the economic standpoint of it, I don't know that we have a great body of research other than we see parasite burdens go down in those operations that do that. And we assume that that's how that's functioning, is we're having kind of that vacuum effect is what we call it, right? We've got a cow out there vacuuming up those infected larvae and vice versa for the sheep are vacuuming for the cattle. And just kind of go back to the grazing, and if you watch a goat and a sheep and a cow graze, they have very different grazing behavior, and that's why that really works very well. We talk about cows are bulk feeders, right? They're just gonna mow everything down and rake it in. If you watch a sheep graze, they're very particular and they're very prehensile, and that's why it's really why sheep got such a bad rap turn of the century when we were homesteading, because they absolutely will be ranged to death if you let them. I always tell people that ewe will come back to that plant every day just to see if there's a little green sprout on it and nip it off. That's how particular grazers they are. So I always encourage rotational grazing is great for sheep as long as it's really well managed to keep them moving. And then goats are browsers. That's why they're used in weed suppression, right? They're out there grazing those forbs, brush. That's our preferential. So that's why we get such a great bump. Parasites are a great reason to do it, but we also get a nice production bump because we're kind of melding those three different grazing behaviors together.
There's a couple of ranches in Custer County where they're doing the cattle, goats, and then following them with chicken.
Can I add to?
Yes.
Becky said there is a research review study published, I think, in '96 in the Sheep Research Journal. The lead author was John Walker, at Texas A&M, reviewed many scientific studies that were done around the world in different environments. It showed that, I don't remember the percentages, but adding sheep to a cattle grazing operation improved the performance of the cattle by like 3 to 5% roughly. So don't quote me too much in the numbers. The 1 ewe per cow comes from the study kind of thing. That's 20%. Adding cattle to a sheep primary grazing state increased the performance of the sheep, individual performance of the sheep by, I think it was like 15 to 20%.
It was like 20, and it didn't do anything for the cows, but it did for the sheep.
But if you had a sheep and cattle, it did improve the cattle as like 2 or 3%.
It wasn't as much as the
wasn't
other
a big
big.
bump.
That's attributed to just general range health, or
Say again?
that's attributed to the health of your.
The health of the animal. Yeah, if the animals, their individual performance improved, in this case, the cattle by 2 to 3% or whatever it was, that means that their health had improved because they were being grazed with sheep. Now, was that due to parasites, or was it due to because the sheep were eating the plants that the cows didn't eat, so they made more cow feed, better quality cow feed there? I don't know. And the other vice versa, if you add cows to sheep enterprise, it improved the sheep's individual performance by something like 15%.
Yeah, it was
like
higher.
that.
I saw the study now.
Was that due to the cattle removing some parasite load to the sheep, or they were making, every time a cow steps down, she leaves a dead spot there because of hoof impact? Just go out and walk, see how deep you sink in a cow lot. Sheep lot, you don't sink that deep because they pack it down.
Plus they spread the manure out.
Yeah, spread the
Than
manure
a
out
cow.
there. And so anyway, they make weeds wherever they step in the mud, and that's sheep feed. So that's.
So K-State did a study just a couple of years ago, and I have it up on our website. I think sheep and cattle overlapped on about 65% of their diet. So it wasn't 100, it was about 65, but we have enough extra forage out there that it works. But that was a K-State study that was done 2 or 3 years ago, and I have it up on my website.
The question was a bit more about like management challenges
Mhm.
and issues you've experienced mixing the two species at the same time. I know you can think back, there was a couple.
They've all worked out.
Why do you separate the ewes then?
I can.
That's the only time we used it. The sheep and cattle get separated is for that 3-week period I'm lambing in May. When I'm on pasture, unassisted, all I do is go out, somebody turns upside down, I turn back right side up. About once every 3 or 4 years, I'll pull a lamb. 3 or 4 years, I would pull a lamb out of 200 and some ewes. I've had very few issues like that, but for that 3-week period, I will be in a separate, away from the cows. And as soon as they're done lambing, which is about a little less than 3 weeks, they go back to the cows.
Good point.
So you run them together.
Yes.
He does all three.
All three
It's a
together.
unique place. It's a unique place. I've got pictures of it from the website.
I guess, is there any benefit in that versus rotating them?
They're run together and rotated. But
But I mean.
rotating behind each other?
Yeah, or
I'm too lazy.
I was just gonna say.
I'm too lazy.
Water for You got your constitution, sensor detection ability, 3 times, 2 times the guard dogs.
In this case, you would, what, you triple my labor requirements, my everything else.
People do it both ways. We have guys that just run, they'll run sheep behind cows, or cows ahead of sheep, cows behind sheep. There'd be a couple of 3 or 4 like that. Terrell's would have done it that way. So it kind of hits the producer, but I think they got a good point on cost. It does reduce your cost of things.
It might be worth noting that you do select for pretty docile cows.
Oh, yeah, I can walk out there. If I don't have my herd dog with me, I can walk out there and touch it with the cows.
So, question, we right now dry lot our goats. We haven't ever had them out on the pasture, and we do have 5 cows that are very docile. How do we get them, how do we train our goats in the pasture?
You probably need to bring them into corral and imprint them first. So that's what I've been. Tell me what you think.
I don't know, I just throw them out there.
And we, so I'm like fencing wise, like how keep the goats, how do we keep the goats?
Oh,
How
I
do we
run
train
hot
the
wire.
goats?
Every fence I've got, okay, all my line fences are barbed wire, and a lot of the original fences are barbed wire.
Mike. Sorry, I'm telling John.
Okay, I use hot wire. Okay, the permanent fences I've got are almost all of them 3 and 5 strand barbed, some of them 2 strand barbed wire. I run a hot wire 8 to 10 inches off the ground on every one of them, offset slightly, just so it doesn't get tangled with barbed wire. My newer internal fences are 2 hot wires, bond wire, 8 to 10 inches, the top wire right above my knee, whatever that is. If I keep a good charge on the fence and good ground on it, generally speaking, they stay in. I have a cow every once in a while that falls over the fence because of the top wires, but not very often. She stay very well.
So Ivan wanted to know what the question was. So do you want to repeat the question?
I don't remember what the question was.
I'm trying to think too. It was basically running sheep and cattle together. And some of the
Goats.
Oh, right.
How do you get the goats to stay in the pasture?
Yeah, right.
They haven't been out on the pasture, so how?
Make sure you got good fencing.
Yeah.
We run 48-inch build fencing is all we run. We just run 48-inch build fencing around the whole place. So we don't use hot wire or anything like that. So
For a cattle operation, that's a challenge. So you're gonna have to put an offset hot wire, maybe a couple of them, and that still might not keep them in.
But we
But
had
training.
We had 6 or 7 big calves. They're
Right.
They were raised on the goats and they just ran with the goats. And we got a calf out there now. They don't bother the fence. But I don't know.
It's fine to use that fence, but it's costly to put it up if you already have barbed wire.
Yeah, and the whole place was barbed wire because it was a horse facility or whatever.
Right.
But yeah, we went around and built fenced it all.
Okay. That's one option. Another option is adding some hot wires and training them to the hot wire. Just don't run them out in the pasture and let them run to the fence there. Put it in the pen where they're at, so they get used to it. Sometimes people put like a piece of plastic on the wire.
Just
Go
gonna
ahead.
say one kind of field trick to train sheep. I've never tried to train goats to hot wire this way, but we train a lot of our sheep to hot wires. If you hang something shiny on the hot wire, you want them to walk up and look it up. Yeah, you want them to get nailed on the
It'll
nose.
work for ghosts too.
Yep, and I mean, that would be my expectation is goats would take that very well too, but that way that you want to hang something on there it's interesting and shiny and they want to check it out.
But goat, it has to be really hot for goats. So.
Yeah.
It has to be really hot for goats.
Yeah.
Figure out the cost of your charger, what that is per foot or half mile or mile of fence. Don't scrimp on the charger.
Yeah,
Don't scrimp on the charger.
And make sure you have enough
It's really
ground.
very cheap.
And every once in a great while, you'll have a goat that learns how to get through things. I went home with this old body right now.
Good fencers for sheep and goats is you gotta have a good fencer. There's just no way around it. Skin big ducks, but make sure you get one that works. Usually the intermittent ones are the ones you want. And I can't think what they're called. But they give an intermittent shot instead of a straight shot. So I've explained to you, if you have one of these, does the like the weed burn to do a straight shot. If you get a ground on those, it's like a hole in a hose that goes with high pressure. If you had a hose with low pressure in the hole, it's just gonna go out a little bit at a time, right? And that's how it's explained to me. That's correct. Okay.
Question with the vaccine programs. Are you guys using any vaccine programs for the meiosis or vibriosis? Just curious on what you guys are doing.
Yeah, so as far as when I set up vaccine programs, and I'm going to talk about sheep, I don't set up a huge, but goats kind of follow along. The one thing that I consider a necessity is that CD&T booster in the ewes annually, and then making sure we're getting that into those lambs on a timely basis. Really similar to what Kelly does, I recommend, maybe right out of the jugs or at docking time, if you've got lambs you're docking, and then a few weeks later, and then at weaning time, we like to booster that just because when we put them on full feed, that's when we're going to see the issues with overeating. So that's really critical. That's probably my one. Like if you're going to spend money on one vaccine, that's the one you need to have in your system. As far as like a Vibrio vaccine or a chlamydia vaccine, that's really operation dependent. And if you think you're seeing issues, we can sink a lot of money into vaccines. Those are a little harder to find. They tend to be, it used to be only Colorado Serum would be where we could get those. So supply issues can be an issue with them. They're a smaller company making some pretty targeted vaccines. And like we discussed this morning, those are not as effective vaccines. So, where that CD&T, like if we get a good CD&T into them, I don't expect to see issues with tetanus in that operation. It's a really good vaccine. With some of those bacterins, that's not the case. We're controlling disease, but we're not necessarily eliminating it with a vaccine. So that's really a judgment call. The one thing we didn't talk about today that there is a vaccine out there is ORF or sore mouth. It was brought up, and one thing it is a
Sore mouth
or ORF. You'll see.
The ORF is the other way.
Yep. So that's a viral. It's really similar to the chickenpox virus. Actually, it's in that family. And a lot of herds have it as an endemic issue. So if that's you and you can live with it, that's great. There is a vaccine on the market. It's a live viral vaccine. I don't think I have anybody in the room anymore with the generation that remembers the smallpox vaccine where you had to do the scarification. The scars that you see on folks.
I have.
Got a couple. So it's pretty labor intensive, and so that's also a judgment call. But the other thing to keep in mind is once you vaccinate for that, it does make it endemic in your herd because we're essentially introducing a controlled level of disease with that vaccine. So it's really critical to have to really not take that decision lightly. It's not a vaccine to just throw into your program if you're a negative herd. That's kind of my take on vaccine programs for sheep and goats. You'll see other things thrown out there, especially when you get in the show world about using things like Enforce or cattle vaccines with them. They're absolutely off-label. If you kind of think through that process, those vaccines are designed for specific pathogens, and cattle vaccines, cattle pathogens aren't the pathogen we're after in sheep and goats. Those pneumonia pathogens are different. So that's, I don't recommend that, but you will certainly see that circulating out there at times. The other one, there is a CAE vaccine on the market. I don't think it's a great vaccine personally, but that's one you'll see come onto the radar occasionally.
You can probably control it better than the vaccine.
Yeah, CAE is much more of a management issue, maintaining a negative herd if you are negative, and being on top of it if you're positive.
I haven't heard the results, but I had 4 lambs went to Lincoln to help develop the sore mouth vaccine last spring. I don't know how it come out, but
Yeah, if we could find something more like a modified live that we could safely work into operations.
they wanted some clean lambs.
Yep.
For that. I thought that was quite a compliment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is a big one that I always put on producers' radar, especially you guys that have 4-H programs and have kids around at lambing time. We can't pick that up in our own, so it's something, if you have it in your herd, to be pretty cognizant of.
Sometimes like a pre-wean or pre-weigh, early weigh can be a good source of transmission with this young feeder lambs for sure.
We tried to spray our steel because of that, because we had sore mouth. We weren't being very smart as extension agents, and we were pulling lambs through, and the one goes, "Oh my God, this has got sore mouth." And so we're all like, so after that, I carry gloves because you just don't know, and I don't really want to get it. It does not feel good to get sore mouth in a human. It is not a good thing to have. So
I think we're using a foot bath before you get Kansas.
and we don't, I don't see it a lot, but we did see it. This was in Missouri, it wasn't in Nebraska. We never had it in Nebraska. We're after that, we're like, we kind of put a thing in there, you know, if you got some out, don't bring them. You don't want them.
And the key is the active, right? So we'll have lots of herds that it's endemic, and as long as there's not active lesions,
Right.
then it's not such a big issue. But yeah, if we have those active lesions, either on those lip commissures or nasal planum, or even on ewes, we can see them on the udder. That's when they're contagious. So that's something to keep at home.
Well, it's good for like the kids to know too, like my daughter, you know, when we're starting to work lamb or whatever, if they have a lesion or anything like that on their face, you know, to be sure to wash their hands, or, you know, we need to go get gloves before we put a halter on their land or whatever. So they know, you know, that it's not, they can get it.
The other thing is, there's a few diseases that sheep could give to humans. Oh. I should have mentioned this, but thank you for keeping that in mind. There's diseases that actually sheep can give to humans, especially if you're pregnant, you be careful about being around those, especially that are aborted. So there's always wear gloves. That's just wear gloves. I think Becky would agree with me on things. And then you're a little safer. And I know sometimes they're a pain in the butt to work with, but it's just going to be safer for you and your family if you wear gloves when you're doing those kind of things. And that will help you avoid some of those issues.
Yeah, so the other one that I don't think Rachel brought up is Q fever. And that's one of the ones that I really warn, especially if you're in the line barn, if you are a pregnant female. But anybody can be infected, and it's a pretty nasty one that we can see. And that's one of the reasons I encourage anybody that has an abortion that we do send it in, because if it is Q fever, we can know about it. Because that one can be spread by aerosolized particles. So even if you're working in the barn, you're wearing gloves, you're doing all the things that you should be, we can see aerosol transmission of that bug. So that's something to have on your radar as far as these lambing herds or kidding goats. That kind of makes that radar. But we do see its own version of brucella. It's a little different than we think of in the cattle side, but also something that's zoonotic. So I guess that's just kind of a push for if you are having health challenges in your herd, it's not a bad idea to work with your vet to get a diagnosis, because there are some pretty nasty diseases that can be transmitted back and forth. There was a year where I had like 5 calls from different goat people, and chlamydiosis is spread by birds, and we think that's what it was. But I would have one here, and somebody called me over here. I talked to somebody else, and then quite a few abortions, and I think the birds were spreading it just down the Platte Valley here. And it was just kind of in the North Platte area, but so the first thing I said is call your vet, get it checked out, because it sounds like it could be that, but I can't tell you unless you get a good, and there's some things you can do, feeding some tetracyclines, and that'll give you a prescription if you have problems. He may not give it to you beforehand, but he'll give it to you, if you're seeing problems. So, and I've not heard another one. But that one year, I don't know what it was. I had 4 or 5 calls in this area. And finally I said, I think it must be being spread. And somebody said, oh yeah, it can be spread with birds. So
I have, if you have an abortion, you say to send it in, what should you do? Like, I know sometimes they want the placenta and they want as much as you can, but what if that's not there? What if all that's there is the baby?
So you're absolutely right. So I'll tell you what the ideal situation is, which that's ideally if we could anticipate that an abortion is going to happen and get everything to work out perfectly, that's exactly right. We want the fetus, we want the placenta intact, and there's a potential, depending on what we suspect is going on, that we might want to pull blood on that mom. And the reason in pulling blood on that mom at the time of abortion is really important is if we suspect something we want to confirm, we can run titers and then go back in 14 to 21 days and run another titer and see what direction those are going in, and that can tell us a lot of useful information. So that's kind of what we consider the full battery of samples for an abortion workup. Now, that being said, if you go out there and you've got a fetus on the ground and the placenta is missing, that's not a reason to not send anything in. Some samples are better than none, especially if we're on the front side of an abortion storm, right? If this is the first in what's going to become half a dozen in the next few days, the sooner we can get that headed to the lab and get turnaround done, so we know what we're working with, the farther ahead we are. So we'll send the fetus in if we don't have placenta. So that's how I look at those. And the nice thing about sheep and goats is they're actually a lot more diagnostic than when I do abortion storm workups in, say, cattle. It's pretty common when I send in an abortion sample set in cattle to get really poor results back, and basically we get told we're not sure what it is, or it's something like fetal stress. I don't know if it's good or bad, right? Because there's more bugs in sheep and goats that cause abortions that we can find. So you don't want to be that person, but we can usually get a decent answer for that. And then take that to your vet, and that'll go to our state lab, or at times if I want specific testing that I know a lab is really good at, I'll send it somewhere else. Texas A&M had a great goat abortion workup, so if we had a goat abortion, we'd send it there. And Dr. Squirrels is retired, so I don't know if they're still doing that, but so that's the process. It is not cheap. I also will throw that out there that an abortion workup is not a cheap workup. We're looking at spending a couple $300 generally just in lab testing. But if that's the answer that lets us get on top of an abortion storm, it's probably money well spent.
So, okay, so if you have one doe abort, and then you don't have any more, I mean, I guess when should you, is the first one that you have abort, is that when you like send it in? Or do you, I mean, you don't want to wait and see if you have 5 or 6, I mean, if you're gonna have to spend $300, $400, is it just a freak thing that this yearling doe aborted, or is it something else?
Yeah, and so the question is when do we pull the trigger on that? Because we're spending a significant amount of money. And usually, and that's a good, the other nice thing about sheep and goats is there's usually some visual indicators that we're dealing with a problem. So if you bring me, if you have a ewe go tonight and you bring me the lamb and the placenta and I look at it and they look clinically normal. And honestly, and this is preferential, different practitioners will do it differently, but I'll actually do the post on the fetus in the office. I'm comfortable doing that. And I can look for some visual diagnostic cues in the internal organs of that fetus that make me think in a direction that I'm either, if I post that and it's completely normal and it appears to be term or close to, then that maybe doesn't make my radar for a diagnostic. But if I open that up and I've got lesions on the liver, or I've got lesions in the lungs that are consistent with what I think looks like an infectious abortion cause, or lesions on that placenta, if we have access to that, then we're going to be pulling the trigger and sending that in, because my level of suspicion that we're brewing a problem goes up essentially.
The other thing about doing the testing, you can find out what you don't have.
That's exactly right. A negative answer is still an answer, right? And that's
deal one time with about 10 of them. And we were pulling our hair out, sending them to K-State, I was in Kansas. And I didn't have this, I didn't have that, didn't have that. Turned out there was one ewe was jamming everybody at feeding time and causing a miscarry. But so it was a physical thing. Once she lambed and she went to a different pen, it stopped. But I found out I had a pretty clean flock. Didn't have Vibrio and, all those other things.
Yeah, and that's absolutely right. One of the workups that I did several years ago was a goat abortion storm. It wasn't a huge abortion storm, but it was concerning. And we did the full workup exactly the same way. And we got, okay, it isn't this, it isn't that. Actually sent it to Dr. Sproles in Texas, because he was the guy at the time. And, we could check off all those answers and then have a conversation with him. And he said, if these answers are all negative, then we probably need to look at the ration, because low protein is a really common cause of abortion. So we actually ended up adjusting that herd's nutritional profile and was able to do a really good job of helping prevent downstream problems later on in that season and then in subsequent years. Whereas if we had just went ahead and thrown some CTC at that herd thinking we had an infectious cause, they probably would have seen the same problem the next year.
So Wendy online asks, do any of you use all natural products in your herds? DE, diatomaceous earth, apple cider vinegar, copper sulfate for sore mouth, essential oils for fly treatment or fly strike? And if you do, which one of those do you use and do you like it?
So I will make a comment to be really cautious on the copper sulfate for sore mouth, because that's really, especially those lambs or kids that have it, particularly lambs around their mouth, we can cause some copper issues, right? They're going to be looking that off whether we like it or not. I actually use just betadine and iodine on sore mouth for treatment. So that's I'll pitch that in right away. But everybody else comment.
No.
If you go out, would you just leave your evaluations on the table? I know we're going long, so. Anybody else?
Wendy, that would be a no.
I think we've been going a long time. John, last question. John gets the last question.
What is this method of collection in the next laboratory? Send samples to your screening boards.
Oh, gosh.
What do you mean by screening for screening? I mean, beyond. When any of those labs would run the same assay. Yeah. So they're all really about the same in cost. Whether you use Neogen or any of those, the cost, you can go online, see what the cost is. Their turnaround is really basically the same. So from a lab standpoint, they're using the same assay. And that's a simple genetic marker that will give you the test from lab to lab. Oh, best method of collection. I guess we could have done that today. We do all just jugular blood draw with a vac container. No punches. But you could buy tags with those if you didn't want to do that.
But we only had 2.
As far as the sample collection, I mean, it's a genetic screen, so really any sample that contains genetic material, whether that be, a hair card, a blood card, a TSU, if you're tagging, those are the ones that punch out just a little bit of tissue when you put the tag in. Those are all good options. It's really what works best for you when you're handling those animals, what you're doing with them, to get to, to make that as seamless as possible while you're doing something else, so it's not an extra working event.
Are we getting rid of it? I mean, we've had a program for so many years now. The USDA has turned it to a private effort.
I'd have to go back and look at noms, which I haven't in quite some time. My impression is that we can't say that we've eradicated it necessarily, but I think we've made progress. Producers are more aware Just like that, 10 years ago, I probably wouldn't have gotten the question of how to take that sample, like it just wasn't on a lot of producers' radars. So I think we're making good progress towards at least we have a known small incidence is kind of my understanding. That's all just clinical impression, right? That's not based on statistics. Maybe the screening statistics say something different. But I know it's, I don't know what, I don't think we've set an eradication date for sure, no.
No more questions.
We're done.
Did you have anything that you wanted to add or just
No, I
remind
just
people?
wanted to remind you guys to fill out your forms. You didn't do it on the back table.
We've drawn for the.
Yes, we need to draw.
Okay.
Yep. So Missy, take her away.
So get your red ticket back. First one is
Sorry, we didn't have for you guys. Thank
1007.
you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for coming and spending all day with us. I know that was a lot.
Enjoy it.
Appreciate it. If you like it.
All right, next one. Is number 12.
Yeah.
Sorry. Well. Draw again.
It's like a white elephant.
And you can all trade.
Well, if you left, then you're All right, we'll go on. How about 9? Ivan? Oh, look, you got a hat in. Yeah, where did this elephant? All right, how about number 6?
No, that's me.
Okay, how about 18?
Yeah, well, appreciate it. Yeah.
All right, number 23. Nobody?
Someone probably will.
Here, 4. How about, oh, there's 2 there. 4.
Is that you?
Should be-
We got a 4.